troubles me.
Yeah, it still seems high execution, and Fnatic in the past 3 games that we've seen them...
It's also a hero that deals with Visage, by the way, Batrider. Like, you can eat the layers.
Oh, yeah.
But I also felt like in the past it can kind of go both ways. If you get a Grave Chill on him, the birds can kind of destroy him.
Until the BKB, right?
Yeah,
after the BKB, you're just food on him.
If there's still the item build, I don't even know what's the item build on Batrider anymore.
That's true. Batrider got a lot of nerfs recently, between Napalm getting super buffed on creeps and then getting super nerfed afterwards.
Back to basics.
Back to basics.
It was the same build, right, with the Aghanims and Shard and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that build is dead because the Shard got changed. Now it's the Flame Break applies a Napalm stack instead of the ally.
It's a tough pick for Mikoto.
Okay, Void Spirit.
The Void Spirit, the most obvious one, I guess.
Yeah.
But also the one that makes the most sense. I mean,
I actually like Fnatic's draft again.
Just
a little
looking at
bit
the
better,
draft, yeah.
But can I go with the
draft? Do
draft?
You trust them?
I don't. That's the problem.
They need to earn the trust. If they can pull off this draft, I'll be very encouraged. Game number 3, because it is a good draft, but it's not an easy draft. You can't just do your normal laning thing. Teamfight execution is quite complicated for Fnatic. They have all the tools.
Yeah. I'll go crazy. I'll go with Fnatic again.
Right.
I really like their draft. If they do not win with this draft, I'm done. That's it.
Done.
I'm just so done.
That's fair. I like the sunk cost fallacy. Me, it's Boom. You know it's Boom. If it was Raven on the IO, I'd give it to Fnatic. I think that he could carry these misfits to victory, but it's not. It's DJ on the IO. And I think that Boom have the advantage.
I gotta hear the cost first. I kind of decided.
What?
Yeah.
What?
That's not how it works.
I have to.
You can't rely on the other Dominic. That's cheating.
No, I have to rely on him.
Lacoste, don't encourage his bad behavior.
I'll go with Boom. I think this Visage position 4 can
Didn't make it easier
work.
for me.
Also, I think Void Spirit is a decent matchup against the Batrider. Sven, hero that got buffed. We've seen some at the Major. We've seen some in the other regions as well. I feel like this hero is extremely strong and a bit underused. So I'm going to go with them.
But really, Black needs to hear the strongest analyst. B-Cop, you are the judge, jury, executioner here.
That's true.
Please dictate where...
Hear me, hear me.
There we go.
I have an announcement to make. Today's game, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm going Boom. Here comes the Boom.
I just can't believe Fnatic is like this. I gotta give him another chance.
Okay, fine.
I'm going Fnatic.
Going for Fnatic.
2 Fanatics, 3 Booms.
Didn't hear me.
I can't believe it.
2. Take it away, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, game number 2. And a little bit of trust with Fnatic from the panel. I'm a little bit surprised.
So far, 0 and 3.
It's tough because you expect Fnatic to be a lot cleaner with their executions and playing a lot better than this, and they're slumping, and teams do slump. So I can understand wanting to give them another chance in terms of predictions, but I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park here for Boom. Fnatic is still rostered with great players, and it's just a question of who executes better, of course.
We'll have to see. Now, one thing I dislike is whenever I play Tusk into Grimstroke, it feels very awkward because you can't snowball when you're leashed. There's a silence as well on top of that, so it could be a bit problematic getting those saves up. Cascade should die with the tag team. They're gonna give it to Moon.
Needs the help, so they'll give him the bit of a boost over mid. I mean, that's the power that you're going to find from the Tusk early on with the tag team. The question is, will that ability and pressure be able to stay from jabs on this Tusk as the game goes by? And I'm not sure it will. So we'll see how this goes. Dreamacell heading towards bottom here, and we've seen Sven a couple times. We saw it in the Chinese region the other day. Felt very strong.
It certainly did. One problem I have in this one is, like, you get lassoed, there is no counterplay to that. Like, whoever gets lassoed, you have BKB piercing ability for the Sven later on. Once the BKB's drop down to 6 seconds. So we'll have to see. Like, bottom lane, a lot of pressure. You know, Grimstroke needs to be careful about his positioning, especially since they will hit that level 2 a bit faster. Like one good Ice Shard to block him off into Hoof Stomp plus a double edge. It's a deadly lane. You need to be very careful as a Grim in this one.
That being said, I would almost say the same for the Tusk, right? Let yourself get hit by too many strokes of fate. If a silence comes in with a Stormhammer, Sven could output that damage. Good Aether Remnant from Makoto, who's dealing with 10 stacks of sticky napalm at the moment.
Twin hammers await.
He's just collecting the magic wand charges. Investing. I'll tank the 10 of those. I'll trade it for the magic wand charges. And I'm good to go. Exactly.
Dreamcell. Just eating that tag team. We've seen Chuan on this Centaur a couple times, so I'm wondering if we're going to see a better performance from him. This isn't the Rubik lane with Centaur. This isn't a Lion lane with Centaur. How well is he going to do now with this Tusk? Because he has been struggling in the offlane.
Yeah, he's saving a point right now on Tusk to see whether they need, like, if they make an aggressive move, if Boom goes in with the Stormhammer, he can just snowball people out, dodge the Inkswell, and if they see the opportunity to block him off with the shards, he's going to go for that. So he needs to be also a bit careful. He needs to bring a bit more regen. Cascute still has one healing cell, one tango, but you should not be staying at half HP. They're going to go. Like, they see Jabs is away from him.
Yeah, and they're going to go into the Centaur and try to get this kill with the Inkswell tag team. And this should be enough damage, but good snowball. And there's the kill for Dreamcell. He'll end up getting traded, though. Not exactly what you want for the Sven. They saw that he was away, but they just didn't completely take advantage of that, losing the Sven at that point. This top lane, it can get difficult for Fnatic. We've seen how much damage this Soul Assumption can do.
This lane wants to go in and out region for Fnatic, while Boom, they want to go in and kill people with the combo. Visage, he consumes a lot of mana. We've seen some in the Chinese region as a position 4, I believe 2 times in a row. Looked very good. Felix Xiaoba played it, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, where he was just super farmed. Went for Guardian Greaves, like Solar Mech first item, pretty much. And then in one of those games, there was like a Crimson Guard and a Pipe. Like, you can get super tanky with this hero.
And really just produce so much. You're outputting damage, sustainability, you feel good.
You're pretty much playing position 3 from position 4 when you have that 4 Visage.
So KezQ with this clarity, just trying to get that mana up. He's looking to throw out as much damage as he can with that Stroke of Fate. Up top, Soul Assumption with the Spear. Done a lot of damage on a Raven.
Well, I tried.
They needed a bit more. If Mars did not have a point in Bulwark, not sure why he has it in this lane. Like, just be able to God's Rebuke him or 1 extra point in Spear would be enough damage to bring him down.
And again, looking to throw out the Soul Assumption.
And now Visage, he used, this is very costly. Spell 125 mana, Visage pull is okay-ish, but he consumes a lot of mana. Also popped the Mango, didn't get anything out of it. Now he has 1 spell only.
Right. So he's going to need that mana regen as much as he can, and I believe both couriers had come up towards top.
My thanks will come later, when you least expect it.
Put on FBZ. Hyde gets himself a couple mangoes. He's got a clarity ready to go. And Inkswell again, it'll be avoided thanks to the snowball. There's another save. They've got the hook stop. They're doing quite a bit of damage. They have the shards placed perfectly. Dreamcell in trouble. Juan's taking a lot of damage, so that'll pull him off trying to get this kill onto the Sven.
They shouldn't try to play aggressive with the Inkswell. Instead, they need to wait for the snowball to pop off and then try to go for the Inkswell, because he will be there. Like, you have enough time to use the snowball if you're in vicinity.
Hyde. Ooh. Got really low there himself. So 2-1 in favor of Fnatic. Jabs, though, he's a bit far forward. Inkswell again, there's the snowball once more. That's going to go on to Dreamer's Cell.
There's no point of using it. Like, this is the third time that it already got dodged. Time to learn a lesson.
Yeah, it's costing him 130 mana every single time, too. Like, that's a decent chunk. And it's a 1k lead for Fnatic. This is something that we saw Boom. They were kind of getting the advantages in all the lanes via just the CSing. Maybe not feeling that as much. I will say, though, you still have Mikoto, who's performing really well, and he's got himself that level 6. But so does Moon. There's a little bit of a lead there for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, just a slight lead in terms of CS. Bottom needs to be careful for the rotations coming out from Void Spirit. He will gladly TP, clean them up, especially if he feels like he can't lane. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about, like just the bottom rotate, TP rotation to the bottom. Centaur's still not level 6, now they're gonna go.
Yeah, they have this advantage because they can bring one over, and Tusk is actually towards top. So while this is happening, Juan gets a stun on the 2. They're going to try and come over and get the kill on a Hyde. He's on the run, but the homing missile hits, and the Ravens' damage is too much. They lose an offlaner for a 4. They do now have a 2k lead. But that's Mikoto coming over and getting an assist.
Centaur's super tanky, and Tusk already went to the top lane. He TP'd, so that means like they know that Centaur's going to be alone at the bottom for some time. Big stack, scouted by Execute. I don't think they can contest this, so Moon is just going to be able to farm it up.
You could throw strokes, I guess, but he's pulling it away from where he'll feel comfortable throwing it from.
Getting very close to Boots of Travel. This is going to be a good timing on Boots of Travel. Then you have this relocate eventually plays. Boots of Travel, Batrider set things up. Centaur with the Stampede can close the gap. Sven right now just finished off the Mask of Madness. Like, it's time to bail. Bottom lane, like, you're not gonna feel safe. He TPs instantly. You just want to be in the jungle, be in the triangle, get some stacks. There is a deep ward from Fnatic that's scouting things out.
Yeah, they need to be careful of that because it is spotting these stacks being made. And they can contest if they do get a couple of kills here. Get a pick-offs and take the stacks with the Batrider or even the Gyro. Gyro going into that Ag's first item.
Bottom tower is under
He's got that Blade of Alacrity flying out.
So the way Dota works is, okay, enemy carry hero moves to jungle, like he does not want to be there, so there's going to be one hero collecting XP on the bottom. So potentially you know that their position 4 is not going to play the bottom lane. He's going to be either mid or try to make a move on the top lane. So stuff like that is easily predicted in Dota.
It's quite crazy that Fnatic have a 3k lead at the moment. All their cores are just farming so well.
They had a big stack. Like, there's a clear difference between the mid laners, 600 gold, because they made a big stack. Batrider can farm it, has enough money to buy that Boots of Travel.
You look stunned.
So take a look at Hyde. He's only level 4. And you've got DJ, who's level 5 at the moment. He's going into the mech. See what Hyde wants to go for. They're starting to rotate. See if they can make something from this. They do have level 6 available on FBZ. Have that arena. Inkswell, once again, that's going to land onto the Centaur. Kescute here by himself. They have rotations coming in for Fnatic. That's the Gyro coming over bottom. So Kescute, he's going to survive. They have not been able to dive and find him just yet, and Centaur doesn't find him at all.
After the Gyro shows at the bottom lane, they're like, we're just going to trade. Let's trade tier 1 tower for tier 1. Mars is level 6. Don't think they can contest this, so it's just going to be a trade. Io getting closer to his level 6. They have a Stampede to work with. They could potentially like have this global presence. Batrider finished the Boots of Travel, going into BKB. Next item, I like the BKB because they have no abilities that go through like Magic Immunity. He should be fine. He should feel safe. Like if he gets the BKB off before, Dream of Cell
in trouble. Walrus Punch comes out. They've gotten the lasso. He has no way to survive this, and he'll just fall. And that's not only going in and getting that kill, but by the stacks that they really need to protect. Kescute's gonna make another stack, even though that with that kill on a Dream of Cell, he knows that they're aware of these stacks being made for the Sven.
Connection to the void.
They're gonna need to protect him, that's for sure.
Batrider has Invis, no lasso. However, he could be the one being in the triangle trying to steal away some of those creeps. But it seems like it's not going to be the case. Sven with the God Strength just having a bit too much damage at the moment.
Arena down as well as the spear. They've got the Astral Step. They have the damage on the jab. So pop the tag team. They're going to relocate into this one. Try and make something happen for the TP out. So they at least got the Mars away. Makoto on the run. Inksaw doesn't land on anybody. Batrider trying to move in. Hyde's got those familiars at work, and they might catch Moon. They've got the Stormhammer. They have the familiars for the stun with the Aether Remnant. Moon is gone, caught in no man's land.
That was nicely done by Boom. Like, instant TPs, they understand the Rocket does not have enough time. They have nothing to stop the TPs with. We killed Tusk, and they also get a free one. They got one extra kill from killing Moon.
They get that kill on the Moon, and all of a sudden, Dream of Cell with those stacks, with that kill, he slides into the top position in net worth. Makoto going for that Yules. That'll help him have the control that he needs to catch these heroes with the Aether Remnant.
It's a good way of dodging spells. Like Rocket, Snowball, potentially removing the Napalm charges from the Batrider. Just a lot of value from that item. And of course, the setup for your Remnant.
Hyde being a nuisance. Something he's done really well in this series. Last game as that Mirana. He had a 2-minute chase of an Undying, not allowing him to sacrifice himself.
He's going for a Medallion. Doesn't have much farm on this Visage.
Stampede gets used as the fight over mid rages on, but they've got the Aether Remnant. Walrus Punch used on Kescute. Shards are perfect. Kescute will die.
To go back to Visage Talk, I would love to see him get some farm priority. There's a big difference between position 5s and 4s. Like, look at the net worth.
Support difference is a lot.
It's just 1,000 gold already. Jabs. Reload. Snowball. Looks
Going
pretty
for
dead.
Hyde. They've got the tag team. They're going to go on this. And you look at the damage come through. Fnatic moving around the map really well, and they're taking out these supports that really don't have anything to their name to survive.
And Centaur can play aggressively. Like, he's showing in the river, doesn't care too much, has some backup if needed with tier 1 TPs. Could, plus Vanguard, kind of makes him unkillable at the moment. They need Sven. Like, they need Sven to be able to go through the tankiness of the Centaur. Echo Saber done. Unfortunately, Echo Saber cannot be upgraded to anything in this patch. Was a bit too OP, I would say, in the previous one.
Moon gonna TP towards top, nearby the Sven. So Sven, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber going into the BKB. See how much he could do with that. Makoto almost finishing off that Yules. Should see FBZ at some point go into a Blink Dagger, but he's also going Yules. They've spotted DJ. They've got the Arena as well as the Spear. That'll land as he tries to tether away. Inkswell on top. FBZ with the kill. Hyde stays smoked that entire time. Maybe they could get a +1 on this. They are looking to wrap around. FBZ has got a full wand to get that mana back.
Plus a Soul Ring as well. He's going to be pretty much full mana if he pops 2 of those.
God Strength, and it looks like Fnatic want to defend this. That was a early God Strength. Missile comes through, and And there's the stun to follow it up. Aether Remnant Snowball. That's the save to help out Moon. The damage from DreamScell isn't going to be enough. The flat cannon pop by Raven. This fight is migrating up towards the top end of the stairs. They've got the Soulbind down, but FBZ, he's dead. Didn't have an arena to work with. Hyde losing those familiars and now needing to run. So does the rest of Boom. Fnatic continuing to chase. DreamScell, meanwhile, with
still
the God
available.
Strength, was just taking these stacks, and to simulate Astral Step gets out of the hands of Moon.
Surprised they decided to siege like that. I think it's necessary to kill one hero before going in like that, because Centaur, he just parks his body in front of it and he's like, I don't care if you guys go on me, there's a possible mech, the relocate play, you put yourself in a bad spot. So Sven going into BKB, like that's gonna give him a lot of free movement. They still have two abilities that go through Magic Immunity. God, that is
They've got the
so
stun
much
with the Aether
damage.
Remnant. Double damage is popped. They'll look to get this kill on a Moon, but now that he's got the lasso, they have the relocate. They can't even get the kill there onto this Bat Rider. They'll bring in Raven as well as DJ and turn this around to get the kill on a Kezcute. Even with the double damage, it just wasn't enough coming in from Makoto, and it was more just the difficulty dealing with his positioning on the cliff and everything, going around and around.
It's Roshan time. They're
up
picking it
5K.
out with the tag team. With the side gunner, they have enough damage.
There's nothing Boom can really do to stop this. This game's starting to feel like it all comes down to DreamScell. Smoke heading over. Fnatic kind of have this information. They're also getting deterred via the fact that Makoto is here throwing out these Aether Remnants. Sentry down, Blink Cove stop. That lands on a 2. They've got the call down to follow it up as well as the homing missile coming in under Kezcute. Juan taking a lot of damage. Moon coming over to Inkswell.
They're not committing yet.
Aether Remnant. Inkswell pops. Astro Step away. And good damage.
arena.
They've got the kill on a Gems. They've got the arena. They'll get the kill on a Moon. They'll look over at DJ. That's 3 dead on Fnatic. It all goes wrong. FBZ lands the arena. That works out real well for them. They've got the silence with the Phantom's Embrace. They control up Raven. They will kill off this Gyro. And it's a 4-0 for Boom. Roche is their prize. A 5-act committed by Jabs. Boom bring this game back immediately.
FBZ, he was so patient with that arena. They went in, they, scouted things out because they didn't have that much damage. Tag team is good, but once tag team is down, like IO doesn't provide you with any kind of damage, neither does Bat Rider. So took them quite a bit of a time to get it. Oh, someone dropped an item. Dragon Scale dropped on the ground.
Got the familiar stuns.
For a moment, I thought that was like a big item that someone...
It was Boom's item.
Hey, it was Centaur. He's, dropping the items while he's using a stun.
Are you okay?
Yeah, but... Yeah, that was Boom's Dragon Scale that's now picked up by Centaur. So, he just gets free 5 armor and 5 HP regen. That feels great. Thanks for the item. It came from, I believe, the Kobold on Makoto's trusty shovel. That feels really bad.
Dire structures are fortified.
Why couldn't that have been anything else? That's not going to help this Centaur really well.
Dire are
Yeah, because he needs armor. Like, this hero doesn't have
Dire's
high
top
armor
tower is
now
under
with the
attack.
chainmail, with the dragon scale. For a moment, I thought he was just BMing, dropping his neutral item while he's stunning them.
Getting chased. 4 heroes here to get a kill out of the Visage. They're also going to try and get these familiars, and they will get both. Oh, Makoto! Oh, the snowball! Quick reactions from Jabs. Makoto,
This is
no
huge.
way to survive.
This is big kill. He tried to play with them there a bit. Now Sven has the Aegis, not the best hero to hold the Aegis. These transformation heroes are not that good. Maybe it would have been better if Void Spirit picked it up, but in this case, it's better because he dies there, possibly
Radiant's
dies one
bottom
more
tower
time.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is
BKB
under
finished
attack.
for the Sven, who's top of the net worth. DreamScell shows bottom. He's going Daedalus next.
Radiant's
Has
Unit
Blink
for the
Dagger
deck.
queued up as well. I think you pick up a Blink Dagger to be able to position yourself. There's still no need to get a shard. The spell mechanic, no Ghost Scepters yet, no Glimmer Capes.
Oh, so now they have 2 dragon scales. Inkswell, blink forward. It's on a Raven. They've got the arena, the land, the spear,
Good
the snowball save. They're also going to bring DJ in for the relocate.
And
that'll
reload
get him out. So they've committed on the side of Boom. They don't get anything for it, and they'll come right back into the fight. It was only a relocate over to the side. The Soulbind's in as well as the Phantom's Embrace. The Soul Assumption goes
Not
through, but
a
it's
good
not going to be a good amount of damage. The BKB Popeye Moon, he'll get that lasso on FBZ, trying to pull him back. God Strength pop, going for the damage. FBZ's gone, so is Moon. They look
Sven's
over at
going
Raven.
ham.
Sven going in right onto the gyrocopter. Now he focuses his attention onto the IO. DJ, though, not dying just yet. Finally a shot in. They'll get the kill on the DJ. They end up losing Hyde, but they've got the damage to maybe take out Dreamacell. He's trying to survive. Buyback from DJ. Uses the war cry. Inkswell lands onto this Centaur, and he still has the damage to kill off Jabs. He's going to respawn, but can they save him? Host Stomp with the Rocket Barrage. 4 heroes here. They bought back on Moon for this.
What?
And they will get the kill. They bought back on Moon.
Why did he buy back? They're like, they got the kill without him. There was no need. He does not have lasso. He does not have a BKB. Not sure what the plan there was, but at least they got Sven. Like, you can see the damage coming out from the Sven. Once he has that ulti, now it's going to be level 3 God Strength. It's going to hurt. They need to kite him. They need to get some armor. They need to get the Ghost Scepters up until he gets the Shard. We're going to see that one again.
Taking a look.
So good initiation, but even better, a snowball save.
Yeah.
He's buying time. Relocate already charged. Takes him out.
Saves on saves for Fnatic, making it very hard for them
Grimstroke
to
needs to
kill
be careful
Raven.
how he uses his ulti. Like, most of the time it was used when they're backing off. It's just too much damage. Like, if he wants to buy back, like, he should buy back here immediately.
With how deep Sven is, yeah. Sven still, through all this too, looks like he's going to die there. Rocket Barrage goes there by
Uses
Makoto,
War
as well as
Cry,
the Inkswell. Look at
Wand,
that.
and then just shreds through Tusk.
That's, wow. That was really impressive. Warrior's Punch, Rocket Barrage, Hyde again, he's dead. They've continued to keep this lead at about 3 to 4K when it settles down. It's dropped down a couple times. The experience now back to even. Stampede, Aether Remnant, Moon. He gets caught. Dissimulate. Makoto the other way. He's got one Astral Step to work with. Blinks off both these heroes. They're going to catch Makoto again. Makoto is really trying to play cheeky, and he's paying for it.
Not cheeky enough. Like, a lot of mistakes from both of these teams in game number 2. Like, a lot of unnecessary deaths, buybacks. Sven now has a blank dagger. Seems like they still want to take this fight.
God Strength, the damage, and the snowball.
Oh, he actually speared them closer to the snowball, so he made a snowball straight away. Good ulti from Grim.
Soulbind as well as the Phantom's Embrace. They have the damage to get the kill. The Jabs. They'll look over at this Centaur. TJ comes in with call down being used, but he has enough of the cleave. The cleave kills TJ.
Yeah, it's 115% cleave. Batrider, he's trying to go in.
Lasso, Inkswell,
Good
and
spear.
the spear pushing Raven away. War Cry used. They've got the silence, the damage on a Raven. He needs to be careful. You do not have an IO to help you out, but FBZ, he's getting really tangled up.
Sven might be able to jump in. They're using Inkswell on him, no ulti.
And there's the stun, the buyback from the Centaur. It's not going to be in time, it looks. Sword Crest, and the damage is there. Hyde gets the kill, but again, Dreamacell traded. So he gets these kills, and he's continuing to shut down Fnatic at times.
But Fnatic,
he's
they're
paid
using
for it.
buybacks. Like, this is the 3rd time they use a buyback. They're still chasing. Now Makoto's back in.
Yeah, Makoto trying to fight this, though. Use the Stampede. Astral Step away. Makoto gets a little bit aggressive to the point where now he has to deal with the Centaur as well as Batrider, who does have the blink deck and the snowball coming through. Makoto misplaying his hand, and Moon gets the kill. It's back and forth and sloppy all around. They can't stay within their lines as they try to call in this picture.
It's just funny how Visage shows up and just instantly disappears. It feels like he thinks the hero is super tanky. Yeah, Solar Crest plus Gravekeeper's Cloak. It gives you some tankiness, but you have like no magic resistance. Like, I would love to see like possibly a hood on him. Hescute looks pretty dead on the bottom.
Yeah.
I hope it was worth it.
Moon is now dominating.
It's very hard to predict what's going to happen in this game.
Like, it doesn't even feel like a 6K lead. lot of that, there comes from the split between the IO and the Grimstroke. So that's about 2K, and then the Bat to the Void and the Centaur to the Mars. Let's see what Boom can do. It feels like there's been some non-stop. All right, we all respawn, smoke up, go. Okay, we all respawn, smoke up, go. But
it's
Roche
not
is
the
soon.
cleanest Dota, but it's a fun Dota to watch because there's constant action. 37 kills, 25 minutes in. Visit, he realizes, man, I need to tank up. It's just not enough. This Solar Crest, I think Solar Crest is a great item, don't get me wrong, but I think he needed a pipe before. Like, pipe medallion sounds much better than the full Solar.
Going for the Daedalus, Roche is very soon. 20 more seconds. Boomer postured by this. We'll see if they can grab themselves Roche. They should be able to take it pretty quickly. And this is Shard, so we'll see who the Shard ends up going to.
Sven decided to go for a new talent. He did not have that one before, plus 10 Warcry armor. So it's 8-second duration, 25 AoE armor.
So much armor. Anytime we talk about armor, by the way, I always think of the cloak. Or, sorry, the Nether Shawl. It's just how little armor it is.
Oh, yeah, it's -3. Like,
oh, man,
take this better, good.
They're going to come and try and fight. Blinks forward, looking over for FBZ, but the spear lands, so that's going to latch. He used the Stampede already with the shards coming out. There's the Blink as well as the Lasso. They've got the lockdown on FBZ. They might be able to get going to the Mars and then turn this into Roche if
he has buyback. Roche spawned earlier. You can't scout things out with the Courier, but you can scout things out with the Familiar, which is nice. It's being pinged out. Fnatic, they want to scout things out, see if it's spawned. Sven, unfortunately, does not have a TP, but using the Courier, bringing a TP which is on cooldown for 50 seconds. So if they want to contest this, he needs to run.
I don't think he can run quick enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The rest of the team needs to deter them from taking this Roche. Like
yeah, someone needs to go in.
They've got the scan. They know they're there. They haven't fought back yet. The buyback might be enough to drag him out of the pit, but now not at this point. They're going to get themselves the Roche. It looks like they're going to get themselves a free shard. That is interesting. Flame Break, Cascute on the run. Mules up into the air as Moon, and they've got the homing missile focusing its attention onto the Grimstroke. Not even needed. The Walrus Punch will help get that kill.
Maybe they thought, first time around, they did not have enough damage, so we're gonna do the same. We took it slowly. Surprised Sven decided to TP back, considering the Roche could potentially spawn.
Gave that shard to Jabs, by the way. It's got the Frozen Sigil.
It's almost perma available if it's not killed. 30 seconds cooldown, lasts for 25. It doesn't reduce attack speed anymore. It's just slowing for 40% now.
Quite a bit.
It's a lot.
Attack slow. 0. It says it. Why is that written?
Yeah, it also doesn't give any damage to allies. Ally damage extra, also 0. Extra gold received, 0. Because it had, it had attack slow before, but yeah, should definitely get rid of that.
A little clutter in there. 11k lead now for Fnatic. Like, this is kind of just spiraled. Although the fights still feel close because of the God Strength. You just jump in, blow these heroes up, kill them.
Like, they will take this fight. They will take the fight. Sven has enough money to buy full Daedalus. Was a bit worried. Well, where's his Courier at? Doesn't have the Courier. Did not want to go to the enemy secret shop.
What's this Courier bringing for Tusk? Orb of Destruction. BKB soon for Gyro. He's got the Aegis working with double damage in that bottle. He's got the Satanic ready to go. Raven very farmed. We'll see if he can survive. He's got a couple saves with his team. Sven walking all the way to the Dire secret shop to pick up this Daedalus.
He was there 30 seconds ago. He was just afraid. He waited until enemy heroes showed up. Now full Daedalus, getting closer to that level 25. Batrider is super tanky. He has a Blink Dagger, Lance, Quick, Silver Amulet, a lot of move speed. You know, if he grabs that Sven, they don't necessarily need to kill him during the BKB because he's a tough target to kill through BKB, but just try to waste his BKB duration and then go for him. They have enough tools to deal with him. Have 2 BKB piercing abilities, so something that Svens are always gonna be afraid of.
Sigil just there to scout.
Dire are scanning.
Bait, spear back. They've caught themselves Raven. Now the Lotus Orb bouncing things back, but is it going to be enough to get the kill here on the Gyro? Take out his first life, go pop the Satanic. They're onto the back lines with BKB as well. The God Strength being popped. They've got the Snowball coming through. Can they get the kill here with the lasso now? Sven in trouble. Raven getting low. He's healed up again. Dreamacell finally. They do get the kill on a Jeb. They'll look over at the rest. But post stop, stunning up. Dreamacell in some trouble. Can't survive. He ends up gone. And he does not have buyback. He just bought out on the Daedalus. How many times are they going to get Raven low and not get this kill? They've caught Makoto too. He's got no Astral Step, and he is very dead.
This might be it. Sven, he deals ton of damage, but another good snowball save coming out from Tusk, just buying time, then lasso during the BKB duration. As I mentioned, you don't have to kill him, just waste his BKB, and then you can stun lock him 60 seconds without a buyback. Good initiation, however. Like, they make a really good jump, but they needed Sven to jump on that gyrocopter and just burst him down, because otherwise he's not dying. The sustain from Io plus Satanic is a bit too much.
Yeah, there was 2 times where Raven got low, and he didn't die either time. He pops that Satanic and gets himself back up to full, and then the tether comes in from the Io, back up to full again. Didn't even use the Aegis.
Sven tried to jump the backline. Potentially, they could have tried to kill Gyro once. We'll see. They have one more fight, possibly, once the Sven is out.
Hide low, and we'll get back. I say that, but he never actually got into the base. So now he's dead for 70. They'll go for the tier 4s. Sven is back up. No God Strength yet, though. Has to try and make something happen, but again, it's Satanic available.
It's up now. Now it's time to go.
Aegis, that just goes away. They've got the lasso once again onto the Sven. They've slowed him on. They should be able to get the kill. Dreamacell jumps in just to die. They'll call GG and Fnatic. They will take game number 2. It was a very ambitious attempt.
No BKB,
empty-handed.
no God Strength in the end popped. They just burst him down. Hard one, you know, against the lasso. There is no save. There's no real steroids for this Sven in this game, other than the Solar Crest. Fnatic, they managed to, you know, bounce back. So 1-1 right now. They look much better than in game number 1. Like, the movements around the map, Tusk had a really good game. Like, the supports, both of the supports actually played really well.
Yeah, it just feels like they were a lot stronger in that game. Both teams played sloppy at times, though. Like,
yeah, you know, it was a game with a lot of fights, a lot of buybacks, and not the cleanest Dota. You know, not the most strategic, advanced one, but definitely fun to watch.
Yeah. So now the decider game, the rubber game, game number 3 coming up next. We'll throw it back over to the panel, see what they got to say.
Not the cleanest, but we want just baby steps from Fnatic and them winning their first game here in Season 2 of the Southeast Asia Upper Division is really all you can ask for. And they did it with a draft that was kind of high execution. A lot of skepticism, from me especially, if they would be able to pull it off, but they made it happen. A lot of buybacks, a lot of Rambulan.
Yeah, some wasted buybacks, some not, some good engagements, some not from Fnatic, but they do manage to take this game, but I have to say, off of a really, really advantageous draft. Like, their draft is very good versus the Sven, versus the Visage, and on the side of Boom, you're only winning if this Sven is putting you on his back and carrying hard. And you can't carry hard when you're playing into so many disables that go through BKB, because one of them is going to nick you, and then you're going to be disabled for like 10 seconds straight, which is what happened in these last couple of fights. It's the snowball into Walrus Punch, into Lasso. He's stuck in the arena, and yeah, it was a difficult game for Dreamasol.
I'm not feeling this Sven hero unless there's some sort of amplification for him. Perhaps we have seen with Elder Titan work out very well. Maybe some sort of Lycan bite or something like that, like to really empower him.
Did Visage get a Solar Crest this game even?
I
He had a hood.
don't think he did.
Yeah, so there was literally nothing to enable this Sven. It was just him as a
I think
raw
they had
hero.
a Solar at some point. Look.
Like it's really all like that hero just rides on amplification abilities. I feel like Solar Crest, as I said, some Lycan ult, some Tether, some Overpower, something like that.
Even
Or
something like a
Overcharge.
Darkseer, I think.
Yeah, something like
Surge.
Darkseer, yeah. But like he needs that support asset because like without it, he's just you don't build Axe anymore. You don't have this inbuilt mobility. He was just running around with his BKB trying to hit people. Sometimes it worked. Most of the time it didn't. Not impressed by the hero.
Which is strange because they knew what the carry matchup was. It was almost guaranteed to be Gyrocopter.
After the bans, especially.
Right. And so, like, what justified the Sven pick if you know that you're against an IO Gyro?
It's historically decent versus IO Gyro. That's why. But
Historically meaning when he had the Scepter build?
No. Overall, like through the ages of Dota, if you have IO Gyro, you know that this combo is going to farm extremely fast. They will join every single fight. And you need to find a hero that farms as fast.
There was a Solar on Visage.
Yeah. You need to find a hero that farms as fast without any amps, without Magnus or whatnot, and that's what Sven does. If you have a Magnus, you can pick something like Jug or whatever, pretty much on the safe lane, but it's a little bit difficult to keep up with them if you don't have that. The problem isn't the IO Gyro that played against him. The problem is the Batrider and the Tusk.
Right.
That's the big issue, and I think this Batrider, in hindsight, was actually a really good pick, not only for the Sven, but also for the Visage, and it made life just a little bit harder for everyone to play on the side of Boom.
Yeah, even this game, Mikoto did not look nearly as deadly on this Void Spirit as he did in Puck in Game 1. And it's not like the lane went that one-sided for either player. Batrider and Void Spirit seemed pretty even, but this Void Spirit wasn't really able to, I guess, play with anyone, because the Visage was a 4. Mars was a little bit more interested in keeping the arena for team fights as opposed to pickoffs.
And that really brings me to this next idea, in which Visage is nice, but he's such one-of-a-kind standalone hero that does stuff on his own. The teamfight aspect isn't truly there. Maybe if you have something different with that Mars, some Phoenix or some Snapfire, it's a different situation because they can't focus everything on that Sven. Visage, what does he do? He gives you a couple of second stuns with the birds, and he nukes constantly. Phoenix would have done way more for the Sven because he would give them an additional target that they needed to focus. Visage was just ignored.
And with those BKB piercing disables, we can give our MVP to Jabs for this game number 2 on Fnatic. Walrus punching away, and a lot of clutch snowballs. You know, there were multiple things that Sven had to worry about. He would initiate, and Jabs would be quick on the trigger to put him into a banish, and then Sven's like, great, now what do I do?
Yeah, it was about time that Jabs showed up. He has always been very, very skilled individually, but the last series, and even in Game 1, we didn't really see any of it. This game finally shining through, and hopefully it's like a beacon of hope for Fnatic as a whole. Because this game, they actually look quite decent. Had good plays around the map, good map movement.
I am the beacon of light.
Blazing across a dark sea of ignorance.
A beacon of knowledge.
No, it is knowledge, you're right.
Beacon of knowledge, yeah.
I know
Close
every
enough,
local
close
line.
enough.
Yeah, this is encouraging for Fnatic, because if they got shut out 4 games straight
That would
after
be
their
rough.
Singapore major performance, with a draft like that as well, then we were going to be done. Lizard, you said this was Fnatic's last chance for you.
Yeah.
If they didn't make it on this draft, then there was no hope left.
I gave them this last chance, and they did take it. They did win. I'm not impressed, though.
Okay.
The game, such as this one, I think the draft that they had is way stronger, and the execution could have been much, much cleaner.
Yeah.
They did take the win, though, so...
Looked almost like they were about to lose, even after the Roche fight. They lost like 5k gold advantage. Sven suddenly gets his hands on the Aegis. was a little bit closer than I expected it to be.
But like we said, we want baby steps from
Baby
Fnatic.
steps.
Them getting this one game is all we need for right now. But if they really want to convince us, they have to take the whole series. We're going to hop over to a quick break, and when we return, we will close out Boom versus Fnatic.
change of range.
Welcome back to the premium viewing experience of the Southeast Asia Upper Division, brought to you by PGL and Secret Lab chairs. Top level comfort for pro level players. Isn't that
Like
right,
me.
Black? Exactly. We have Secret Lab chairs in our apartments right
We
now.
do. And at home I have one as well.
Wow.
I'm working the Titan.
The Titan. I like the
Inbuilt
Titan.
lumbar support.
4D armrest.
40. It's so good.
What I
actually.
like to hear, Black.
Plus 1,000 MMR just from acquiring
That's
the
right.
share. Instantly, your account.
You get one medal.
And as soon as you
Exactly.
sit on it, it's another 1,000. Totaling a total of 2,000.
What's your MMR right now, Black?
10, 150.
Wow. So you'd have been 9,150 without this chair.
8, 150.
8,150, that's right,
yeah.
because you've been sitting in it.
Yeah. And this is my second one that I had.
Oh, jeez.
So I would have been at 715.
Wow.
Actually. Wow, dude.
Might have to ban for boosting, my
I
friend.
would be a scrub. I'd be like, I'm not going to name anyone, but Let's move this conversation.
Sure.
Because otherwise, I'll
if
just
you were
flame someone.
queuing in Southeast Asia, then who would you be playing as? Would you be able to beat Boom, or I guess specifically Makoto, or Moon?
Oh, when I was in SEA, even during the Singapore Major, we had a couple of good old 1v1 sessions for practice.
Keep your skills sharp.
Yep. I love playing 1v1 a lot. Helps as a mid player, especially with mechanics, you know. So I always try to find some good partners. Love playing against Abed the most. I still think he's the best.
Okay.
Learned a lot from him. He learned a lot from me.
Yeah,
Of course.
Took it all to North America.
How to not tilt. You know? I'm a never tilty guy.
You give him the emotional support.
Yeah, he gives me
which the
skill.
young players need.
Exactly. He gives me skill. I give him heart.
It's a good balance.
Yes.
Blizzard does not agree.
I'm sure Black is very giving. That's all I'm gonna say.
You are known for your emotional stability, aren't you, Black?
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. And for my adaptability and reliability. Like, you can rely on me every time.
All adjectives that I associate with you.
Yes.
And he's very humble as well.
Oh,
that's
very
one of his.
humble.
That's
The
one of
humblest.
his
The thing is,
strongest.
If you're really humble, you can never say you're humble, so I never say it. But now that you said it,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm very humble.
But you got trapped. Now that I said it, you should say, nah.
You're
That's the
too
way.
kind.
I
You're
don't do
too
that
kind.
kind of
That's the
thing.
way. That's the way you react.
No, but I don't do that kind of thing because nobody wants me to lie.
Oh, right. You're absolutely right, Black.
Exactly.
And you never lie.
Never.
Never.
Then tell me who's going to be picked here, Black. If you
As a
never
winner?
lie.
Oh, I mean the hero.
Oh, yeah, the hero.
yeah.
For Fnatic.
I didn't follow the bands.
There you
Okay. Well, I can tell you what Boom is gonna pick.
Tell me.
Mars
Okay. I'd be down.
or Timber.
Yeah, it
Or
should
Timber.
be. It should be Mars. Timber is also pretty nice. They won with it, but Mars versus Centaur is the go-to hero.
I like Mars better, but it seems like the answer is Timber saw, at least in game one.
Or you just go with the Mirana plus.
Yeah, all the
Easy.
time.
All the
time.
All right, I lied.
Okay. Wow, Black.
I'm a liar.
I
Suddenly.
can't believe it.
Well, it's Boom's fault. Though.
It is a hero that's been banned
I've
out a
been
couple of
blackmailed.
times.
It has been, but in a 4 capacity. So who's the 4 between these two?
It might be offlane as well.
Yeah,
If
that's what I'm wondering.
If Snapfire goes through, you could have this Snap plus Elder Titan lane.
I think it's Titan 5.
Titan 5 and Mirana 4.
Yeah.
Probably. That seems most likely.
Also, I like the support duo. You got good setup with the Titan for an arrow.
Yeah, I hate playing Mirana into Disruptor, though. Like,
Same.
In the lane, at least.
I mean, everywhere really. Like, maybe
Thunderstrike,
leap away,
yeah.
glimpse back in.
The lane is horrible as well. Thunderstrike, half of your HP is gone, pretty much.
It's very fun to try to trade, and then the thing procs, and your attack is just stuck. You gotta like restart your attack,
Oh, because the attack speed's slow?
by like 100%. It's so silly. Why did they add that?
Because otherwise Thunderstruck was just like a vision nuke. It was like literally just to keep
It
track
still
of people.
dealt a ton of damage. Now it's a ton of damage,
Yeah.
slows you, and
It was always one of the strong, if not, at one point it was the strongest nuke level 1. I'm not sure if
the
it,
strongest.
the strongest. I'm not sure if it's the same anymore because we've seen some crazy changes over the years, but yeah.
Nuke implies 1 instance of damage though. Because maybe Diabolic Edict,
Okay, not the
strongest level
nuke,
1
yeah,
nuke.
not the nuke, but the strongest damage dealing spell.
Okay, yeah.
Let-
Targeted spell.
1
How
second,
about that?
Lizard. Now they have an American here on the panel.
Yeah, what do you want to tell me?
I forgot what I wanted to ask. Oh my god.
As an
Probably
American?
wanted to ask you.
No, I wanted to
plants-
ask like an
plants
English
or
question.
purge?
Oh.
Like about English.
Oh, about Nuke?
No, not about nuke. Oh yeah. When do you say D and when do you say the? Like why do you sometimes just say D?
D is like D1.
When you want to emphasize something?
I think
or-
it's for emphasis, yeah.
Yeah,
So you go like,
exactly.
the absolute
The
best.
strongest nuke, not the strongest nuke.
So you thought I
But
was
either
just...
way it would be fine, right?
Either's are acceptable, yeah.
So you thought I was just like Slavic mispronouncing
no,
the
no.
word?
I do that so many times too.
nuke
The
at
strongest
level 1.
nuke level 1 ever seen in the Soviet Russia.
Comrades, look at nuke. It's glorious.
My comrade. Okay, we have Sand King Mirana duo. I actually thought maybe they would... I think out of the box, something crazy
There is
like
no
a
box
Legion
anymore.
commander. There is
Dude,
no
they can
box.
still go out of the box. Let's do mid Sand King 3 ET.
Three Legion and
And
cleanse.
carry
cleanse.
Mirana.
Carry Mirana, let's go.
Pew, 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 pew.
Emo played Mirana at the major.
Not carry though.
Not carry.
And it didn't really work that well.
Did not work at
In
all.
the
Didn't do
season
anything,
one,
in fact.
it did though. In season one, he had a really good Mirana mid, but yeah, in the major not.
Which then led them to lose one game at the major because they thought it was really good.
they had a couple of games series in which they would pick a hero that would crush that series, and then they would pick it again in a game which isn't really that great for the
Yeah.
hero, and then they would just get stomped. Emo Zeus, if you remember him going 0-9.
It's a very emo hero.
Yeah. Okay, abandoned by Fnatic.
Rabadon, a Morphling.
Morphling Sand King.
I like. Wait, it's a 4 Disruptor then, right?
Yeah, should be. We have seen in SCA 4 disruptors before. You start with an old, get that early Aghanims, but
Yeah, yeah. Maybe if you get the Philly,
yeah.
Yep.
get even more
not
GPM.
really. I'm not a fan of 4 disruptor, but you have some setup. You have the Centaur with the stun. You can.
Do you like
follow
it
up
better
with that
than
ulti.
4, or do you think it's 5?
No, I would
Usually.
love it as 5 because you're playing into Mirana. That lane is good.
Medusa,
Later on in the
wow.
game is good.
All
Boom
right.
did lose to Medusa before. So.
They did. But Medusa into Elder Titan doesn't. It's weird. Like Medusa is very scared of these kind of abilities.
Echo Stomp?
Yeah, she's very immobile, and you get Echo Stomp very easily.
And then you get Sand King
You
stunned.
gotta bat him. You gotta. This is the whole reason they have all these chain disable, but they need something to start it. They need the Sand King to start it.
They're
then
expecting
the Stomp
Sand
can
King
come.
But
mid.
what
Then
happens
the arrow can come.
when you get stomped and he just walks next to you and you lose 30 armor?
Then you stone gaze
The
and
shield
run.
won't help you.
The shield won't help you.
Yeah, you literally die through the shield.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Which shield are we talking about? Mana shield or Photic shield?
We're
all,
talking
the
about
all the shields.
All of them.
There's lots of shields.
Okay.
Get an ogre for fire shield.
Darkseer banned out, which means that Fnatic is expecting Sand King to go mid, which is something that we have seen recently in all regions.
Also known as Mid King.
Mid King, of course, sure. That's something you just made up. I'll go with it. I never heard anyone refer to him as Mid King, but okay.
But he doesn't lose mid lanes.
He does not lose mid lane.
Like
that is true.
ever,
And
really.
unlike Dazzle, he's not a win lane lose game type mid laner.
He's a win lane transition
Maybe
into
win
mid game.
Yeah, mid game.
Lane
I would
game.
I would probably put him on level 3rd Spirit mid, but maybe a little
Okay.
bit better because you can dominate the lane.
And you
Yeah.
actually have.
You don't contribute as much, perhaps, in the mid game.
That depends on how much the enemy stacks up for you.
Depends on how good your itemization is, what you got out of the lane. Earth Spirit, kinda. If you go mid, you just want the levels, maybe
Yeah.
an urn, and that's
Quick
it.
blink.
Yeah.
Always nice with an epi. 1100 AoE damage, minute 10, not bad.
Yeah. And there's just so many ways you can build Sand King right now. It doesn't truly matter. It matters, obviously, but it's on game-to-game basis.
Yeah, he's very, very flexible. Although I'm surprised that I don't see Scepter more often. I
Sun King
feel like
goes?
that it's an undervalued item on
It's very
Sand King.
expensive.
Does it
That's-
still
Yeah.
apply caustic to everyone?
Yes, it does.
Because the max HP explosion is actually pretty significant.
Right, especially against heroes like Centaur and Medusa.
It's just
Yeah.
that it's very, very expensive, and
Just be rich, man.
You already have a blink. Why not go for Arcane Blink instead of
Well,
it?
that's why I'm saying that I'm surprised that people aren't getting Scepter instead of Blink.
Yeah.
If you're mid lane, if you're like offlane Sand King, sure, get the
So
Blink
the
first.
problem with getting Blink instead, getting Aghanims instead of Blink, if you're playing mid lane, is
It's all about the timing, right?
it's the timing.
yeah,
You're
that's
going
true.
to be way, way slower.
Instead of minute 10, 1100 AoE damage, you have like minute 17.
And by
or
that,
15
yeah,
or
by that
14.
time, what's your team doing? Just getting pummeled into
Yeah, what
the
is your
ground.
team doing, huh? What is your team
Tsunami.
doing?
What are they gonna
Crying.
do without
They're
you?
crying, but I'm like, guys, wait.
I got my
I mean, that's what people do with Beastmaster, except, oh wait, Beastmaster can single-handedly win the game when he gets his
I
Scepter.
can't believe that people. I'm nasty.
Go
I
rant,
still
go
I
rant.
still pick Beastmaster, whatever. I pick it mostly because I want free MMR and I don't want to play against it. So I pick it. If it gets banned, super. If it doesn't, even better. People still flame you for going to the triangle and being AFK until minute 12. Like, just let me get my eggs minute 12, dude, and then I'll give you the game. It's over.
You gotta open the voice chat and be like, relax. It always works.
Chill out.
You're gonna
Chill, baby.
You're gonna
I love
really
that wyvern line.
emphasize the A and draw it out a long time.
The worst thing is they're always pinging your roar. So I found the best idea.
Roar
you
creep.
go into the triangle. You first thing you do, you roar an ancient.
But you have to make sure that your teammates hear it. Guys, look.
Exactly. So when they click on you, they see that the roar is on cooldown, and they're like, okay,
he can't contribute
Okay, yeah,
anything.
he can't contribute. Roar is on cooldown.
Oh,
Whoa.
Ricky.
Ricky,
What?
is this Ricky mid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday I had a Ricky
Wait,
mid in
why
my
do you
game.
pick that against the Sank? Now it's like a free mid Sank.
Oh, yeah. If I'm sure Mikoto, I mean, there's no real logic to
Or
mid
they just-
sanking, right?
They might just put Medusa mid.
The OG game wasn't Ricky mid, right? Ricky was on the safe lane that game.
You
Am I
mean
cor-
against
am I
Hello
cor-
Smashers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Am I
Ace
correct?
played Ricky safely.
Yeah, I saw one Ricky mid
And it
yesterday
didn't
as well.
do anything.
It didn't do a lot. The dart is kind of nice.
The dart is the most broken thing you can get, but you just play it in +4 if you want that.
Yeah. I don't know why they're going for mid lane.
Anyway,
here.
if it's really mid Ricky against Sank, it's going to be really troublesome, but I think they're going to put Medusa in middle because they're trying to 5-hit.
Okay.
But if you're Boom Esports, can't you six-head them and just pick something ambiguous and then adjust the lanes the way you
Just
need them?
put Morphling middle?
Yeah,
dude.
they could just put
There you
Morphling
go.
middle, right?
Against Deuce, deny every creep.
Yeah. I mean, Mystic Snake hurts a lot, but even then.
Mystic Snake. Did you have a Medusa encounter?
I got stone gazed. My
You got
mouth got
stone
stone
gazed, yeah,
gazed.
Oh,
that's-
Pangolier. Nice.
Bro, who the hell's going mid?
It's a Sand King.
Sand King mid.
Until something gets picked.
Nah, Sand King mid.
Moon side
Ricky,
lane
Ricky
did pick
picked.
Ricky.
Moon is very famous for a side lane Ricky
Of
Well.
course he is. Where?
in Fnatic.
In Fnatic.
Chuan is also very famous for his centaurs. That is apparently the only thing that Fnatic trust him on this entire series.
It makes sense. It's one of the offlanes that farms very fast.
Sure.
And a lot.
Yeah.
And then you stand there and tank.
Simple responsibilities.
Yeah.
They still haven't picked the mid laner on Boom yet.
Yeah, they're
gotta be Sand King.
discussing it still.
It could be Pango or Sand King so far.
But none of these heroes is a Mikoto hero.
I know, right?
I
That's
think
what's
it's going to be
weird.
Sand King, like 90%.
It's got to be
Yeah,
Sand
it's
Yeah,
Sand King.
FBZ
Okay,
Pango.
FBZ picks up the Pango.
Because the
Mikoto's
Pango, if it's safe lane Dusa, lane's really willing to Dusa actually.
I am going to go Boom again. I think that the drafts are more even, and Fnatic doesn't have like a massively lopsided draft. And I think draft to draft, Fnatic did not impress me enough in game number 2, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
You think it's even? I actually think this Ricky last pick is kind of ruining it for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same here.
I'm going to go for Bombo.
We got 2 Booms.
I went Boom first game, Fnatic second. Let's switch it all back up to Boom because...
You actually went Fnatic first game.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I did.
You did go for Fnatic.
Whatever. I'm switching it this time around. I'm going,
Stop trying to revise history for
I'm
prediction.
going with Boom. I'm going with Boom for sure. Yeah. I like it.
For sure, yeah.
B-Cop Lacoste, is this last pick Ricky? Oh, what are you face palming at, B-Cop?
I went Fnatic. I went Boom, Boom, Fnatic.
Blizzard's prediction.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, what is this guy doing?
Oh man.
I'm taking Medusa, Ricky. Too greedy. Like, they need so much time. Even though Ricky can be a space maker mid lane, I believe it's going to be Sanking played on a mid lane. So he should not have a good time. Like, the lane's going to push in into the tower. Sanking's going to have a free time. On the other hand, Sanking, I don't feel like Sanking's winning the games. It's just like, if this goes game late, I'm talking too much. I'll go with Fnatic. I'll actually go with Fnatic.
You're going with the Ricky.
Yeah, I'm going with the Ricky. It's too greedy, but I don't think Sanking wins the game.
B-Cop?
Well, we've seen this amount of stuns against Moon before. Arrows have been his issue, so I'm going Boom.
He does
can't
love cashing
avoid
them.
the burrow arrow. It's going to be a problem for him.
Well, let's see how game number 3 all plays out. Take it away, B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Game number 3. It's going to be Fnatic Boom looking to break the 1-1 tie. We'll see if they can do it. I do kind of agree with you. We've seen Sand Kings like destroy lane and then do nothing. And I'm worried.
So
about
many
it.
times, you know, if you can get that ball rolling, you get those burrow strike epicenters in. You're also playing like Mirana plus Sanking into Abaddon. Abaddon loves to fight into that, but then on the other side you have like there's so many stuff that counters each other. Natural order, great against Medusa. Then again, they don't have anything against the Ricky. Couple of stuns. They have some disarms, but no silence.
So setting up for the horn. See how this goes. It doesn't look like either team will really skirmish in this game. Or skirmish at the beginning of this game, I should say.
Begins.
And DreamCell's not even there. He's placed down that early ward. Or, well, they've got the ward placed down by Fnatic early in the lane, and DreamCell's just sitting here bottom. Didn't want to be involved, just in case. Plus, he can use this time to be AFK for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, just no, I'm just
go run to grab a drink.
I'm just thinking, you know, about this mid sanking. Like, yeah, he's gonna start with the caustic, push the lane. Ricky doesn't get the single CS, at least the first wave where he's close. So Mikoto's gonna have like a free time. Oh god, I've seen this move before. Like, you try to go for a greedy play, you almost die. So Moon's gonna get harassed quite a lot, like saying completely free lane. On the bottom, also a lot of harassment from Fnatic's side. You know, you have this Morphling plus ET. I want to see how they're gonna play it out. A lot of damage from Thunderstrike and Hoof Stomp. Like Execute, usually he on the Elder Titan plays very aggressive. I don't think he can allow to do that, even though he has like 100 damage. Should be very careful. One Thunderstrike, one Hoof Stomp could be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, he's got to be worried about, especially once these heroes get to level 2. Execute gets a little bit too aggressive. Yes, you do right-click pretty hard, but it won't matter if you can't do anything while you're stunned or kind of corralled with the kinetic field. Doing a lot of damage on a Raven. FBZ, though. Mystic Snake comes in and hits. DJ with the Aphotic Shield. That'll pop, but doesn't get the kill on either Hyde or FBZ just yet, and FBZ will pop that south.
This is a lane where Medusa plus Abaddon should not get a kill. It's just something that should not happen unless you mess up the lane. Because Pango, a level 1 Swashbuckle is a 20-second cooldown. You put yourself in a bad spot, possibly a hit from Abba. He still didn't have a single point in Curse of Avernus. Now he gets it.
Yeah, so he's got that Aphotic Shield, he's got the Curse. We'll see what he can do with this, how aggressive he's going to play. We've seen aggression in all 3 lanes. It hasn't resulted in a kill just yet. But I'm certainly interested to see where First Blood's going to get laid down, as Mikoto is making Moon's life pretty difficult. Although he pushes it under the tower.
Yeah, Ricky has a lot of base region, plus he has region coming from the tower, and has a lot of damage, so he can CS underneath the tower. So it's not that big of a difference, you know.
Yeah.
Sanking's having a free time, but so is Ricky. Like, he might need to bring a bit more in terms of region. He's also not a hero that buys a bottle, so just should invest into healing cells. Oh, nice dodge.
And he's going to go for Mikoto. Forced to use that Sandstorm.
Contract complete.
So Ricky, while he's getting pressured, he's still making it a little bit difficult there for Mikoto. We haven't exactly seen Sand Kings feel effective start to finish. Where's the difference going to be needed to be made?
My biggest concern about this hero is he's always going to be this epicenter burrow strike hero, no matter what happens, no matter how many items you got. It's like these abilities don't scale. Like, you hit your peak timing with the Blink Dagger plus 1 defensive item.
Keski taking a lot of damage. Doesn't get caught by the kinetic field. I like this from Mikoto too. He's pulling the creep wave over and using that Sandstorm as well as the Caustic to just finish off that little neutral camp right by the mid lane. So we'll see as Mikoto just backing away. Water runes controlled, 1 for each side.
Moon buys a Raindrop, buys Band of Elven Skin, a bit more damage, more sustain against the Sanking. Like, Sanking can't kill him once he gets level 6. He has a Blink Strike, he has Tricks of the Trade, so I don't think there's enough damage, especially with also this Infused Raindrop picked up.
Right.
So Sanking has 36 CS, Ricky has 26. Moon's still doing a very good job as Ricky on the mid lane.
We'll have to see if he can really bolster the farm there for Moon, because he is sitting about a full level behind Makoto, of course, with the creep wave pushing in and just Makoto being able to clean it up so quickly. I'm thinking about what I want to see Makoto build early. He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is this going to be just an early blink dagger?
Most likely. I also wouldn't mind seeing... I don't think anyone did it, but... like, Aghanim Scepter is really good on sinking. It's kind of a replacement for a blink dagger, but then you don't have it when you have 2,000 gold. You have it when you have 4,000 gold, which is a big of a difference. So you're a bit missing your timing. If sinking can get close...
Burrow Strike looking for the arrow. It's followed up with the Sandstorm. Moon's dead. So 1 for 1 on the arrow on Moon. That's really big.
A bit risky from Ricky to go there and try to go for a rune. Just should farm underneath the tower. This is a hero that can't make many aggressive plays. Now has the power tread. Needs level 1 CS to be level 6. You should also be able to place a sentry on a mid lane to see sanking.
Makoto goes into the Sandstorm, but they've got Dust. He's got no mana. He's dead.
And there's also a Region Rune on the top. Good kill. I believe that was Ricky who bought that Dust. Yeah, that was Ricky.
So he came prepared, ready to go in on a Makoto who didn't have the mana to do anything but use that Sandstorm.
Like, Thunderstrike gives vision, but they lost it. So, pops the Dust, they get a kill, and now he's back on track. I'm switching to Network because sanking, a lot of these creeps are also coming from the jungle, from the small camp. So yeah, 500 gold difference.
And they place that ward up on the stairs, so Dire have some good vision coming through over towards mid. And they're watching him move over, potentially to get a kill on a DJ who they see under their own vision. And he's just cleaning up inside the jungle.
Ricky's job in this game, I feel like I'm just talking about Ricky quite a lot because not the hero that we see often. Diffusal Blade and Shard, like this is the build this game.
Right.
Plus Orb of Corrosion, like gives you this cheap damage, the slow. Raven on top lane, roll, Swashbuckle available.
He doesn't have any mana, arrow doesn't land.
What a play! He actually uses Stampede to be able to run away from the arrow. That was nicely done.
And they've got the glimpse.
Ooh. 1 leap charge, he's good. No point to chase him. Just let him be.
Oh, the damage? Not enough. So going back to your point about wanting to see Sand King go Ags earlier on, I really agree with that.
Maybe that's the play, you know. Might be wrong here, but we'll have to see. Right now, he's scouting the ancient camp. We'll try to farm it up with the Sandstorm. Uses the healing Salvazel, has a bottle. Gonna take him some time, but at least taking the stacks away from Medusa, that's gonna be big.
And it'll start to get easier with Caustic starting to pop. And yeah, they just clean up this stack, get a lot of gold. Makoto should be pretty happy about this. There's nothing DJ can do as he watches these stacks just disappear.
Like right now, I would want him to get that Aghanim Scepter.
Because
he's super farmed. Yeah, instead of a Blink Dagger, because he's super farmed. Probably going to end up getting the Blink Dagger, but we'll see. Because it gives you stats, you know. Blink Dagger is just an initiation tool.
Hide, caught, Thunder Strike with the Blink Strike. They'll get the kill. Look to turn this around and at least get jabs as a return. They will. Moon's over here, and they placed down a sentry, so they could have vision on Moon, but now he's out of it. The Blink Dagger, that's purchased by Makoto.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And one of the reasons why, you know, I'm not that big a fan of a sanking mid lane is because you, like, want to do stuff right now. You have a Blink Dagger, you also don't have a single point in Epicenter, so, like, you're just going to show your Blink Dagger, or...
Dire's middle tower
It's actually going to get delivered into the ward anyway, so they know he has it.
So yeah, they know something is happening. Possibly rotation to the bottom lane to secure the tower, which is already super low.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Trying to grab it. There's the glyph.
Structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, they're trying to take a top tower of their own.
Radiant's
They've
bottom
moved
tower
Dreamcell
is under
over
attack.
towards
Radiant's
mid, and
bottom
Moon's actually wrapping around on this.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if they can get anything going to try and get this kill onto Ricky. They want to rotate towards mid to help out Dreamcell, but they don't know he's there at the moment.
So far, so good from Fnatic. They didn't lose the laning stage. They're keeping the game even. They have much, much better late game. Ricky plus Medusa just feels super strong. No one to burn the mana on Medusa. No percentage-based damage. Good thing is they're going to have natural order, and they're going to have a disarm against Medusa. So these are two big things that Medusa needs to care about.
Arrow comes in, and that will land Jab's dead as they rotate with that smoke. I guess my question becomes, do you want the Ags, and is that just to turn into the Sand King, get those burrow strikes out, and have that extra control? Abaddon as well as the Centaur moving in. Swashbuckler comes through. They've got Tricks of the Trade right on top of the burrow strike hits, and that is on to Moon. Oh dear. They'll kill off this Ricky. They'll look towards the back. DJ does have level 6. However, he will fall. He doesn't have the borrowed time, and they'll go after this Centaur. This is going to be 3 here for the side of Boom with the Earth Splitter getting the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Definitely did not expect Fnatic to try to take this fight. Their team fight is much, much weaker. They don't have one hero, which is Medusa, who's not going to contribute anything, especially with no points in the Stone Gaze. Also Sanking, he's just about to put 1 point in the epicenter, so you can have that more damage, a bit more slow in a team fight. What if he takes plus 20 epicenter damage per pulse, but no ulti? That'd be dope. That'd be hype. Just become a meme.
You'd become the living legend that is the meme.
Dire are scanning.
There's an old school meme, back when Aghanim Scepter just increased your ulti. Buys Aghanim Scepter, doesn't skill ulti.
I think one of the first weeks Hoodwink was out, I had a guy buy Ags and Shard on him. So he did nothing with that Ags and Shard purchase on Hoodwink. Static Storm. They've also got the Smoke Cloud. This is really difficult
good dodge.
for FBZ. However, he's still going to die even with the Swashbuckle. So still sitting with the 1K lead for Boom. Blink Burrow Strike. Jabs just can't get away from this Sand King.
Yeah, this is where Sanking shines. He's being very active, now has boots travel, so he can contribute globally to what's happening. It's just what Fnatic needs to do is try to slow down the game, potentially get a pick off, be there when they're making initiation with Abba. His positioning needs to be good. He needs to have a good read where they're gonna go to be able to counterplay with the Aphotic Shield.
Stampede, Moon, now Blink Strike away, looking for the Rolling Thunder. Burrow Strike on both! Well done by Makoto. They'll dust off Moon, they'll catch him again. Ravens come over.
Yeah, DJ is just being at the wrong side of the map, not there to use the shield.
Glimpse back, but they've got the leap. And they don't have a Static Storm, but the Burrow Strike comes through, and they'll get the kill on the DJ. They get these pickoffs, and while this is happening, Raven's just there, not contributing anything. He's just standing there.
Not much you can do as Medusa. You can pop the ulti, try to use the Mystic Snake. Your damage output is really not high.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Didn't talk too much about the Morphling. Going into Manta style, which is kind of a standard stuff. Get rid of the Thunder Strike, gives you the tankiness. Morbid Mass to be able to sustain yourself in the jungle.
Scanning.
Interesting. I'm looking at Raven's build right now. Sun, Yasha, Ags, Epicenter, Burrow Strike with the arrow all coming through. Earth Splitter to make sure. Not even needed. Hot gets the kill on a Raven, and they're going to look for more. They want to get these kills. They want to beat up these heroes on Fnatic, really jump down their throats, and they're going to look over at DJ, where Rolling Thunder bounces him up. Bounces up Juan. The Burrow Strike with borrowed time pop. Double damage on Moon. He might be able to take something with this room. The Sentry plays down. The Static Storm is there. Makoto in trouble, but they've got the sweep on a bunch of these heroes. Makoto tries to run, but unfortunately he can't get far enough away, and Moon looking for more. Again, he's got that double damage. You need to be careful if you're Boom, and probably just leave at this point, which they will.
I'd say DJ doesn't feel comfortable on this Abba. he's just constantly being on the wrong side of the map. He is not having a good read where Mirana and Sanking are playing. Like one good shield and a lot of that pressure is just mitigated. You're giving your cores space to farm. Centaur is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. Like Ricky, he's the space maker in this game, so even if he dies, you know, because he needs to put himself in a bit of a bad spot to be able to give Medusa farm, so I don't mind that, getting closer to that Diffusal Blade. Once you get that, your damage output is just going to be insane. And the lockdown, keep them inside that cloud. There is no real counterplay other than like ET with the possibly Spirit Sleep.
I'll see if that Diffusal ends up being enough. I'm not really sure I entirely like Blink then Boots of Travel from Makoto. Just the more and more I think about this Sand King Ags, the more and more I like it. But now he's going into the Yules, so he'll have a little bit of control there.
Moon scouting things out.
Sentry, Burrow Strike, Moon. He scouted for too long. He'll eat another arrow. He's becoming a pincushion.
You mentioned Medusa with the Aghanim Scepter. It got buffed. Let me just check the numbers. I believe it's now 1.5 plus 0.2 per bounce.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That could be really devastating. Static Storm down again. Makoto and he in some trouble. Mystic Snake comes out, but they've got the Rolling Thunder. They're moving with John to get the kill onto the Sand King with the Blink Dagger.
This is my problem. One of the problems with the mid Sand King is you have a lot of net worth, so you feed a lot of gold, you feed a lot of XP to the enemies whenever you die, and without having a defensive item, you're putting yourself in a bad spot. So yeah, it's 0.5, no, 1.5 plus 0.2 per bounce, Mystic Snake Axe. Before it was 1 plus 0.3, which is a big upgrade. You know, that first one is half duration longer.
Right. Also, just the stone duration increase.
Radiant's middle tower
I worry
is under
about
attack.
the fact that they're really not doing enough to slow down this Medusa. Both Medusa and Morphling going for Ags, but Medusa's going to have it first.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are
Still
scanning.
just a sliver of a lead here for Boom. Is there a point right now where maybe they can take Roshan Boom to extend this lead?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Their heroes are okay-ish, nothing too special. You know, Morphling has the sustain with the Morbid Mask, deals ton of damage, minus armor. Plus, disarm from the Lucky Shot is good, but other heroes don't really deal damage to Roshan.
Also really like this build from Jabs. We don't normally see this from Disruptors.
It's a position for Disruptor.
Yeah.
He found the fillet. This is the dream game, you know. We'll get a bit of farm priority compared to coming from position 5. Eventually, he will have that Aghanim Scepter.
That could be huge to turn around these fights. Drusel, 1,600 gold away from that Ags, and they do go into Roche. They've got the arrow, they have a medallion, they almost have the Solar Crest finished. Is this going to be quick enough? DJ roaming over, and he's going to spot this.
Raven, he just has enough gold to buy the full Aghanim Scepter. It's done.
Blink through Stomp Wheels into the air. They've got the Static Storm down onto 2. They get the kill on the Kescute. They'll look over. DJ taking a bit of damage, but it's going to be enough to really turn this around. Moon focuses his attention over onto the Mirana as the smoke screen down, but it's not enough to get the kill. Hyde now pops the Moonlight Shadow. They get the borrowed time popped on DJ, so he'll start to run. Raven has Stone Gaze and the Ags. You need to be careful about how much you're putting in to commit for this. On top of which, you've now left Roche at half health.
It's like they don't expect that Roshan is going to go down so slowly. Their heroes are not that great at taking the Roshan. And Medusa managed to farm the Aghanim Scepter, has an Imp Claw, so she deals damage. You know, you can feel the right clicks, but the most damage is going to come from this Ricky, who's going onto the supports. There's one defensive item on Mirana, so she can buy some time to spell that slow coming out from the Diffusal Blade.
They're going to TP top.
It's just Boom is in a state where they need to keep fighting, because late game, it just belongs to Fnatic. Their heroes are too good.
They're trying to make a move on a Moon, who they've killed 4 times. But again, it doesn't feel like it's even enough. Raven's actually near mid. If they can get an eye on him, they might jump. But there's a lot of heroes here for Fnatic that would make that difficult. And they're going to push in the mid-tier 1, or at least try to.
As said earlier, I was the former CEO of Undying Hate Club. Now I might be opening up a new one, different names, Sanking mid. Like, he invests 4,000 gold into Boots of Travel and a Blink Dagger, and this doesn't give you any tankiness, it's just a mobility, pretty much. Now has a Yule Scepter at least, so he can get rid of the dusts, possibly buy some time after he initiates. But this 2-core scaling lineup from Fnatic, it's gonna be very hard for them to fight into that. They have multiple ways of resetting. They have Stampede, they have a Photic Shield, they have Medusa ulti. So if they don't like the fight, they just say, you know, press one of these abilities and say, we're out.
Yeah, there's a lot lacking from the mid Sand King, and we've seen this story. We've seen it time and time again, and it doesn't feel like the Sand King build is adapting.
Nah, it's just pretty much the same build. Sometimes you see a BKB instead of that Yule Scepter, but there is no way to itemize this hero to be able to like deal damage. Maybe E-Blade at one point to amplify the damage from your Sandstorm, Burrow Strike, and Epi.
Broken on both teams. Blink Hoof Stop, that's going to land under the Morphling, as well as this Pangolier. The road
Centaur Stanky
will get the Earth Splitter off. That'll land, but the stun on the Druidicel still exists. He's got that Ags, and he's morphed into the Centaur. I don't know if that's who you really want to be morphing into. Epicenter, Burrow Strike onto the backlines, onto the Centaur as well as the Disruptor. Can they get the kill? This is a nice static storm and kinetic field on the hide before he dies, but it's just not enough damage. They'll look to pick up the haste, but the stun. DJ, he gets the haste. So Druidicel trying to fight, but you can see the Mystic Snake that turns him into stone, being a big problem. They'll start to retreat. The waveform back. Kez Cute, he's nearby. Maybe looking to land a sleep. It's back and forth, but not really much of an outcome for either team.
This is the strength of the team that I talked about, like being able to reset. Ricky was not in that fight, I believe, and now Medusa, you know, she's just farming another item. Has Scotty queued up into Butterfly. These are also heroes that don't build any kind of evasion dealing items. Like Morphling does not want to get MKB, so it could be a bit problematic as well.
Makoto going into a BKB, and you feel the difference. Makoto, he gives you a Burrow Strike, a little bit of control, maybe some damage off the epicenter. But then, I guess the difference, even with 4 deaths, even with the mid lane not going well, Moon picks up the Diffusal Blade, he's going into the BKB, then the Shard. Like, it just seems like he outputs way more than what the Sand King's giving, and you've gone
at this point, Sand King is still very strong. You know, multiple Burrow Strikes, being annoying, epicenter damage is pretty high.
Burrow Strike, Stampede, that gets used, Arrow misses.
This is the second time Juan is using Stampede just to run away from the arrow.
They're immediately coming in. They've used the Rolling Thunder. That'll hit the Medusa, and I guess give him the information to start to think about backing off. I say that, but he morphs into the Sand King. Not sure.
That's much better. Last time he morphed into Centaur. Not much value out of that one. So you have this long initiation Burrow Strike followed up by another Burrow Strike potentially. DJ. Just position 5 Abba going into Solar.
Doesn't get the double damage.
Solar Crest going to be a big one. Use it on Medusa. Great way of amplifying the damage. Jabs. Has Aghanim Scepter done? Fele, man. Sometimes this item just feels so good. If you find it in certain games, let's say Grimstroke, they have this agility carry. You farm the Aghanim Scepter. You're like, what up? What are you going to do about it? Could potentially be the same thing here. You know, They have ways of setting things up. Centaur, Blink Dagger, into Static Storm, muting the items. It's definitely one of the best, like top 3 Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game.
Yeah, getting that quick Ags. I'm not even sure if Morphling is going to be able to pop the BKB if he does go for it. He's going to turn his attention towards getting a Scotty. They've got the Solar Crest finish on Kescute. They found themselves Kescute. Peeks out a little bit too far. So Moonlight Shadow gets activated, but that's not
Dire's bottom tower
with the
is under attack.
intention of fighting. That's more with the intention of trying to save their Elder Titan. So that'll be down.
Now
With Fnatic
Scotty's
going to
done.
rush.
Like the Stone Gaze has Mystic Snake with the Aghanims upgrade, turning them into stone. Plus the Scotty slow. It's just gonna be too much, I believe. We'll see. Like these two Sankings, they could make the difference, but there are ways of fighting into that.
Can they kill Medusa first?
They don't have enough burst damage, no. There's no like E-Blade, ET Aura is maxed out with the Solar Crest. They also need a prolonged team fight, you know. Try to play around Medusa, reset, wait until there's no Stone Gaze, there's no Static Storm, possibly buy back on 1 or 2 heroes, secure the Roche. Because I don't think they can just go in and bring Medusa down from 100 to 0. They need to be able to reset.
Courier?
Dire's
Ooh.
courier has
But he
been
already got the
killed.
BKB off of it. Had he not gotten
Radiant
that
structures.
BKB.
BKB on Ricky, so it's going to be much easier for him to deal the damage. Can also focus different heroes. Also holding on to Dust to be able to deal with the Sanking. Sanking has a way of dispelling things with the Yule Scepter.
Radiant
Man, Fnatic are
scanning.
all the way on the opposite side of the map. They have wrapped all the way around.
Radiant's can't connect it, so they know where they are. Right now, they're also holding the high ground. Both teams actually on the high ground just want to have a advantage of the vision.
Morph went BKB, so he had Scotty and BKB queued, but he goes to the BKB instead. It's not going to get delivered immediately to him. He's actually trying to send it all the way up and around. That courier needs to be careful.
And it goes back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
In Roche.
Dire are scanning.
Dire scan, thinking that they're in Roche.
Radiant's
Tricks of the
top
trade,
tower
host
is
stop,
under
dust, all coming through. On Makoto, Roche trying to get involved, but they've got the Rolling Thunder. There's also Static Storm coming in. So now they look over. Burrow strike, that's not really going to land with Waveform forward, focusing their attention on the jabs for a second. They've got Raven hit up thanks to the Rolling Thunder. They bought back on the Centaur who Roche killed. Smoke screen down. Dreamacell in trouble. He needs to be careful. He's silenced for a while. Pops the BKB, the Stone Gaze, and Dreamacell. He's dead.
He
just
didn't even
gone.
morph. Like, he had the time to morph. He's just sitting there.
Makoto running from Moon. Brings him under a Sentry Ward. While that's going on, Hyde getting chased. He'll leap, try to get some distance, gets into the trees, and TPs away.
Buyback from a Centaur, so he needs to be a bit more careful what's happening. But
Radiant's
yeah,
top tower is
I'm
under
wondering if they want to give this Aegis to Medusa, because Medusa doesn't die. Like, it's one way to siege the base with Medusa. But we'll have to see. Maybe Ricky picks it up instead? Because Medusa doesn't feel killable at the moment. She's just too tanky. 2.3k mana pool, 2.7 with Abba using the Solar Crest on her.
Sweep. Just extending how long this is going to take to get Roche, but eventually they'll grab it. Not enough time to get Morph back into the fight.
Sean has fallen to the Dire.
Even morphing into, say, the Medusa. I mean, that enough?
I don't think it is.
Because you've got the axe. You have the Mystic Snake bouncing, turning him into stone, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm also very surprised by the fact that he didn't morph in the previous fight at all. Maybe he thought he was morphing, but didn't.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Thunder fainted for a second. Sentry down. I believe that caught a glimpse of the moon.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Gonna
attack.
try and make a move here onto the Centaur for a second. Burrow Strike on cooldown for the Morphin. They've got Rolling Thunder, the Pummeling like Shadow.
That's a big
They've got
kill.
The smoke screen down. They'll get the kill on the Gems. They'll look over at the center.
And
get
another
buyback in the
one.
last fight, so they've got themselves two. Dreamacell getting a double kill. They'll look over at DJ for a second. FBZ turns to stone. They've got themselves a sentry down, so even the Moonlight Shadow is not going to be enough to put them under the guise of the Shadows. They look over at DJ, whose borrowed time will be popped. Moon comes back in. The sentry plays down, so they have the vision on Moon once again. Who pops the BKB. DJ dies. Dreamacell with the triple kill. And now Moon trying to TP away with the BKB. He will.
They left
He leaves
Medusa.
Raven. He gets hit by the whip, slowing him down.
One-man
Stone
army.
Game's used, going for the regen. They'll buy back on the Abaddon to try and keep him alive. He's got the Aegis. It's not just about keeping him alive once. It's about getting him out with both lives too. Raven can't go up the steps, as that's going to be the swoop that hits him. They're getting rid of the mana, but the Mystic Snake once again. Burrow Strike comes in from Makoto. They've got the arrow. This really just takes forever, and this is only one life. They'll look at DJ, who
They
did
know
buy
Abba
back.
doesn't have
He doesn't
ulti.
have borrowed time for 10 seconds. KezQ turned to stone and glimpsed back via Jabs, who's back alive again. They'll get the kill into KezQ.
Only buyback from DJ. Like, they were waiting. Also, Jabs had a buyback, but did not want to use it straight away after getting caught. He might also think about getting a different item. Yeah, Blink Dagger is nice, but this long-range initiation from the Morphling when he is sanking could completely ruin you. So maybe potentially like Eon Disc could be a better choice, because they don't have a Glimmer Cape. Abba went for Solar Crest, which is completely fine. You want to be able to buff up your Medusa. Now full Butterfly down on her. She also finds Enchanted Quiver. She'll gladly take it.
To go a long time to kill the Medusa. TP stopped, thinking about moving in on this, but Fnatic are here.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They go BKB on the Sand King. We'll see if that's enough for Makoto. They'll go to Moonlight Shadow. Swashbuckle doesn't land on Raven. They're coming around the back.
Are scanning.
Dust early. I can't believe that hit anybody on Radiant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They have to try to go to the backlines once again, but you look at the positioning from the Fnatic heroes. Look how far back Jabs is. To get to him, you have to go through everybody on the side of Fnatic to even have an opportunity to kill this Disruptor.
Dire's top tower
He's very
is
careful
under
about
attack.
his positioning on Disruptor, staying further away from everything. Now has a Psychic Headband to work with. Like, you just keep both of these items. Like, in a fight, you use a Psychic Headband, swap that Philly Stone, but right now just keeping it to be able to farm the Blink Dagger, and it's up.
He's going Shard next. And this next row, Shard for a lot of heroes is going to be pretty
Thunderstrike
disgusting.
Shard is good because it gives allies 50% move speed and 75 attack speed. Imagine that on Medusa plus the Solar Crest. It's just a ton of damage.
Disruptor, you could buy the Shard if he holds on to the Philly, but he's giving it up for the Psychic Headband. Maybe you give the Shard over to the Medusa to get cold-blooded.
Riki also has a Shard. That's such a sick setup.
The Shard, the Sleeping Dart into the Static Storm.
Yeah, that's gotta be something you need to be careful. I don't know how you itemize against that other than
Dire's
getting a
bottom
Lincoln
tower
Sphere.
is under attack.
It's a pretty low cooldown.
It's 12-second cooldown.
Dire's structures
That Shard
are
is
fortified.
one of my favorite shards in the game for sure.
Radiant's top
Because you can
tower
do
is
so
under
many things with
attack.
it. As we could see.
well, now that the target
And they
is
don't,
no longer vulnerable.
and they don't
Radiant's top
have
tower has
like
fallen.
any counterplay. There is not a single save. So if he gets, you know,
Dire's
one
bottom
sleeping
tower
dart
is under Dire's
into
bottom
Static Storm on
tower has
Morphling, he's just gone. And he changes his item build straight away.
Under
Grimasil is
attack.
like, yeah, I wanted to go for a Scotty, but I need to be able to take care of myself, not die to this combo. Switches back immediately to Lincoln Sphere.
Dire's bottom
Two
tower
heroes
is
turn
under
to stone as they
attack.
take the tier 3. Medusa very, very, very insert 10 more very farmed and has gone Shard, so has cold-blooded.
He also decided to go for the Mystic Snake talent, minus 3-second cooldown, which brings it down to 7. So I kind of like that. You know, Stone Gate duration is good, extra 2 seconds, but
Burrow
with
strike.
the axe. Burrow
On the
mid.
DJ, they've got the host on that lands on a Makoto who's under the static storm. They've got the 4-step to try and keep him alive. The land, the Suka, go to the Earth Splitter at the end. He's being popped. They'll get the Makoto. Jabs, they'll end up losing Makoto. Makoto has buyback, so does Jabs. Stampede gets used. FPC is gone. They've used the Stampede. So they buy back on Makoto, but I'm not certain that's going to lead to much.
I'm not sure if they can take this fight.
Okay. He's dead. He walked up, turned to stone, got hoof stomp, and then was dead immediately.
And Sanking game is down the drain. No buyback for a minute and 30 seconds. Crystal is down on Medusa, getting closer to level 25.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
So Raven will just take this set of racks. Arrow.
Arrow. They have a Photic shield.
Can they kill Raven?
Radiant's top barracks.
They've just let this Medusa go on too long,
Radiant's
untouched.
top barracks has fallen.
They'll go through mid now as they've taken top. They don't have Sand King for 53, so
He can't even morph into Sanking anymore, so that's
Radiant's
another
middle tower
problem.
is under attack.
This is going to be at least 2 set of barracks, 40 seconds, a long time. Disarm, just purge it off, dispel it, catching the arrow, nicely done by Raven, keeping the catapults alive. Solar Crest, done.
and just take the racks.
And they also give her attack speed plus a move speed with that Thunder Strike shard.
Radiant's middle
Time to get out. Roche may respawn in 30 seconds. Time to go back in.
Kescu, 4-stab back, and trying to get the host stop, but Moon just jumps in with a blink strike. They'll get the kill with BKB being popped. There's no way to
Eon
kill
Disc.
Moon at the moment. The Aeon Disc gets popped again on the Centaur.
Chuan got controlled so many times with the burrow strikes, the arrows, rolling thunder inside the pit, so he decides to get Eon Disc, which is not an item we usually see on a Centaur, but I think it's a good pickup here. So 2 set of barracks gone. Sanking finally out. Let's see the Roche. 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
On the hide. And they'll have the kill once again. The damage is just too much for them. They're going to go in with the Stone Gaze, Rolling Thunder, going the opposite
FP
direction.
on the ground.
Static Storm, it's
Oh,
down,
that
but it's not
really
gonna be enough.
showed.
And, well, Dreamacell, he's gone, has buyback.
Wow, he really showed those trees what the epicenter looks like. They just don't have enough damage.
Yeah, and that is really where you're lacking on Sand King at times, it feels like, where he's not really producing much, especially
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
when a lot of what he's itemizing around is mobility. So they're trying to defend the last set. Last tier 3.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The last tier 3 is gone. Buyback used by Dreamacell. Blink, Burrow, Strike, Smoke Screen down into the hoof stop Makoto. You've welcomed yourself and you've exited yourself. They'll get the kill onto Makoto. They look over as Kescu, he'll fall too. And Dreamacell, all he can do is run. He's throwing an adaptive strike. He's running. He's trying to get out of here, but they've got him turned to stone once again. He'll pop the Manta. He'll die once more. GG is called. Fnatic reverse sweep it, and they will take the series 2-1 over Boom.
Nice done. I'm a big fan of this Aghanims on Medusa, where it's a good setup. You know, it's a 1.5 second stone. You can't do anything. Set up for another stun.
Yeah.
Just a good itemization coming on from them. You know, Ricky on the mid lane. It's a Sanking favorite matchup. He pushes the lane into your tower. You're still gonna get the farm. At the end of the day, you're a Sank. I think this hero on the mid lane is a huge bait. Like I feel like teams are falling into a trap where like it feels good. Same goes for Luna. This is the same feeling I got for these two heroes, where just on paper sounds good. You know, I'm just gonna dumpster my lane, but what happens next? This 2-core lineup from Fnatic, just too much damage. You know, they get this Diffusal Blade, BKB, Medusa unkillable. You could see how much time they needed to kill her with that Aegis.
Yeah, I think the Sand King, like you said, it's a bait, and nobody's changing the build on it. Like, you're not trying to innovate it at all. You've got 2k lead, and you're using it to buy Blink and Boots of Travel.
Yeah, it was like 8-minute Blink dagger with no ulti.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you got to do with the Sand King to make it work, but to break it down a little bit further for you and Fnatic's victory, throw it over to the panel.
Sand King's not the problem. Fnatic have all the answers that are necessary as they have picked up their first series victory. It's only their second series in the DPC Season 2, but it inspires confidence after a weak Singapore major performance and a questionable game, 2 games versus Execration, and a questionable game 1 versus Boom. Fnatic have managed to turn things around. Baby steps, we said. Game 2, it was a high execution draft. Made a few mistakes here and there. Here, it looked pretty much flawless.
They needed the win, and it came off of a wonky draft, something different. We've seen position 4 Disruptor rushing the Antagonims, and then you get the dart on the Riki, which forces Morphling into buying a Linken's after all of the defensive items that he already bought, which pretty much makes their team have 0 damage. He never morphs into ET, so he never gets that going for himself. It was usually the Centaur or the Sand King, so overall, yeah, I expected more from Boom, especially in this game. I thought that Sand King, I still feel like you can play Sand King mid and you can win with it, but the problem arises when you go Travels and Blink Dagger with all that gold, and then you die from a dust. You get dusted and you die in Sandstorm. You can't. This hero needs time to deal the damage. He needs to be the one that jukes you a little bit around the Sandstorm, around the trees, and then stuns you again with that ulti. That's how you play. That's where the power lies. But if you don't have the ability to do that, if you die after the one impale, it all falls apart.
Yeah, the initial draft looked very good from Boom. I actually thought they had all the tools they needed to win this game, but like a lot of very questionable, at least for me, decisions, especially from the Morphling. Not only the itemization, but we saw him pretty much turn exclusively into the Sand King, even though he's like an Elder Titan on his team. And even after he picked up that Aghanim's, he still turned into a Centaur as well.
Yeah.
So, very questionable game from Dreamocell.
A couple of times he didn't morph.
Yeah, that's right. That one
that's
death
another
where he
one.
just didn't press the morph button through BKB even.
He's still 10-3-1. Like on his team, he's the one that looks good. But why is he 10-3-1? It's because all of his items are defensive, and you're going to rack up those skills on supports. The problem is, what happens when you start hitting the Medusa? Nothing happens.
Yep, Medusa hits you and you run away. But good job, Fnatic, finally getting one on the board. Much needed.
For sure. And I think that this will be kind of an obvious MVP. It'll be Raven on the Dusa. Interesting item build initially, went for the Sage and Yasha. And then the Aghanim Scepter, his job was just to not die. They were going to win late game no matter what. They had a greedy draft. It was a Riki mid. Their Disruptor got the famed Philosopher's Stone, which is all you really need on him on a 4 position. And Raven just needed to not die.
Yeah, I think he had one death that game
Yeah.
with a triangle, where they had a pretty good ward on Boom. But yeah, after that, he farmed up a Storm. He was always in good positions. And I think it took him like 20 seconds to kill them. With that ET aura even.
And he had ages there too. So,
Yeah.
like even if you kill him, they wiped his whole team, and he was left remaining, and they couldn't finish him off before the team respawned. So, like, you can't itemize the way you're itemizing. I was thinking, okay, Aghanims makes sense if you're turning into Elder Titan, then you're getting the damage from the Spirit plus the stun. It's pretty decent. But if you go for this very defensive build and then you're morphing into a Sand King who's also dealing no damage because he dies after first Burrow Strike, you're in a problem.
And we can talk to one of the Fnatic players who have now picked up their first victory. DJ of Fnatic we have on the line. DJ, how are you doing, my friend?
Hello, I'm good.
Congratulations on this series victory, especially after a shaky start with Execration. But I gotta ask, what happened at Singapore, my man? What was going on? Was the team mentality not in the right place? Because you guys didn't really match expectations.
You mean the Singapore?
Yeah,
major,
the Singapore
right?
measure.
I mean, I guess we just played bad, like really bad.
Just that simple?
Yeah.
It was
That's it.
nothing about, like, did you
Yeah.
guys scrim before, or were you guys taking a break after the
We
season?
did scrim and we actually lost a lot.
Okay.
How does it feel now with the new player in your roster? Are you guys satisfied with the change? Are you still screaming, still improving here and there with his own playstyle?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of room for improvement, and yeah, we're just trying our best to be better.
Does make sense.
It does make sense. I'm just gonna ask the easy question. Why is Beastmaster not getting nerfed, DJ?
I don't know.
Why? It has been like this for
maybe
2 weeks.
maybe they don't think it's strong.
Not strong enough, yeah. Maybe make it Pierce BKB next patch.
I thought your go-to question was who to pick for free MMR.
Free
Although
MMR.
I guess DJ doesn't really
Beastmaster.
play your role.
But it's Beastmaster anyway.
Sure.
But also another question regarding Chaiyuan. Like, what made you guys pick a mid laner for the off lane? Was it his decision, or did you guys approach him, ask him? Like, how did that go?
I think our coach has been scouting him for a long time. I'm not sure why, but he thinks he can be a good offlane.
Okay.
And also, there's not a lot of time left before we can submit our roster to Valve. So we're really in a hurry.
All right.
And we kind of have to move fast. Same for Masaros. We kind of have to announce him like really early, so he can find a team.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
So you picked up your victory versus Boom, lost Execration. Which teams are you looking forward to playing out of the ones that are remaining in this league? Like, which teams left in the league are you looking forward to playing most?
I mean, it's always TNC and who's in this tournament actually? T1, TNC, and
Neon,
T1, I guess.
Omega.
Oh yeah, Neon.
Neon, of course.
Neon as well. I think TNC and Neon are the top favorites right now. So I guess we're looking forward to playing.
In the
against them.
scrims before Singapore, were you playing Neon as well? Because they exceeded expectations for us. Neon looked way better at Singapore than I think anyone was expecting. But is that how they felt in the scrims against you guys? Or do you not scrim them?
Not really that
okay.
much. But I know, I mean, we know they're strong enough. And we know once they reach past the C, like once they qualify tournaments, they're going to do better. Like, compared to when they're playing in C.
Yeah, this was a team that definitely looked like they could use the experience, and they used it well.
Yeah.
And hopefully the entire region as a whole will look a bit stronger. Congratulations on your victory versus Boom, and hopefully we get a chance to speak to your teammates again in the future.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Congrats, good luck.
Thanks.
Pick up their first victory versus Boom, much needed for team confidence, I
Didn't
think.
sound too happy about it though.
Yeah, I think he definitely felt that there is room for improvement.
It doesn't really strike confidence as well when they talk about Chuyan and how he was picked up and why. Like, his words, he had to move fast. The coach scouted him out. Why he scouted him out, I don't know, but he did. Doesn't strike confidence, but definitely if he was scouting him and if he saw something that's valuable in Chuyan, even though he's a mid laner coming to the offlane, then we have to get behind it as well and hope for the best.
Because Sunby is the coach for Fnatic, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, he has a pretty good eye for talent, I would imagine. Keeps his eye on various different scenes, but that is it for this series, Boom versus Fnatic. We are going to hop to a quick break, and when we come back, our second BO3 of the day. Welcome back to the second series of the day, Execration versus Smart Omega. I am joined now by Lacoste and Lizard. We have kicked Black off, sent him to go work into the trenches with B-Cup. And yeah, Smart Omega. I saw their score at the beginning, and I was like, ooh, 2-1. Things are looking good for Smart Omega. But their wins are against T1 and Lil Gun, so
versus
tough to
T1,
say.
and that's like nothing.
Yeah.
Just winning versus T1.
It's a very, wild region, Southeast Asia, so you don't know what to get from certain wins or losses. Omega, they beat T1. Then you can, see Execration, they beat Fnatic as well. Even the Fnatic doesn't look like they're as strong as people expect them to be. But so you can't just say, one team, they won this series against a certain team, they're good or bad, because a lot of the teams here can pretty much take not just the game, but the whole series. This is pretty much the underdog region where anything can happen.
Yeah, we were looking at potential contenders for upper bracket maybe, with the Execration beating Fnatic. Who knows? Maybe that they could make it to the majors. Smart Omega, who knows?
Yeah.
At this point, TNC is probably a lock, but even that is a little shaky at times.
It's all shaky. You really can't say for sure. Last season we had Neon starting the same way. TNC have started this season in a fashion in which they're just not dropping any games. However, Execration, they were almost relegated in Season 1, and they are having a pretty good start here. Omega as well, they've started from Division 2, so in the Season 1, so they've been promoted, and they're looking pretty solid as well. I really don't have a personal favorite in this series. I really like what Omega is bringing to their drafts, the way they're playing, the way they're drafting. Visage Force, snipers on safe lane. They have a different approach to the game, a meta of their own. They're not afraid to experiment, which is something that I value a lot. But Execration, they have some newfound stability in Season 2.
And they look much more stable in Season 2 with the way they're moving around the map, being also a bit more active. Their drafts make a lot more sense as well. They're not experimenting as much as Lizard said, as Omega, but they're keeping things interesting.
Yeah, and Smart Omega, they're a lower division promotion, so expectations are, middle of the road for them. Other regions, like we were looking at China, RNG was a lower division promotion, and we've been very, very impressed with them. But for Smart Omega, it's pretty much just whatever you can get, that'll be impressive. Same thing with Lil Gun.
Yep, whatever you can get, it will be impressive, but this is also a team that I don't think will be satisfied with whatever they can get. I think you want to stay in the league at least, maybe go to the wildcard or tiebreakers for the wildcard that we've seen also plenty across all regions. I have high hopes. We'll see if they... we still obviously have not seen way too much from them, but...
from what we've seen from them, if you compare them to teams that played at the major from different regions, there's a clear difference what they can do, but you never know. Maybe they just need to be paired up with the better teams to be able to improve, and now they have a chance being in the upper division.
That's why this is a critical series for both teams. This is one of those series that will look back at the end of the season and be like, why is Smart Omega in the tiebreaker and Execration isn't? It's because these one differences can make or break your berth into the major.
Every single series matters. And in the first season, if you recall, we had 3 teams waiting for a match to end to know if they're even going to be in a tiebreaker or not. If they will be in a tiebreaker for the wild card or not. So it's extremely important that they take this as seriously as possible. Execration, they open up with a ban of Beastmaster and Puck, but they leave the IO in, which is something that Smart Omega plays quite often. But they instead snatch Nyx Assassin for themselves.
Nyx just feels super strong right now. One of my favorite position 4s and 5s at the moment brings so much. Him being 4, you don't get much farm. You need to manipulate the creep wave. Maybe when he's paired up with the Darkseer, we're seeing what he can do. Not just with the wombo combo, back into stun, but also in the laning stage, a double Ion Shell. The way you can set things up. You hit level 6, he uses the Ion Shell on you, you TP to a certain lane. And this is also Centaur into Nyx Assassin. Usually it's the other way around, where Nyx Assassin, uses Carapace before coming out from Vendetta and stunning him with the Retaliate. So Nyx Assassin is going to feel good.
Or because of the ulti, right? You can always stop them if they try to ulti with Centaur. In my personal experience of playing these matchups throughout teams, yeah, it's solid for Nyx Assassin, but it's not game-breaking. It's not like you're countered that hard, which is why we do see a lot of teams still go for the Centaur, who is also pretty damn strong right now and popular. Grimstroke for Execration in the second pick, Smart Omega with the Storm. That's very early Storm pickup.
Yeah.
That can be punished. We have seen Spirits be extremely popular in the Singapore Major, but they have fallen off. Now,
Ember Spirit just doesn't look good to me. He seems like one of the weakest Spirit, because like what he brings compared to the other ones is just like maybe he's good. You want to pick a Phantom Lancer, so you want to be able to ban him out because it's a bit annoying to play into. Other than that, picking the Storm Spirit as the second pick, it's very punishable. And you also picked it into the Grimstroke, who has Silence, who has a leash mechanic. Like you do not want to play into these two.
Was
abilities.
it SCA position 4 Storm in Season 1, or was it China? We had one
game. Yeah.
Position 4 Storm, and he did all right. I believe they still lost the game, but it was fun. It was interesting. They still ban out the Ember Spirit. I honestly don't mind the hero that much as you guys, especially when it's paired with some Dark Zero on offlane. I think it can still work.
Oh, Nyx?
Ember Spirit.
Ember?
Yeah. I don't mind it. I wouldn't ban it if I was Smart Omega. I already have the Storm. I think that's fine, but overall, I think Ember still can be played.
I mean, it's a playable hero, but just compared to the other spirits, and you need to pair him up also with some tower damage because he doesn't provide any. That's one of my biggest concerns.
Yeah, just the builds on him, the Orb of Corrosion, the new build just adds so much value to the team. But yeah, I agree. Let's see, the Lifestealer and the Ursa banned out, protecting that Centaur a little bit. We have seen Lifestealer just completely demolish that lane. Meanwhile, Smart Omega with the Ember, with the Phantom Lancer. I actually don't know which way they're going to go, opening up with the Storm so early.
I'm just so thrown out of left field with that, especially because Io was left in the pool, and they played it on Tino. I don't really know why you wouldn't first phase that.
They are an experimental team. They do like to throw things off and throw us off as well, so we'll see.
I want to see either like Shaman or Lion for Execration. Great pairing with the Grimstroke. Great against the Nyx Assassin. You hex this little bug, he can't get the spells off. It's just so good. Great counter to it. Also, one possibility, something that they picked, is Skywrath Mage. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Long duration, instant silence against Nyx Assassin, against the Storm Spirit. Also, like double silence with the Grimstroke. Can work out.
Can be also very problematic when you die to mana burn later on.
Sure. Oh, that is also correct.
That can be a little bit iffy, but overall, yeah. Versus the Storm, we have seen teams pick it up, but I'd rather see the Lion and the Shadow Shaman that you mentioned earlier. Neither of which are banned out, and
okay, that's what I want to see. What I don't want to see any of the teams picking. Like, this is my take on the patch right now. Do not get Luna. Feels super weak. Do not play Tiny other than the core roles. And Sanking Mid just feels a big bait.
And this is not just for this region. I agree with all those sentiments for all the regions that I've been watching.
Exactly.
Luna's been falling off. Sand King mid, it was cute, but doesn't seem to win games.
We've seen Luna win yesterday. Like it was in the Chinese region, did pretty well.
But it's infrequent, I feel. Yeah. And whenever she does win, I feel like you could have probably won with most other support. I mean, most other carries.
Yeah. Okay, we have the Snapfire pickup on the Smart Omega. We'll see if they combo it with something that diminishes the armor a little bit further, but overall seems like one of the best 4 or 5s at the moment. Meanwhile, the Void Spirit on the Execration, just snatching up one spirit that you can play against the Storm. We have seen it so many, and another actually. Why end with one spirit when you can take?
This is like the most we've had.
Yeah. Actually, the way that Lacoste was talking about the Shadow Shaman and the Lion, it's really good against the Storm Spirit, but it can backfire later on in the game. If you go for this Earth Spirit kind of a thing, you get the silence, but you also get a hero that's really good versus the Nyx Assassin, because Nyx, he hates playing into high mobility heroes that are sturdy enough to play against you and carry that dust. So
I think why they decided to go for the Earth Spirit is they have like another way of dealing with the Snapfire, the long initiation from the roll, the silence. You can stop the Snapfire ulti.
Just so many things, right?
Yeah,
and the Grimstroke combination, Inkswell roll.
Exactly, like these two heroes are pretty much popular in every single region. They have 1, 2, 3 heroes that benefit from the Inkswell here. This is going to be 5 Grim, I believe, and Tiny. This seems to be a tiny core.
I actually didn't see him. He was behind the
Yeah,
side.
'cause he's
Big old
tiny.
Mortimer.
He's tiny. Yeah,
He's tiny.
exactly. Next to Mortimer, it's difficult.
And it's probably not a 4 tiny, thankfully, because we have been very,
I'm
very
fine
critical
with
of
that.
it.
We've seen some carry tinies doing extremely well. Like, even with them getting a Blink Dagger, being really active, and then transitioning into more of a carry type with the Echo Saber, getting a BKB. Didn't see a really long game with Tiny, something that I want to see, you know, that 50, 60-minute game with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Daedalus.
Yep.
Yeah, and mostly what we've seen from Tinies, even when they're safe lane, they go for that Blink Dagger and they're still the playmaker. The mid lane becomes the true win condition, which is something the Storm can do, but it's not a perfect match. Meanwhile, Execration, they banned out the Skyrat, so they're actually expecting a last pick support from Smart Omega, so they might think that Snapfire is
Could be off-lane, yeah.
the off-lane position 3.
Lacoste, what's your impression of this whole recent trend of Storm Spirits bypassing Orchid as their first item?
In most situations, I don't think it's that good. Like, Kaya Sanj feels okay, but, you know, the Orchid, the ability to solo pick off. I've seen it so many times where you just need that a bit of an extra damage. You need that burst coming out from the Orchid, the silence, and it's just not there. But
Yeah, see, the reason I ask is because, like, do you think that because Tiny, we're saying, are going Blink Daggers these days, even though they're carries, does he need a +1? Does Storm need to get that Orchid?
Yeah, it depends, really. It depends also how your lane is going. When you're thinking about these items such as Orchids, it's not only about how your game is going and how much farm you're finding. It's about the hero that you want to crush with it. How is he doing, right? So
Yeah.
like Void Spirit on the mid lane. And in the last patch, like if you win the lane and you go Orchid, you just completely delete the hero from the game. He can't really be comfortable making any moves because he knows Storm will jump him with the Orchid. But right now, it's
Void Spirit?
Storm jumps you with the Orchid.
On Void Spirit?
Yeah, on Void.
I mean,
or
Void
anything.
Spirit always buys pretty much a Yule Scepter.
Always buys,
against that
exactly.
matchup.
But if you're laning versus a Storm and he gets a good lane, he gets the Orchid earlier, and then you have like 3-4 minutes. Pretty
Just
much
abusing the Void Spirit?
abusing and playing the game to your tempo, which propels you to the next item. However, this is my point. Right now, you have 3 runes in 3 minutes. It's very difficult to dominate someone out of the lane so hard that you're going to get an item a minute earlier.
Right.
So, because of that, and also because of just being able to scale better, they go with the Kai and Sanj. And the Bloodseeker, damn.
Like, Kaya Sanj is a good item on Storm. Like, it makes you more tanky. You have the status resistance against the silences, against the stun that they got. Bloodseeker, even more AoE silence, more control. Rupture, very good against the Stampede. You can't just run away. I mean, you can. You just die faster. But, yeah, so what was that going to be? Bloodseeker.
3 position?
3 position.
Carry
Okay.
Tiny, mid-Storm. And you're going to be laning against some carry. You don't know who yet. Not going to be Troll.
Are
Not
you
going to be
sure
Wraith
about
King.
that? We have seen Bloodseekers on the safe lane as well, like carries.
Yeah, and
And
then
that's
it's
it.
offlane Tiny.
Yeah,
No, it could be like still Snapfire
Snapfire
offlane.
Oh, yeah,
possibly,
Snapfire offlane
Tiny
too, true,
4,
yeah.
Nyx 5. Like, their lineup is pretty flexible.
yeah. Because Bloodseeker fares pretty well into tanky heroes from the core position as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they go with the IAM. All right, pretty solid. But
Yeah.
this is something for Black to talk about. I'm certain he's ecstatic that an anti-mage has been picked finally. Rupture can be problematic, right? But it is nice to be able to avoid the Storm Spirit later on throughout the game.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have too much good cash, but I think it's enough. I don't feel like he's going to have... there's so much tempo on Omega Esports. I don't think this is the most amazing AM game. Nyx scouts you, Storm jumps you. Can be problematic, really.
Still thinking, you know, whether this is good or not. AM game, they have pretty much all magical damage, some damage from the Rupture, pure, Nyx Assassin also pure, but at the later stages of the game, I don't think they have enough to close out this game early on with their lineup, so I'm just going to go with Execration. Like, I think, even though AM did not convince me in this patch, I feel like it's very lackluster, still going to go with them.
Yeah, I'll spice it up. This looks full tempo on Omega. Let's make it 1-1. I'll go with Omega.
I will go with Execration. I think traditionally, Anti-Mage has always been a great answer to Storm Spirit. And while Omega have great tempo, they don't have great push. They're great at fighting, but I don't know how they take objectives and towers quickly enough, other than Snapfire minus armor. But you don't want to hear from us. You want to hear from the anti-mage aficionado himself. Black, is this the anti-mage game that you've been looking for?
Wait.
Get back here. You need to look at all 10 heroes again?
Yeah.
You bad memory, my friend. B-Cup, how about you? What do you got? No cheating.
Okay, I won't cheat. Black, what do you have?
No.
I need to know. I'm cheating. I'm cheating on my answers.
I think I'm gonna go Omega. I like AM, but it just never wins this patch somehow. Kind of feels like a Luna, where you do well, game looks good for you, just you can't really translate that into a good game.
How confident are you on that?
Is it a support tiny?
It's a core tiny.
It's a core tiny?
Yeah, position
Core
1.
tiny.
All right, then I'm gonna go Omega.
Okay, how confident? Out of 100.
60-40.
All right, I'll go Omega.
Easy.
That was enough for me.
That's all I needed. Give me a game number 1, B-Cup and Black.
Okay, sure. We got it. Game number 1, ready to go. We can give it to you.
But you said it's a core tiny, right? I did not
They
debate
said it was a core tiny.
All right, I have to check again. My prediction hinges upon this. It's a carry tiny, okay. Our prediction is safe.
We're gonna win.
I mean,
Omega's gonna win. It's not us.
Yeah.
We're just predicting.
yeah. Of course, we're in it to win it.
Yeah.
Lacoste is the final boss right now.
He's ahead.
So we were forced to go with Omega, actually.
4-star.
But of course, that had nothing to do with our prediction.
No, it was all analytical based, and we had done the stats. We had seen into the future via divination, and
I gotta
checked our
admit, though,
list.
I quite like this Bloodseeker. Like, he can get Aghanims later. He can rapture both the AM as well as the Centaur, making Stampede pretty useless, making it hard for AM to fight in team fights. Like, as I said, AM always looks good, looks decent. It's just he won't really be able to join fights the same way Tiny will. Sure, it will not be easy to kill him, but will he be able to carry the game? Usually the answer is no. I'm a big AM fan, so I hope he wins, even though that means that I lose. But
It would make it impossible to beat Lacoste
yeah,
in predictions. But
for us at least.
yeah.
But I don't mind if one dome wins, the other wins too. That's how it works.
Those are rules I've never heard before.
Well, that is your problem. All right.
I think Omega have played really well too.
They have. But Execration also did. They did not beat TNC. They beat Fnatic.
Yeah, that was where our doubts came in about Fnatic. But Execration, they also lost to TNC and Boom.
Already completely out of mana on a Bloodseeker though.
CML. Tino, just putting the pressure on BZ.
Or 2-man avalanche is a lot of damage. It's good Harris. As soon as Bloodseeker reaches level 2, he's gonna be quite happy.
Snapfire with that little shredder to start. No surprise on that. Could see just 1-1-1 to start, right? Get the Scatter Blast and then Avalanche, Fire Snap Cookie, Scatter Blast, Low Shredder. Like, you really could output a lot of damage and potentially even catch the Earth Spirit off guard.
Yeah, I mean, some people just go into the Cookie and then level 2 into the Shredder.
Right.
Level 3. We have to see what he goes. I think Cookie into Shredder 2 is the most common one. Yeah, so the problem with AM against Bloodseeker, the lane, that you never really can kill the Bloodseeker. It's too much armor. You're out of mana, so you don't do any damage with your right clicks. It's always a free farm lane, pretty much, for Bloodseeker. Okay. Omega has connection issues, so the prediction is invalidated.
It's not invalidated. That's not how this works. You're already in.
Okay. I mean,
no refunds.
I don't regret it. No regrets.
We won't regret it. It's fine.
Of course not. I know somebody who will, though.
Who?
But did I say I know somebody?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
We have to see what this Earth Spirit also can do. Top lane, he should not be able to really kill anything. Centaur Earth Spirit has decent killing potential, but he's playing against 2 very tanky heroes. So he's probably going to go middle when the power rune spawn, or maybe even the next water rune.
Vortex. just messed with Yoey.
Yeah, just to mess with some denies. Making sure he misses 2 creeps.
So he did go into the cookie. They
Yep.
can line that up with the avalanche, cookie, shredder, minus armor, could be enough. Ooh, Shanks sitting very low. And he's going to lose his courier with the stick.
Not the stick, man. Yeah, we've seen Nixus actually do quite a lot of work recently.
Well, yeah, against the Centaur, you can set up the Vendetta with the Spike Carapace.
I mean,
into
also
the stun.
AM. One of your right clicks out of the ult is actually like half of his health. Early game, of course.
Yeah. So we could see this Nyx certainly be a massive issue. Shanks playing into the 4 position. We've seen a lot of Nyx assassins get enough farm to get like an Ags going.
That could
and
potentially be a big
very
problem.
dangerous.
But AM is very good against every hero except the Bloodseeker. So even if you're dug into your hole, you can still get all your mana burned, and then you can't continue spells, of course. I really hope AM wins and people start picking them more again. I just like to watch AM games. I don't know why.
Seems like a hero that's just very situational at this point.
Yeah. But the sound of like blinking and him farming creeps with the mana break sound is just so soothing.
Right.
So nice. I love it. They're going to be securing both runes here. Nyx takes top, Storm takes bottom. But Void Spirit still had his bounty runes, so no problem for him.
So Tino sitting at level 4, CML still just level 2.
Last time they played this carry Tiny, he went like 15-0 or something stupid like that. It was just, what, last week, I believe?
Yeah,
They did
it
very
certainly
well.
happen again.
Yeah.
I think too we had just, because I remember that we just watched a Tiny kind of do nothing.
Yeah, but that was from support role, I believe.
Yeah, and then it was a little bit of a later blink dagger, and we expected the Tiny to really, he needed to get like 1 or 2 kills, and then he just kind of popped off.
A
Whatever.
good TP middle
BDC.
here.
Vortex looking for the 2-man stun. They'll land it. But now they've got the Grimstroke coming in. Fire Snap Cookie. They've got the first kill on a BDC. They'll look over to kill Mac, but they just don't have the damage. Yoey!
What a
oh!
bow! Dude, it was such a good play by the Storm Spirit. He actually glyphed the creep wave so he doesn't have to tank the tower hits. There was like 5 tower hits onto the creep that would have otherwise hit him. And then the rotation from the supports also super well played by everybody from Omega here.
Yeah, let's watch this.
Look at this glyph. It's actually so game winning right there. Or at least lane winning. Otherwise the Storm would have died right away. He got out like 3 more remnants.
And then
Too much damage.
the focus from CML onto the Earth Spirit so the Ink Swell doesn't go off. They get the kill into BEZ. Great Fire Snap Cookie to keep the Storm alive.
Just so well played, just overall. Across the board.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Smart Omega has certainly been one of those teams that have impressed me. But
So
as I said,
close.
at Sam H.
Yeah, one more right click, the AM would have died instead. Was a close one. But Bloodseeker is still doing very well for himself. Sitting same net worth with the AM. As we expected it. It's not an easy lane at all for the AM. Tiny though, pretty much completely free farming once more.
Yeah. Has that free farm, trying to do what he can. See how active he gets, how early he can be active.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also,
Shanks picks up a haste. He might just go bottom with that.
gotta keep a lookout on the Storm. He's having a fantastic game. And he's going actually a fast Orchid. I like it. He's not going into the
Kaya.
yeah, that everybody's just building now, the Sage Kaya. I like this Orchid a lot. You can pressure all of the heroes.
Ink Swell on the Palos. Sam H would be 6 if he was down here, but ended up dead.
Stupendous.
Might have been able to do something with that hasted Nyx Assassin, get a Rupture out, chase. I just don't know if I like the Kaya. I think, especially in a lineup like this, where you need to be active early, you gotta get working. They're gonna go on to
It's a
Nico.
lot of damage.
Got the minus armor.
Cookie.
They're trying to kill. Fire Snap Cookie's on the mark, and they should have this one. Rotation over from Yoey, and as well as the
That's 4 heroes.
BDC coming in. Inkswell pops. Yeah, 4 heroes kill Tino. He got the kill on Nico already.
But is it worth it is the question. Like, there's a massive rotation. We see all 3 cores of Omega in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, it just leaves the Storm to farm what he wants. You've got Sam H to recover.
Yep. And just going back to your point of the early Orchid, I'm just a big fan of this early Orchid pretty much all the time. It just makes sure that you have control of the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And just because you build this Orchid doesn't mean that you need to go in constantly. It's still a very good farming tool. Gives you good mana regen, good attack speed, good damage. And I don't know why it's a trend to not build it anymore, but I still love the item. Also builds into a Bloodthorn, which is super good on Storm.
Spike Carapace, Aether Remnant to simulate with the Ink Swell on the roll. They'll get the kill there onto Shanks. Vortex out of mana is Yoey. End up popping that one to get some
It's
back.
going in.
Wants to go into BDC, and he's not got
he
the
missed
kill.
it.
Oh, there's the right click to get BDZ. Used a lot of mana to get back into that.
But these level 4 Remnants deal a lot of damage. You have to be really careful here.
He's invis.
Yoey.
Now hit with the Vortex. There's the little Shredder. They've got the minus over the Fire Snap. He doesn't land with the silence onto the Storm. He's locked up for a second.
It's a mana void.
In the Aether Remnant. Palos trying to get there.
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's into the trees.
He thought he got it, but he got juked on the uphill.
There is nothing for you here. There is
Wow.
nothing for you
And only CML dies.
There was a big misplay by the AM there. There should have been a kill on the Storm.
And now he's out of lane. Well, now it's mid, but he's out of bottom, and that opens it up for the Bloodseeker a lot. Nobody there.
Yeah, pressure in the tower quite a bit. He lost vision on the high ground there from that ward, so the mana void cancelled, but he should have just walked to the high ground himself.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, not
attack.
sure why he just stopped. Gave up, but potentially thinking that he might die if he steps on that high ground.
Yeah, potentially. We'll never know. Setting up for the Bloodseeker bottom here. He's pretty tanky with strength threats. He has about 1400 health.
And he's got 2 heroes to help him. Aether Remnant roll all the way in. Bloodseeker in some trouble. Silence up with the Geomagnetic Grip. They've got a 2-man stump at the tower. Is enough to get the kill to Sam H. They'll bring the ball lightning as well as the Electric Vortex. Yoey getting low. And he'll die. He was ruptured prior to the Bloodseeker dying.
Just have to be careful here.
Good for the roll.
One AMTP could turn everything.
The stroke, no. Vortex, that'll line up the stun. Ink Swell, not sure that's getting off.
He
Spike
overestimated his own
Carapace,
strength
and
here.
All of a sudden, RR, he's got no mana to work with and needs to be careful.
Yeah, this Omega squad is playing really well again. I really like how they just play around each other so well.
Yeah.
Very nice to see. Like, they don't win based off like super crazy individual skill, but like all about team play.
A little bit different from some of the other teams in this region.
AM,
Oh, AM,
he
God.
gets blown up from the Vendetta hit. 300 pure damage.
That with the minus armor and the stun to follow it up.
I told you, half health gone in one hit. He did not see that coming whatsoever.
Not just the little shredder, but they also have the medallion finish on Snapfire too.
Yep. And this little cockroach claws actually hurt quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Is under attack.
Why actually? They're so tiny.
Are fortified.
They're
does-
so pointy.
Yeah, but how does it hurt so much?
You ever watch Starship Troopers?
I don't remind me, man.
Yeah,
Radiant's
exactly.
bottom tower has fallen.
The mother bug.
The brain bug or whatever.
Brain bug, yeah. It's definitely not Nyx.
No.
Dire's top
But
tower
Orchid
is
almost
under
done.
attack.
Peak up.
Persona.
It's almost time.
Yeah, it's almost time.
Storm
for
to
the
pick up,
Orchid.
actually.
Avalanche.
They're going on the
toss,
AM again.
and they're going on the AM. They got a back-to-back kill on a Palos. That was so much damage so quickly. Oh, they got him.
He got impaled through the trees.
Shanks. Oh, wow.
Counter smoke here. 3 heroes top. They do have Grim ult. They have Earth Spirit ult as well.
Fighting in a rupture, though.
But they have to be careful. They're going on a Tiny.
Bloodwing's moved over towards mid. They're going to go for the Tiny Stroke of Fate with the Silence. Tiny looking very dead as everybody left him top. That's a good kill to get.
It's a good kill to get.
Recognizing that the heroes had moved off the lane.
But you gotta also recognize that 5 heroes were not farming from Execration at all. 3 were waiting there, 2 were dead.
That is very true. Now they're going to be Orchids.
A center to be in, maybe into his death.
Mortimer's Kisses, Soulbind with the Silence. He's ruptured. He can't really do anything. Boulder Smash comes through. BDZ
He's fine.
really can't follow that up. Bloodright, Nico, he's going to run and he'll be fine.
Orchid now picked up on Storm. This AM has to be so careful. He doesn't even have his Battlefield. He's like half only. And he already has the Orchid. Nyx Assassin. He's scouting him.
Uh-oh.
But they have a sentry ward. So he has been spotted out already. And they put another sentry ward down.
They're still gonna
Oh,
go
they
for it.
got
They
him.
still got him. Oh, they finish Palace off. Even with the sentry down, they catch him. This is a fight in 2 areas where they get BDZ too. They'll get themselves a second look over at Nico.
The tempo is just too much.
2-pronged attack that works out.
Radiant's
Tiny.
middle tower has fallen.
With a fast Blink Dagger doing a lot of work again. But really, it's all Storm right now. Toss back. Orchid. Should be the free kill here again.
Blood right, Fire Snap Cookie, Nico gone.
They're just getting completely outplayed. Like all around the map, they find nothing. AM is sitting at 4k net worth. He's still 2,000 gold away from his Battle Fury. Usually at this point, you would be building towards your Yasha already.
It ain't coming for a while.
Ain't coming for a while. We're looking at like a minute 16 and a half-ish Battle Fury at this time.
That's if he survives.
Yeah, and as we said, Storm already has Orchid. He needs the Manta to dispel that, which is going to come at a minute 20 something. 22, 23 maybe, at this pace.
House from Bloodseeker being built. Gonna throw Hammer away. And Tiny's got his Blink Dagger going Echo Saber, so he's ready to blink, have that Avalanche toss. They've got the Ball Lightning. They can really set up initiations pretty spread out.
They got the Rupture. There are so many aggressive tools in this game. So much damage, so much lockdown.
Yules into the air, Aether Remnant roll coming in onto the Snapfire.
That's a freebie.
Avalanche toss, is it for free? Because they've got the Ball Lightning, BDZ, he'll end up dead. Soulbind doesn't connect. And they're holding the Orchid.
He has Rupture, but not gonna come out. Alright, maybe not a freebie. Support trade.
And you can see they've got this vision here.
They're just taking over the enemy jungle now, as well as farming their own. And now they want to invade the triangle where they know the aim is farming. He's sitting at half health. Shank's running in.
Doesn't have Vendetta though. And they've got the vision. Well, now they don't.
They had the vision.
Good job by Shanks. Taking away that vision. 37 seconds until he's got Vendetta available. Palace is doing nothing. By sitting in the trees, delaying that Battle Fury even further. He does have enough for the Void Stone.
He's accumulating passive gold. Storm has to be careful though. If he's out of mana, that Mana Void can instantly turn around a fight still. And they're all smoked up, so they might potentially be setting up for...
Tino just breaks the smoke though.
Tiny is too tanky, you can't go on him first.
And they dusted. They thought he was in Viz. They're going to jump forward, get the kill on arm, look towards the rest. One of his kisses coming down on the Yowie. They've got Sam H moving in, Ball Lightning, Electric Vortex locks down BDZ. They got the kill on the 2. They've got the blood right down on the Yowie, but it won't land. He's still ruptured low, and Tino looking to jump in. Got the Blink Dagger available, but lose vision of this Void Spirit. They still get 2 though. And they get the buyback coming out from the Grimstroke.
And Palos is getting baited like super much by the Storm Spirit. Like he's hanging around, hoping that he can get a good mana void off, but Mac just doesn't give him the opportunity to at all. So another half minute spent just waiting for a good mana void. That never happened. 50 gold until he finally finishes his Claymore, then he still needs 800 for the Void Stone. So minute 16:30 I said. Looks more like minute 18 at this.
Yeah. And when does the Yasha get there?
I mean, the map is just in complete control of Omega here. It's gonna be very difficult, even after you finish your Battle Fury, where you're gonna farm. It's not like Omega will suddenly stop pressuring you.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower
Double damage
is
room
under
bottom.
attack.
See if they give it to the Storm.
Dire's structures are fortified.
After Tiny will take it. No, Storm's dipping in. DD Storm can kill just about
Dire's
anybody
top
in this game right now.
tower has fallen.
DD Tiny.
Or they just gave it to the Tiny.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's hitting for a good 500 with that as well. Say goodbye to your buildings.
Oh, jumping onto the Storm. Inkswell. Do they have it? Aether Remnant. If
He's
they're able to
dead.
get the kill off the Storm, and they will.
That was
Everybody making
massive.
the jump. They've got the Soulbind. This is getting turned around pretty heavily. Fire Snap Cookie trying to get away. Yule's up into the air for the Nyx Assassin. They'll use the Stampede. They're trying to get into the high ground, but Spike. That lands on a BDZ.
There was a very big fight. Or,
Sam
well,
H
I say
does
fight.
not have a lot of mana. Oh, hook stomp on a
Nice.
2. Roll. Following that up. Magnetize down. CML's dead, and so is Sam H. That's sloppy from Omega.
That's a 3k goal swing.
Yeah.
Have to be really careful when you have all these heroes with these big streaks.
Double damage still working for Tino. Avalanche and Yowie.
Wow!
Just gets blown up. They're going to try and turn this. Spike Carapace. That'll stun up the Grimstroke. He'll get out of the Ink Swell, but the roll.
Tiny combo up in one.
He's got a second to maybe save Shanks. Could jump back. But instead, he'll focus the attention onto Nico. Spike Carapace. That hits when he right-clicks him on the Retaliate.
Golden Pale again.
Lands. Still, though, it's very tanky. They finally have this Storm to come back in. Hoof Stomp onto 2 with the
He's not dead, guys.
Nico finally dies. The roll away from BDZ.
Someone felt like I was in the game. He's not dead, guys. He's not dead.
Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah. Okay, they do end up killing 2 in return, so not the worst, but they're still like that Storm Death. He has to be very careful. He doesn't have his BKB yet. He's still very fragile.
They have to keep jumping down on Palos, though.
Yeah, but you can see the gold gain from him, right? He has Battle Fury and suddenly almost a Yasha already.
Yeah.
It wasn't like 1 minute. That kill on Storm was massive.
And if they lose sight of the AM, he can really open this game up for them.
Once he has Manta, he's going to be very survivable. The Storm won't be able to kill him anymore. He already has his Yasha now, so he's at a good pace. It's just, even if he has his Manta, can he really... Like, how can he contribute to a team fight against this BKB Storm, against the BKB coming up from the Tiny? It's not going to be easy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bloodstick actually went Maelstrom. I don't like that at all. I'd rather he went for like ATOS into BKB, just tank up for your team. You don't need more damage, you got Tiny Storm already.
Right.
See if that backfires, because so far it really set him back. He's only sitting at 1-3-1. Not a whole lot of impact from him.
Yeah, he's trying to find a spot to have that impact.
Potentially another smoke here. All 4 heroes together? Nope, they don't even have a smoke. Okay.
They're just kind of moving around as a group, but it's not getting them anything just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving all farm to AM. Carry me, sir. That's what they're saying. But will he be able to?
We'll have to see if Palos can reimagine the carrying of Raven in the last series.
Yeah. Storm is going for the BKB, 600 away from it. So it's probably what they're waiting for.
But he's waiting on that wise. Can they could still fight without him having the BKB and maybe not have the Storm completely involved. Get these pickups with like the Tiny.
They could. It's just, I think after this last engagement, the Storm is pretty spooked.
Yeah, and I think also it's tough because Execration are almost constantly near each other.
Yeah. The only one that's pretty much by himself is the AM. He still dies very fast. He has level 4 spell shield now, but if he gets caught by a stun, follow-up stun, he's gone. A lot of physical damage coming out from the Tiny.
They're heading towards top. They might be able to find him.
Oh, they saw him already. If he goes for this next wave, he's dead.
Let's see. They've got the blink. They have the distance. Cut it down.
Oh.
They're going to look.
Well played with the spell shield there. The sentry was just in range. Was a really good spell shield usage. I thought the Storm was going to initiate first, to be honest. With the Orchid.
Right.
Because it's quite likely they have sentries, right?
Yeah. Well, with how much that they've been moving around the map and invading, you'd expect the amount of sentries to be pretty high.
No. Well, oh, this tower is just... They're going into the Tiny.
Step, Aether Ram, and that locks up the Tiny for a second. They've got the Soulbind as well as the roll coming in. The Foot Stomp, double lockdown, double edge. And now we'll get a finish off the Nyx Assassin. They've got the roll once again onto the Tiny, who's trying to run. Tio hit with the silence. Aether Remnant lands. And they will get this kill. Smart Omega overstaying.
For the second time.
Yep.
Yeah, 7k lead now turning into 3k. He's actually going Saint Yasha on the AM. Really? Against an Orchid?
They've not used that Orchid to get a kill on the AM for a while.
But they can now pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
The thing is why you build Manta is so Storm can't touch you anymore. But now with this item
Blink Hoof Stomp throwing in on the Snapfire, Ball Lightning through, Vortex lands on the Hero's. They've got the silence with the Orchid, the Stampede gets used, Samo trying to run a Spear Vessel on him, Nico sticking with him, and now Nico, since he's low, hit with the Rupture, they'll get the turn, they'll take out 2, Tiny back up in 3 seconds. He's TPing top.
I don't want to foreshadow anything, but I could see this Saint Yasha being really game. deciding.
Radiant
See how it goes later. Tiny, 900 away from his BKB.
Then he wants that shard.
But you saw how long he tanked, right? Even though there were 5 on him, he lived for a long time.
Yep.
2.8k health, 13 armor.
Astral Step, Aether Remnant, and they've got the Ink Swell. Spike Carapace stuns up both. Blood right down. Now Yule's up into the air. They've got the Silence out of the Earth Spirit. Palos comes over. He does land an Impale. He's beat Orchided. Spike Carapace in the lockdown is finally there to take out Shanks. There's just not enough follow-up coming in from Smart Omega to turn that around as Anti-Mage continued to chase and
The
was
bleeding
stumbling.
heroes.
Yeah.
One by one, Omega is bleeding heroes, and the later the game goes, of course, the more impactful every death like that is.
Dire
You need to be really careful. It's still an AM game, and a pretty unanswered one too. But I don't even know if I give the edge to Execration in the like super late game when everyone is really farmed. Because Tiny's gonna hit like a truck. Bloodseeker is gonna cause a lot of problems for this AM still.
So there's the BKB for Tino.
Mm-hmm.
They have the BKB on Mac as well.
He's gonna be sitting at 3.1k health with the BKB on a Tiny.
Yeah,
Filthy
I
HP
Void
pool.
Spirit could be a difference maker too.
It could be. But the BKBs are online already. Usually you look at the Axe timing before the BKBs come out. But it's still going to be very strong regardless. Now Bloodseeker is working on his BKB. It's going to be a while until it comes out though. AM. Caught out.
Oh, in some trouble. And they should be able to get this kill with the Vortex, and the BKB's getting popped, but he's running just out of the blood right. He stays alive. CML is dead. Avalanche tossed out of the Earth Spirit. Can they at least get that? BDZ gets traded. Look over. Yule's up into the air. They've got the Stroke of Fate that lands on the Sam H.
That was very close. He had like 100 health on Mr. Antimagus.
Not what they wanted. If they kill that Anti-Mage.
There would have been a massive fight for.
But now he's got BKB. Like, just that quickly.
Doesn't quite have it yet, but he will soon. So he's just going for like this fighty kind of anti-mage style. No Basher or Abyssal build-up. Oh, it's an early BKB, but at least it will allow him to fight, which is quite good against the Storm Spirit. I actually like it quite a bit. Then if you itemize into the BKB, the St. Josh also makes a bit more sense.
Tino's going Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
Just additional attack speed,
Yeah, but
more damage.
are you know, the Shadow aspect of it feels like it's going to be countered because they have a Nyx Assassin and they're just going to...
Sure, but you can't have sentries like everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
So in that regard, it's still decent, but I probably agree with you that I would have probably liked like an AC a bit more. Or maybe even a Daedalus, just damage. Now he's hitting like a truck right now.
Yeah.
Nyx on the Vendetta hunt again.
Trying to find somebody.
But yeah, Omega have been stopped in their tracks many times now by Execration. AIM is getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because
Sam H though?
keep up.
I mean, he's very close to him in gold still.
Yeah.
This tower at the bottom should be gone unless they glyph it, which they will not.
Radiant's
They're
bottom
just going to
tower
TP
has
back
fallen.
into mid.
Dire's middle
It's very
tower
scary to
is
lose
under
one team
attack.
fight here against this Omega lineup. This Tiny will shred your base.
Yeah.
And they have a Shredder as well
Tower is under
on the
attack.
Snapfire.
It will
Solar
be
Crest.
Spike Carapace. I was going to say, it will be tough, though, once they also get this Ags on the Centaur.
For sure. I mean, it's still anyone's game right now. But triple BKB on the Omega side is very scary. If they can use it before they get locked down. There's not a whole lot of damage coming out from the Radiant. They need to kite those BKBs.
Dire's structures
Anti-Mage,
are fortified.
wonder what Palace will go for next. Centaur 1,000 gold
Dire's
away from the
middle tower
Ags.
is under
Earth Spirit
attack.
going into a BKB. That'll take some time for BDZ. They're grouping up here for Smart Omega.
Pal and Sword picked up. Very good. Oh, it's a perfect item for Tiny. The Elven Tunic. Gives evasion, attack speed, movement speed, everything you want. But of course, also Paladin Sword with the Saint Joshua, an amazing pickup for the AM. So nobody can really complain. Yet.
Spider legs for both teams. Orb of Destruction for the Tiny. We'll see who holds that.
And Enchanted Quiver as well for the Storm. Orb of Destruction probably going to go to the Bloodseeker, I'd imagine. Maybe even the Snapfire with that Shredder, potentially.
Looks like Smart Omega are a little bit scared of going across the river. Not jumping across just yet. Scotty next for the Anti-Mage.
The initial aggression really stopped.
Yeah, just one bad fight, and they're too scared to fight even further.
Yeah.
Too scared to fight for a long time, too.
Yep. His aim is going to Scotty next. Like, he's getting stronger and stronger, and when he gets to the point where he can actually stand there and fight, it's going to be scary.
Looking for the Earth Spirit. Ball Lightning with the Orchid, but they've got the Soulbind here with the BKB pop here by Mac. They're trying to get the kill on the Earth Spirit, and the roll gets blocked. They get the kill on BDZ. They end up losing Shanks. Mortimer's Kisses coming through into Nico. Avalanche out. The damage coming in from Tino. Astro Step, BKB. That gets popped by Tino. They'll eat the Aether Remnant to get the Spike Carapace onto Yowie. They bomb back on Shanks. They need to be a little bit careful as they've got the Fire Snap cookie. Floater Smash, a Vortex through onto the Earth Spirit. The Silence is out on the Nyx Assassin. They've got the BKB pop by Palace, who's going to go in under the Storm. They get the kill on the Storm with the ulti. Now the roll out onto Tino. Does he have the damage to really turn this around? They've got the stun lock, Floater Smash, Fire Snap cookie. I don't think that's going to be enough. The right clicks from Palos and the Spirit Vessel. They'll take him out. They don't have buyback on the Storm or the Tiny, so right into Roche Execration go. This game is even.
Yeah, after this Roche kill, there's going to be an Aegis on the AM. Scotty's going to be very close as well. Omega kind of, they had it in their hands early on, and they didn't let it go. Now game is completely back to even. Well, network-wise at least. AM is a big problem now. This is not where he should be at this point. He should be much more contained, but they got scared.
Too scared.
Omega got scared, and Execration makes them pay for it.
Dust again just to make sure. Talos has the Aegis. He's about to have Scotty too.
That Scotty's really when he's gonna be unstoppable. He's gonna have the Scotty, he has the lifesteal from the Paladin Sword.
Ball Lightning maybe finding this Void Spirit. BKB gets committed. They've got the Fire Snap cookie that's on the mark. They'll take out Yowie. That's a good kill to get.
Interesting BKB usage though. Just want to make sure that he can't get disabled.
Yeah, BKB, because I think he assumed that they were going to try and get the Geomagnetic Grip, silence him up so the Void Spirit can get away.
Yeah. So now the problem is that if Tiny, or rather if AM reaches this Scotty and one more item, you might actually have to play to just outlast the AM and then go into a later stage of the game. Right. Where you just outscale. Because AM, once he's 6-slotted, he's 6-slotted. But the support cast of him is not as strong as the double or even tri-core of Omega.
And the supports are ahead on a Smart Omega.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's really ahead to their counterpart except for the Anti-Mage. That's why there's a little bit of a net worth for Smart Omega still, despite the fact that that fight felt very sided towards Execration.
But AM is definitely one of those heroes that can win a game like this. One good mana void. Can keep blinking after the heroes. He chose not to go for the shard yet, which is a really damn good shard. -2 seconds blink cooldown. More range. Probably wants to get it for free from the Roche.
Wonder who's going to look to have the shard for Smart Omega.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of great candidates. I think
Tiny already has his.
That's either Nyx or Snapfire, I'd say. Free pathing. That's not free pathing. The additional movement speed is pretty good.
Wow, that was close.
And the Scatter Blast stun is pretty good too. Scotty now picked up, sitting at 3k health.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So they're going to smoke. They have the stun. They're going to have the blood right. So the silences are in on the Anti-Mage. This might just be the Aegis gone. Avalanche toss coming through. That's the Aegis gone. So now Soulbind coming out onto the Bloodseeker. They'll look over as Nyx Assassin's taken out. Shank's going to be dead. They'll use this Aegis to blink forward, go after the Snapfire, who's invis for the moment. The right click's out on a CML. The roll is in. They have the control. They'll get the kill. They don't want to use the Mana Void to finish off the Snapfire. They want to hold it for the Storm.
Kind of a bait. They committed their BKBs to kill an AM. AM's Aegis. And then they had nothing left in the tank. Both supports bought back. Both supports died. They're dead for a long time. Storm splitting bottom. Went for the Lincoln Sphere going into the Agon Scepter for some AoE control. Okay. Can get behind that.
Is Tier 2's going to go down? Or
Dire's middle
It will.
tower is under attack.
Now, what's the last item for AM?
Dire's middle
Is he going to go
tower
into the
has
Butterfly or
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Abyssal
attack.
Blade? Potentially even Satanic. I wouldn't mind Satanic at all. Because if you build Satanic, they can't kill you anymore. You will just outlast them.
maybe Abyssal because he's already got the Paladin sword?
Yeah, but Satanic is also to dispel some silences.
Yeah.
Potential Bloodthorn that comes out from the storm at some point. I'm a big Satanic fan this patch. A lot of players are very hesitant to buy it, but I think it's really an ST item this patch for carries.
Radiant are scanning.
Axe being built on the storm. He's halfway to it.
Yeah. They could potentially turn a fight around. A mini black hole is always good.
Yeah, especially with how close combat these fights are.
Yeah. Together with Tiny also. Like, he has so much AoE damage from the cleave that if you get 2-3 heroes, they might all just die in one vortex.
Yeah, Vortex, Avalanche, stun, right clicks.
Now, I don't like this Soul Curse that Tiny is going for. I feel like he just should go Daedalus, just pure damage. At this point, you don't need more survivability, you need damage. Your Storm already itemized into survivability and utility. You're gonna be the guy that really packs the punch.
Bloodseeker going Sanjin Yasha. He wants the shard.
He also wants to right click, yeah.
I wouldn't mind him getting an Ags.
Yeah, that's what I thought initially was the idea with him. Because 2 Ruptures could be pretty brutal.
Can't stampede and run away if you get ruptured.
On 2 heroes also.
Gem picked up for the Grimstroke. That'll be big to try and stop Shanks, who they've been shutting down.
Yeah, so they have a Silver Edge now against this Anti-Mage. That means if they can catch him before he BKBs with their Silver Edge and stunlock him, he's not very tanky anymore. The additional, what, 45% reduction? All gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's a lot of resistance.
Very passive game now. Gold completely even. Anyone's game at this point. It will come down to initiation, who they can jump first.
Radiant's
Storm,
top tower
750 gold away from needing, getting this Ags. This could be a big timing for them. They're also by Roche. We'll have to see if they can maybe get a pick off and move into the pit. Potentially even smoke and go now if they see the
Dire's courier has been
Execration are too far away. But that's once Roshan respawns.
Look at
They
this
can
top
stay
tower.
postured.
Just gets absolutely demolished by this Tiny. You can never win a tower trade or base trade against Tiny. Just look at this damage coming out now. It's insane.
And like this gives them the opportunity to stay here till Roche respawns.
Radiant's top
Yep.
tower has fallen.
Nyx Assassin trying to set up a bottom.
Ooh, they're gonna go bottom instead.
Oh, good spirit sniffing out the Nyx
There's
Assassin.
the Axe. Do they want to make the jump on
Are
Omega?
scanning.
It's tough.
It's very tough.
They're going to make the jump. They've got the Soulbind as well as the BKB. They pop. The Rupture comes out. Palace pops his own BKB. They dissimulate. They've stunned up Tino for the moment. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming in. They get the kill on the Shanks. They'll look over to the backline going for the Snapfire, but they've got themselves the Vortex. Now, can they kill Palos? Palos with the Solar Crest. Ooh, the Mana Void doesn't do enough damage.
It's actually a bad trade for Execration. It looked pretty promising.
Palos blinks away. Nico TP's out. The rest of the team has gotten 2 heroes dead. If Roche was available, which it's not for another minute,
Did anyone buy
potentially
Drag? No, right?
could have been big for Smart Omega, but I still think, while being a bad trade for Execration, they won't lose too much.
Yeah. Unless Roche is like responds instantly and they're all 5 in there right away, it's not gonna happen.
Right.
Which probably isn't gonna happen. I wouldn't mind a good old leveler on Tiny here. See if he gets it. Ninja Gear, no. Flicker, Now this is what I hate about this patch. You gotta hope that you get the best item for you. This Tiny with the leveler could literally just end the game by himself in 20 seconds.
Telescope.
There's one more item left. No Penta-Edge Sword, no leveler so far.
Hands up in the chat.
He's not happy on the Tiny. No
Not even-
Spell Prism, no Timeless
Yeah.
Relic either.
None of the big,
Radiant are
big
scanning.
hard-hitting items.
None of the big four, big three. Now in turn, if Execration gets them, they have a Minotaur Horn already. It's pretty damn good. Shred the next tower.
8-12. Ooh, Vortex on a 2. That was really well placed by the Storm, but he gets stunned up, so now he's in trouble as he's silenced. BKB, ball lightning back, needs the TP away, and will do so. They had the silence out of Palace, which kept him close. Now they're going after Sam H. There's the stun, but they can't kill Sam H. They'll look over at Shanks. He pops the Spike Carapace. He's got the Aeon Disc, so they all survive on Smart Omega.
I'm surprised he didn't get mana voided. There's a Timeless Relic for the Storm at least, but Tiny's not happy. He really needed a leveler. Would amplify his game by so much.
Yeah.
And Spell Prism, of course, for the Radiant. Why the hell not? And AM is actually holding on to it for now. I hate this neutral item RNG.
Yeah.
I mean, Execration gotta be really happy about what they're getting. Even the
Spell
Trickster
Prism,
Clothes.
Trickster Cloak, Minotaur Horn.
Very good items coming out for them.
They
What do-
could get Leveler.
What do we have on the Dia here? We have... I can't check. We have... I'm an idiot. I don't know how to check.
I mean, Flicker with movement speed
We have Flicker, I have Timeless Relic. What are the other two? Telescope.
and Ninja Gear.
Oh, Stormcrafter at least making up a little bit with that RNG.
Now Roche is up.
It's been up for quite a while. So Tiny, is he gonna go all out by the AC or is he gonna keep buyback?
I think going for Roche, you got to keep buyback, right?
Potentially. But if you're the only guy that can buy back, it's a problem too. Storm right now doesn't have buyback.
Short about 500 gold. Bloodseeker doesn't have it either.
No, only one with buyback is Snapfire and Tiny. Snapfire is very survivable. Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape. Big fan.
Dire are scanning.
Storm.
They're invis. They're trying to make a move. Smoke gets broken. Astral Step moving forward. Yoi showing that they've got a Sentry Ward and they will pop the air invis. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming down.
That's
There's
a
the
three.
Vortex on a 3. Look at the damage coming up with a Tiny. BDC Nico, they're gone. They're going to buy back on Nico immediately. They'll toss up the Storm into the air. And now Nico, he's back into the fight.
Oh, Nico got the
toss bug.
Yeah. But he didn't end up dying because he had the Minotaur Horn. If he didn't have that, he was dead again. I actually wonder if like everybody definitely knows about this bug.
Right.
Are you then intentionally doing it so you get back into the fight right away, or are people just not thinking about it in the panic of the moment? That's my question. Because that looks scary for him. If he dies there, it might potentially be game over.
How mad would you be if you ball back and you land right in front of the team and you die? The Minotaur Horn, like you said, is what's saved him.
Maybe he knew everything. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm just saying. It's risky, guys.
Yeah.
You gotta know what you're doing. This Timeless Relic Storm is really good. With his AoE Vortex.
His vortexes have been perfect.
Yeah. And they're going to Roche Pit. Very risky. They're all 5 up. I don't think you can just...
It's going
No.
fast enough.
No. You gotta wait it out. You gotta play the honest game.
They want to play greedy, though.
You gotta play the honest game. You play the greedy game, you get burned, you're done. Tiny, he can almost buy out his AC. That would be a big boost to his team. But you have to see the damage output of this Tiny plus Vortex combo.
Palace
Right?
is in.
Oh, yeah, she blinked at myself.
He gets silenced there.
Might have to pop the BKB.
Yeah.
He blinked back in again.
Roche, where are you? Dude.
But they're all smoked. Tiny picked up the AC. Now it's go time. AM is hitting Roche. They might catch him off guard completely. Yoi?
Ball lightning in. Avalanche looking for it. Tino walks
What
over
a
the
damage!
Look at the damage! Abyssal gets used, and now he's going to go to the Vortex. That's going to be on 3. Once again, Yellow with BKB as well as Power.
Yes, too much damage!
To get the kill here out of the Tiny, but they can't get RR or BDZ out. They end up losing 3. Nico bought back in the last fight, so he's going to be dead for 100 seconds. The Mana Boy gets used back, and Tino are gone! Double kill, godlike buyback used by Tino. They have Storm. He's got a buyback. He can buy back and come back into the fight. They'll look over at Palace. Counter spell, now Dissimulate. They've got the kill to CML. He's got buyback too. Everybody will use it. They know that they need to hold out and get this Roche, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. Without this Earth Spirit, without the Centaur, they can't stop this from happening.
But we spoke about one Mana Void. Teamfight instantly turned into Execration's favor. Blows up the Storm, blows up the Tiny, and even the Tiny is sitting at 1400 mana. It's a ton of mana.
Watch this again. Abyssal, Tiny in trouble. 3-man Vortex again.
The fight looks so good, but then this one Mana Void just changes everything. Look
They
here.
lose 3 so quickly.
On
and
the
then-
Tiny, bam. There was actually a Grimstroke old Mana Void.
Wow, and it caught him
On
without-
Storm
Yep.
and Tiny. If they're all next to each other, there's a 5-man kill right there.
That's disgusting.
It's nasty. And
Yule's BKB. Storm dead.
What?
He bought back. He bought back for this. They're gonna go. They've got a second. Shanks is dead.
they're all bought
And
back. You
now
have to be careful.
They're moving it for Tino. Tino's trying to output the
AM is
damage.
dying.
AM in trouble. All the tosses. They got him. Palos gone, but he has buyback.
He bought back, yeah.
Wait, he bought back, and then he was there again. He was TP'ing right next to the Tiny.
Yeah, he did
because
not
he
know.
bought back on the toss once more. That bug comes in. Sam H gets killed.
Yep, he did not
That
know.
was so weird. All of a sudden, he's right where he died TPing, expecting to have to TP to the tier 2.
Yeah, he went for the triple toss talent, really putting the heat on his anti-mage. He could not leave. He's running up the hill by himself.
Soulbind.
They're double
They've got
tossing.
themselves the
So many
silence. The
tosses.
tosses into the air. Can they get the kill on the Palace? They've got the banshees coming through the Tiny. He's reached up for the moment. BDZ's in base. Really far back. He'll end up dead. They get the kill on the BDZ. The Astros have go weak. He dives into this. He's trying to get them, but he ends
Palos.
up dead. He's gone for 2 minutes. The toss and the counter spell, and now Tino's up into the air himself. Palace on the run. The chase is there. Sam H trying to get the kill here, but they're walking right into Nico. Inkswell BKB gets popped early by Palos, and he's forced to leave, but Sam H, he still wants more. He's got Rupture
He's chasing
in a
with the
second.
Shadow
Tino,
Blade.
he's moving in. Blood right. Nico, can he catch him? How
Barely
far
know.
are they willing to chase with not that much health?
Man, what is happening in this game?
Dire's
Both
middle
teams
tower
are
is
making
under attack.
it very, very interesting, let's put it that way. A lot of tiny misplays, no pun intended, coming in to play here, really. That Storm dieback was... He didn't BKB when he jumped in. There could have been a majestic fight for them.
It could have been the game-winning fight.
Yeah, but instead Storm dies. And at least now AM has no buyback. That's a winning condition right there.
Yeah, but neither does your team.
Yeah, it's your team. At least you still have this Aegis on the Tiny. But then the Storm has to be so careful. This is why we love to see the AM versus Storm matchup. Or
One
hate
wrong
to see it.
move, and everybody's dead.
Yep. And if you're dead, you're not alive. Obviously.
If you're dead, you're dead.
Radiant's middle
Yep.
tower is
Tower?
under attack.
Wait, there was a tower? Where?
Radiant's middle tower. has
Imagine as a
fallen.
leveler.
Was once there. He's got a flicker instead.
Dude, he's whacking on his tower. He's still dead for 30.
Dire's structures
Are they willing to go for it? I would.
I think they are, because they wouldn't have glyphed otherwise, right?
Yeah. This Rex is going down.
Tino, don't get too comfortable with that flicker. We've seen it before. All of a sudden, you flicker under the tier 4s.
It's good against the Vessel, though. Every time you get Vessel, you flicker. Sure, you might flicker into all 5 enemies, but that's fine. At least you got rid of the Vessel.
I guess.
What do you want to see on the Tiny now? I want to see either Daedalus or Satanic.
Yeah.
MKB. Okay, he has Butterfly and AM. That makes sense. Also gives damage and attack speed. I like it. And he's buying out straight away.
He's got
He's got the bank,
the
man.
Aegis. He's got the gold.
Yep. And no buyback anyway for 3 minutes. He should be able to farm it back. And it's already completed. Now this Butterfly doesn't feel as scary. Oh, he's going Bloodthorn also on Storm. This entire game can literally just be decided in 1 second now. That's what we're expecting from SEA. Some chaotic Dota. And those two teams are so evenly matched. It's actually insane.
Aegis reclaimed in 20.
They're not going to be able to use it.
Now the question becomes, how passive are you looking to play?
The thing is, nobody has buyback, right? It's you don't have buyback, they don't have buyback. Is everybody going to wait? Or is somebody trying to abuse the fact that there's no buyback? Like, who thinks they're going to win the further the game goes, basically?
Well, I think if you're Smart Omega...
I think you're fine waiting for Smart Omega.
You know, Anti-Mage doesn't have buyback for about a minute longer than Tiny and Storm.
Yep.
So you have to work off those timings if you're Omega. Well, you don't have to, but
you could. But the thing is, right now, any one initiation can kill a guy in 1 second. This AM can die in 1 second. There's too much damage coming in from the Bloodseeker, from the Tiny, from the Storm, who's now itemizing, as we said, into the Bloodthorn. Oh, he's blinking up with the DD. Gets perched off immediately. Okay, Execration is going crazy aggressive. They have no buybacks also.
They were trying to potentially get that Aegis time.
Well, now we know who's trying to be aggressive. It's not Omega. As I said, they just smoke up 5. This is just a game of inches right now. One misplay.
It feels like it almost comes down. Ball lightning all the way in. Mac, BKB. He's trying to get a kill here. He's not going to find anybody. And now the Stampede's out of mana. He might even just get blown up. He really needs to be careful. Eats the cheese. Silenced up. Fire Snap Cookie going back with BKB being popped by Yoey. Magnetize was used on that. Mac making such a big play that could have been so costly.
He didn't Vortex a Grimstroke. If he got the Grimstroke, it would be a massive pick. That would be 4v5 for a long time. But he just didn't get the Vortex on him. Because, of course, buying Aghanim's is fine, but you still gotta be in that AoE to pull them. It's not a targeted ability anymore. It's quite easy to miss sometimes. Gets the cheese gone, the only advantage they had.
Now, Grimstroke's buyback's gonna be available soon.
No money, though.
It's 600 gold, halfway to it.
Storm, buyback 50. Tiny, buyback 40.
Yeah.
But no money also.
And that leaves Anti-Mage at about 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Because he was a minute.
I think, yeah, everyone's just going to be passive. Wait for the buybacks.
Wait for Roche.
Wait for Roche. Minute 60.
Potentially 10 minutes away.
I want to see Pirate Head on Tiny. Or Desolator 2 on Tiny.
You know somebody's getting a Ballista.
Well, I hope it's not the Radiant. That would be sad. I mean, even for Storm, it's pretty damn bad.
They've got the scan.
He didn't actually bottle the region, he just took it right away. Okay. AM. He's pretty much full.
Storm has surplus on buyback. Tiny doesn't have it yet. He's 250 gold away.
Yeah, but you can just see right there, who's scarier now? Is it the Void Spirit or the Storm? Definitely the Storm, right?
I want to say, yeah, well, between those two, it's the Storm.
And then also, between the Centaur and Bloodseeker, Bloodseeker has so much more potential to cause problems for this AM than this Centaur ever will.
Anti-Mage is getting those extra talents and avoid damage multiplier.
Yeah, that's another 0.1.
It's a long Roche, 2 minutes. This could certainly turn into a 60-minute game.
Silver Edge on the Tiny. Man, both teams are so cautious, and you can understand why, of course. But
with buyback starting to come up shortly, I think both teams really want to just take it easy and have that opportunity to buy back.
For sure. We also have to see if it's an Axe or a Refresher Shard. I wouldn't mind some double 5-man Vortex. Oh, that could be pretty game winning. Vortex or
Axe Blessing could come out. Now they're going to look over. They find themselves powerless, but the Astro Staff is going to be there twice. They'll use it themselves to silence, and the right click's coming through into the Bloodseeker. The Mana Void gets used. Powell's trying to man-fight this with the BKB. They've got the stun.
BKB on Bloodseeker.
He ends up dead. Gone for 2 minutes. They look over at Eco. They've got the Vendetta hit. Now we use that Stampede, so the damage reduction will be there. The Andis is going to be pop. Powell's going in for the Snapfire. CML survives with the Ghost Scepter, but they look over at this Storm. They'll get the kill. He does that buyback. That's buyback you don't want to use, and they'll end up losing the Snapfire too. CML is gone. Double kill for Palos. Roche not available yet.
It was a massive...
Never uses the BKB.
Yeah, massive blunder by the Bloodseeker. He had BKB available all along, just did not pop it. Now it's a 3v5 situation. 4v5, they have 2 buybacks. But they have to be really
Bloodseeker
careful.
almost has his. He's 50 gold short, and it's up in 2 seconds. Oh, Palos, the damage? Do they have it? Ball lightning vortex.
has to
They
be
caught
careful.
him. The roll in, but Storm
He has no
back, and
buyback.
he is out of this game. The buyback symbol is not even gone, and they will get the kill to the Storm. They ball back on the Snapfire. Nyx Assassin's trying to leave. Palos going in deep. He's out of mana. He needs to be very careful, but really not that careful because Tino's out of the fight and he is gone. He'll buy back immediately. They'll look over the Sapphire. They'll get the kill to CML. And now, finally, Sam H does have buyback. But where's the follow-up to looking to get a kill on a Palos? The stun, the Aether Remnant, that locks up Tino. They've got the right clicks. Tino's in trouble. Tino in with the Abyssal.
It's gone.
Later, Execration will pull this one out. Smart Omega throw it away on a couple of misplays that just end this game.
In the early game, in the late game, Omega definitely committed quite a bit more mistakes.
Yeah.
But you also hate to see it that the tier 4 items were very unlucky.
One-sided.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? It was a great game of Dota. Lots of mistakes, of course, which made it entertaining. But Omega had a huge lead early, kind of gave it away.
I think they
Took
had an
it back.
opportunity there too, and they just kind
They
of
did.
really
If the Bloodseeker
overplayed
pop BKB, maybe you win. Maybe if you get the leveler, you win. Lots of ifs, lots of whys.
it. Yeah. So,
But
the
we don't know what
whys,
we're talking about.
they're going to be figured out by the panel. The ifs, they're going to be figured out by the panel, and we're going to throw it over to the panel. So back over to you guys.
That's the when that we're answering. And it's right now that Execration get a win over Smart Omega. Like they said on the cast, off of mistakes on both sides, but ultimately more costly mistakes on the side of Smart Omega. Not popping a few BKBs here and there. Storm maybe feeling a bit over-eager at some moments, but also pressure was on.
Yeah, it was a tough matchup for Storm Spirit. And no matter what, you're going to always have issues playing into the anti-mage or mana getting burned. No matter how you itemize, the Lincoln Sphere, they're still going to be able to proc it. And the big mana void is going to come. Like Palos, he had an extremely good game. I was a bit baffled by him going SNY. Seems like it worked out, man. Against all those stuns, he thought about his itemization a bit differently. That's what I like to hear. First when I saw it, I was like, what is this guy doing? But in some of the fights, you can feel the status resistance kicking in. Storm Spirit this time around, no shenanigans, no Kaya Sanj, straight up Orchid against the AM, puts a lot of pressure. And their lineup was, Omega's lineup was very early game oriented. That doesn't scale as much as Execration does. So like you can feel them putting a lot of pressure, trying to keep down the anti-mage, take away his farm, invade the jungle. At one point, like they're gonna be one big mana void that's gonna turn things around, and it happened. It happened multiple times.
Yeah, and that was really it. Like these late game mistakes, when you don't pop a BKB or you buy back into the toss, it happens. But the general strategy of the game didn't work out for Smart Omega, and that's really where you have to look and find the issues and fix them. Right? Because in the mid game, in the early to mid game, they didn't manage to stop the Sentimage. You don't have to kill him 10 times. You just need to pick him off twice at least, which is something that they struggle with doing, the way they initiated. Like you buy an Orchid on the Storm, but the Nyx is one setting up with the Yules, and then he's spotted by the Sentry, AM escapes. These kind of moves hurt you quite a bit because you're hunting him with 4 heroes. And there are some players here, some analysts that enjoy anti-mage games. I am not one of those.
Neither am I. I'm not the AM player.
So Tsunami not, I'm not, Lacoste is not.
I enjoy AM games from a distance. I don't enjoy experiencing them in my games. It's like Techies games. I love watching Techies games because I'm not the one constantly
Wait, you love watching
stressing out.
Techies games? What the hell?
Yeah,
Tsunami?
I love watching pro players fall to the same things that I fall to. You walk into a pile of remote mines, you're like, hey, I'm just as good as that guy.
You were my friend before.
We've seen some interesting buybacks during the mid toss. Like you asked Tsunami, like how are they,
buying back
how
so
are they buying
quickly.
back so quickly? You have to experience the pubs. You have to be ready with that buyback button. I'm talking about the rage buyback. We've all done it eventually, even though some of us don't want to admit it. But we've all been there, and it's a training. It's a training for when you need to buy back. Like that one moment where you need to be able to have that fastest finger, and and it happened 2 times during this game.
And honestly, it worked out for AM in the other one because he was trying to TP back to the
Yeah,
fight.
he didn't realize where he was.
He didn't realize it at all. He bought back on the toss spot and then he continued
He was like, I need to
TPing.
get back to the fight. Oh wait, I'm in the fight. And as critical as Black was being on the neutral items, at the same time, Storm Spirit got a timeless relic. Those AoE vortexes were lasting forever, which is why I don't really blame Mac for feeling like he needed to commit so heavily to these fights, because he was the main source of control. And as useful as Nyx Assassin was in the early game for setup, eventually Nyx was just never allowed to walk anywhere, mainly because there were so many sentries and detection, because Tiny also ended up getting a silver edge.
Yeah, this is one of those Nyx Assassin games that proves a point that the hero is strong but not completely broken and busted like some of the other games in which we've noticed him get that agonist very early on and then he just dominates the game on his own. When it's a difficult game, when you're getting picked off, when the enemy support duo is committing so much heavily into those sentries, it becomes obviously more difficult for you to play. You can't get the agonims early on. You have to itemize into a lot of mobility into that Aeon disc, and you don't have as much impact, sadly.
Yeah, and we can prove all the AM haters wrong as Palos gets the MVP. Black
one.
is beaming ear to ear, I'm sure.
Like I talked about his itemization as well. Like his kill participation is also high. He understood that he needs to fight with the team. Like can't just go around and split push, even though he did, because this is what AM does. But also was fighting with the team. Understands that he has this big target in the Storm Spirit that he can delete him. He gets out of mana. Just some good old school rivalry between Storm Spirit and AM type of a game. Both of these teams also like a lot of mistakes. This is not the clean Dota. Even in the first series, we didn't see the clean Dota. Like a lot of mistakes happening. And at the end of the day, I think the question is who's going to make less mistakes.
It was a old school matchup, but some new school itemization coming out from Palos. And we'll see if we can continue that trend. Smart Omega hoping to push it to a 3-game series. Execration likely hoping to close it out, but we will go to a quick break before we can figure out how the series will end. back, everybody, to Game 2 of Execration versus Smart Omega. Although maybe not so smart in game number 1 as they drop the first game. Some costly mistakes, my friends. Some costly mistakes.
I like your transitions and opening panels.
Open the panel with the burn.
Just looking like average Omega right now. You know?
No, if they're listening, it's a big boost. We have to show these fools on the panel that we can
prove
play.
me wrong.
We can play better Dota, and they did. So far, I think their performance in this DPC season has been okay. I would rate it 3.5 out of 5, which is not bad for a team coming out from the lower division.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they can play good Dota. I don't think their strength lies, what Black said, in individual skill. Don't get me wrong, their individual is skilled because they're playing upper division, of course. But they have a good way of playing together. They know what they need to do, and this could potentially be a 3-game series.
Yeah. They approach the game in a different fashion, different way, different drafts. This anti-mage problem they try to solve with early game aggression. We've seen many times what happens when you don't manage to pick him off a couple of times. Suddenly he takes over the game and you find yourself in a problematic situation. But I still feel like Smart Omega might even be a little bit stronger out of the two here in this series. I definitely wouldn't be surprised for a 3-game.
Yeah, it's tough to say, though, because whenever there's an anti-mage in the game, Execration kind of have to play more sacrificial. I'm sure that the Void Spirit would have been like to having more of an impact with a different type of carry, and the supporting staff of Execration are just like, where the hell do we find farm? AM is farming the entire game, but that's okay because hopefully he'll carry us. But as a team, Omega definitely looked more like a unit, at least in game number 1. It's just that they fell as a unit also.
Yeah, they had a couple of different team fight approaches when Storm is probably shouting go in, but then he's a little bit too late to follow up.
He understands that the rest of the team does not have a zip and they can close the 2000 range gap in a second. Yeah.
There was just a little bit of refinement necessary to their execution of team fights, and the game would have been completely different.
Well, hopefully that will change. In game number 2, anything worthy of being respect banned besides, the usual suspects of Beastmaster and whatnot? Because they first phase Storm last time. That's a bold first phase opening, his first phase Storm.
It really is. It really is. Not something that we see. Sometimes it happens. People just, all right, we try to counter us, and at the end of the day, they still lose the game. But I would prefer if they keep picks like Storm Spirit for the rest of the banning and the picking phase.
Who's got first pick? Is it Execration?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind. I was worried that it was actually Smart Omega that has first pick and Beastmaster went
not
through.
ban Beastmaster.
Yeah. So this would have been the easiest vote of my life when it comes to predictions. But
this is still an easy prediction, right?
He's in.
Okay, sign me up. Production, Execration. If they pick Beastmaster.
If they pick it. Because we have seen some teams be like, actually, we'll leave it in the pool.
They will pick it. Of course they will.
Well, that was an easy 2-0.
Yeah. Okay.
Which team are we looking at right now? Production? Is this Smart Omega or Execration? Do we know? Oh, there we go. It's Smart Omega. Yeah, see, Nico's already... Oh, no.
This is Execration.
Yeah,
this is Execration.
Yeah, Execration. And Nico's like, all right, it's cool. We won the game. I don't even need to play my offlane.
He's like, our coach can play. The guy that was sitting behind me, you sit down, please. Play the Beastmaster. We're going to win the game anyway.
My tea isn't good. Take it back, please. Oh, they're sharing. Never mind. Just some food, some drinks, chill out, it's already over. They try with the Nyx Assassin. I've seen this response to the Beast. Usually didn't work from all the series that I watched.
I've seen a lot of teams trying to counter the Beastmaster. None of them seem to
really work.
I've seen Nyx Assassin. I've seen Puck Mid. I've seen Storm.
Rubik.
Morphling.
Enchantress.
We see a lot of Enchantress.
I've seen Enchantress as well, but Enchantress is probably out of all of them the
stupidest.
Yeah, we can read lips.
Let me just say, not very smart because
Let's be gentle, my friend.
Enchantress does counter Beastmaster in the laning stage, but first you're not laning against him. Second, he's not maxing out boars.
Yep.
But
maybe they're just heavily relying on winning the side lanes, something that a lot of the teams put the focus on. But yeah, I don't think Enchantress necessarily is good against the Beastmaster. It was when the Beastmaster is on the offlane. You take the boar, use his weapons against him. Just lower their magic resistance with ET plus the Axis. Like, just get them in.
Flying Palako on
That's right. I watched the VOD. That was what I was seeing in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Palakol.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, we see it again. I actually did not expect Beastmaster to go through in a single game today, but there's always one team. And Smart Omega, they're smart and they definitely fit the profile. We're different. We're going to try and counter it. We're going to pick some Rubik now.
But, you know, we're joking around, but still some of the counters like still remain what the teams try to do, like Storm Spirit, Rubik. Yeah, so they're banning out the Storm, which is nice against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, as long as you can jump him. That's one of the things that I found very useful against the Beastmaster is you have to reach the backline. So Storms and Pucks and even something like a Clockwork on offlane might work because you'll be able to hunt him down. But it's definitely not simple and not easy.
Like when talking about the dispel mechanics, Juggernaut has one, Lifestealer has one. But
for the carries, you mean?
Yeah,
Smart
for the
Omega
carries
to get rid of the axe stacks.
Yeah, so... But then again, you're also playing into Roar. Like, people seem to forget that Beastmaster still has the Roar.
35-second cooldown BKB piercing disable. Oh yeah, let's put that on the same hero.
I've seen some players try out armlet carriers against Beast as well, because it's very difficult for him to stack up so many that you can't toggle against it, but
it should also deal overtime damage, just so that you can
arm it. Yeah, exactly.
We were talking about
Disarm.
Various buffs for the axes.
We were talking about all the buffs. So one of the ideas is, first, you don't have to turn. It's like a torrent. The other one is whenever someone hits you, an axe flies towards him and hits him.
It should not be interruptive. Like whenever you use axes, like you can just keep going. Something like that was done with the Blood Rage. So you were like running away and using the axes in the back, like dealing damage while running away.
Also, you should be able to toggle them so that the axes just spin around you and dispel.
Pause them mid-air.
Exactly. Yeah. You can recall them on demand. Hero needs buffs, if you ask me.
Oh, for sure, 100%. It is just not strong enough at the moment.
Second stack of axes applies disarm. Third applies stun.
And fourth, you just instantly die plus shatter and axes go
and deal AoE percent base damage. Yeah,
the hypothermia.
I can't believe this hero has been slightly nerfed and just forgotten.
The win rates are not astronomically high, which is kind of baffling to me. In upper division, at least like 2 days ago, it was definitely the most picked hero who had a high win rate, but it was only like 68% or something like that. And so I don't know what the answer is. Team Spirit in Eastern Europe has beaten Beastmaster 3 times. They let it go 3 times and they beat it 3 times. One of them did not go Aghanim Scepter, but the other 2 went Aghanim Scepter. They beat it. I looked at their drafts. It didn't look that special. They just looked better. But every other region is getting obliterated.
You still have
by
to execute properly.
Yeah.
The hero still needs some level of execution. It definitely makes your game easier, but if you're the worst team, you can still lose with it. So
this is probably Beastmaster on the mid lane. Dazzle maybe 5-4, maybe off lane. I think like Dazzle right now feels really good on the off lane. From all the games that I've seen, I think mid Dazzle, like it could potentially be mid Dazzle knowing the Southeast Asia. They want to just ruin Ember Spirit's game because like you could potentially play him as a mid into melee matchup. I think we've seen the exact same matchup where Ember Spirit's like forced to get out of the lane, level 3 just jungles, but then Dazzle falls off. But also having a Beastmaster in the team, I just don't want them to overcomplicate, have this Dazzle and then put a mid, put the Beastmaster on the off lane against the Enchantress, give him the boar. Just keep things simple. Beastmaster mid, Dazzle potentially 4, prefer it on the offlane.
Yeah. I was thinking that Smart Omega will do this because Rubik isn't banned out. They pick Rubik in the second stage, and then because of that, you want to put the Beast on the offlane where he's matching against Enchantress. And we've seen that idea before. It didn't work, but it does sound plausible, or perhaps like it's an idea.
But
that
the
might
data
work.
has been done. The research has been done. Listen, there are no answers.
Yeah, the data can sometimes lie.
Stats can lie.
Yeah. Dark's here, okay. This is pretty solid though. You have Darkseer plus Ember Spirit plus Nyx, a lot of Iron Shells. This is a strong combination of heroes. I like it. Plus Iron Shell on that Ember. He jumps on top of the Beastmaster. He can eliminate him.
Like,
very
what if you
early
just
on.
get Oracle and none of your teammates can die? Like Oracle, Dazzle as a position 3, you have way of dispelling the Darkseer. He just ruins you because there are no other dispels.
Plus Flame Guard.
Yeah,
Can
plus
Plus
dispel
Flame
everything.
Guard, yeah. I wouldn't mind, but then you need like a carry that can deal some tower damage as well.
Something not cheesy like a Huskar perhaps with the Oracle. And then you just... No, I'm kidding, but... yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Just
I
get
wouldn't
like a
mind seeing
jug
that.
or something.
Sure, like there are a lot of carries that deal, still tower damage that are ready to fight early on. Let's see what they decide to go for.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Just a hero that can farm easily under the tower with the Iron Shell pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Still, though, can be a little bit problematic versus Nyx and Darkseer. They can definitely
Sure,
win that
yeah,
one.
they push the lane, they put a lot of pressure on you. So I want to see how they're going to adjust their draft, like who's going to be playing what. You could potentially also play Dazzle as a 5 here and just have that heal in the laning stage.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. But it's a good Lifestealer game. Like, Lifestealer is not afraid of any of these heroes, pretty much. They have no burst damage whatsoever, so I think the Graves, a lot of value. They will be able to get the Graves off. The biggest problem is kind of Nyx Assassin hitting you from Vendetta and using the stun. That's their burst damage.
A lot of good heroes versus Lifestealer already banned out. You can see the Razor, the Medusa, the Morphling, all of them already gone. So you don't truly have a lot of top tier carries left versus him. Maybe a Troll
Ursa,
is an
Troll.
option.
Yeah,
Ursa,
well, it should be one of those two.
Yeah, especially with the Darkseer on your team. They can definitely abuse the
Ursa it
Lifestealer.
up a little bit. Yeah, that would. look
But
pretty
it
solid.
doesn't answer Beastmaster, so what does it matter?
I think you have the answer to the beast already, even though that
With
sounds
Ember?
very funny. With the Darkseer and Ember, yeah.
With 4 heroes, if Beastmaster's isolated in the river
And Dazzle's
being
not anywhere near the
disconnected,
grave.
they can take him down.
You maybe take him down.
Before he gets BKB, it's definitely not that simple for him to play.
They banned Brewmaster. Like, that's they think it's the offline that they need that has a dispel.
Yeah, Pango Ember, they're expecting Beast not to be mid.
They expect.
No. They do expect
They do
Beastmaster to be
expect
mad.
Beastmaster.
Oh, yeah,
they
yeah,
want an
you're right,
offlaner
you're right.
for Execration,
Yeah.
Need some more
which is
sleep.
probably what they want. And
they go with
get
Axe.
Axe. Okay. Why?
Axe Dazzle.
Centaur was
same
banned out.
team.
Mars was banned out. Tide still in the pool.
Yeah, you get a hero that buys that Vanguard early on. I think Axe is pretty solid at the moment. He's better than before. So
Why Axe over Tide? Which is the or well, I guess Timber doesn't really fit because there's a lot of magic damage on Smart Omega, but Tide is the offlaner that we're seeing the most.
I guess
if
it's
Centaur
lower,
and Mars are banned out.
lower cooldown.
Yeah, lower cooldown. So just control.
You
Okay.
can fight constantly, and let's see what they go for. Ursa or actually Drow.
Okay.
The hypothermia we talked about.
It's a good matchup. Like, Drow Ranger into Lifestealer matches nicely. Like, who's the gap closer besides Axe? They don't have any. So it could potentially be a good Drow Ranger game. I like that. I've seen Drow Ranger just winning a lot of the games against these melee cores, and especially against the Lifestealer. Like, your rage is gone. You're just slow. You're literally not doing anything.
Yeah.
And like, look at the slow. The Enchantress slow. The Drow Ranger slow. It's just gonna be so much. Still, there's but I'm gonna go with Execration
because of the Beastmaster.
because of the Beastmaster.
I love how they
exactly.
put me already. Yeah, I won't change that. I stand with it. By the way, one problem that I have with Drow here is you have such a good empower from this Darkseer, and you're wasting it on a Drow. Like the Science Shell.
Yeah, that's true.
Already with the Ember, it's great, but if they had an Ursa or something similar, some of these bulkier frontliners, Sven even, I would have loved it more. But Beastmaster for me. Execration.
Guess what it is for me.
Yo, you kind of style the same beard.
It's true, actually.
Is that it?
I need to buy some axes, man.
You need to
That could be
buy
top
some
tier.
red paint, and that's it. Man, you would actually be a sick Beastmaster.
If I had your body, maybe. I'm shaped more like the boar rather than anything
Crossbow.
else.
We can make it.
We can make it.
his body, your face, and I'll be the axis, I
We'll
guess.
see what the Prediction King brings, even though all three of us are going Execration. But maybe Black and B-Cup, they got a hot take for us. Is this the answer, Black, to the Beastmaster?
Potentially, maybe.
Could.
What is? Nobody knows. But Omega must be mad after the game 1. So purely out of anger, I'm going to go Omega.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
B-Cup.
I'm down to go Omega as well. I think Drow might be the difference maker.
So drowsy reasoning, not any emotional instability, anything.
My emotional instability is what makes me want to go for Smart Omega. Yeah.
Perfect. I can't wait to see this train wreck of a cast then.
Sounds
Give me game number 2.
Yeah. For sure.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
You're unstable, I'm unstable.
Yeah.
Omega is unstable. Let's go. Execration is unstable. What's stable? Well, Beastmaster axes are stable. B-Cup.
They very much are.
More axes. More axes. More
More
axes.
axes.
Let's
And
see.
There was an axe in the game.
Yes.
It's axes.
Or let me run you down why they picked axe, okay?
He's jealous.
No, I thought they're gonna pick a good melee carry that synergizes well with Darkseer, like PA. What was the other hero I said?
You didn't say any other hero.
Oh, my PA Spectre is really good as well to get on top of the Beastmaster, and that axe kind of prevents them from doing that because it would be a terrible lane for them. So I quite like that preemptive quote-unquote like counter, but now you have to deal with Drow Ranger Eng as an axe. Probably not very happy about that.
Yeah. I'm wondering what's going to go on, if this is going to be a good Drought game. We were seeing
It
this
looks like a really good
somewhat.
Drow game. Like, they have no jumper, really, until Beastmaster gets his blink. But even then, he can stick a silenced. He has a lot of plays around it. He has Surge. He has a good front line. Good scouting with the Nyx. He has some backline heal, even. I think it could be a really good Drow game.
Is the Shard a must for the Drow?
Usually, I would build it against really high region heroes, which in this game, there aren't really any. So I don't think it's like a super must or anything. Can you click on the Drow Ranger? She doesn't look like Drow Ranger. Look at the picture. What is that? Looks like some Bloodborne character.
Yeah. Some JRPG.
Yeah. What the hell is the cosmetic set?
I like it. I think it looks nice.
I'm very interested that they picked Ember against Beast. Because level 1, your shield can't tank the axes, it will get dispelled instantly. So he went for Sleight of Fist, but level 1 Sleight of Fist is still a Sleight of Fist. It's not very useful. It's not an easy lane for Ember at all.
No, not at all.
Interesting.
You could see Yogi just kind of run away with this one.
Yeah. I'm not expecting like any sort of kills or anything, but it should be pretty simple.
Battle Hunger onto the Nyx Assassin. Taking a lot of damage with the Poison Touch too. This just really stacks up.
They actually put Nyx Drow.
Instead of Ench Drow.
Why? It's Nyx Darkseer. That's like the combo of the combos of the combo. I don't know what that is about. Because bot lane would be really one-sided, and top lane you could just pull creeps and farm that way.
Right. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
If it works out.
We will. Maybe Crazy is the... Oh, the Nyx courier gone again. He has lost his courier like twice in the laning phase last game as well.
Yeah, he's stepping up a little bit too far and the courier just gets taken out.
Well, you say too far. It ran literally in melee range to the Dazzle. It's quite a bit too far. But if they're just cutting creeps like this, I really don't understand why Ench is top. Makes no sense to me.
Are they just going to continue to pump up the Poison Touch and the Battle Hunger?
Yeah, I believe
Go
so.
after the Nyx Assassin?
He can't really sustain it forever.
So Sam H just trying to use that Ion Shell, pull the creeps, do what he can. Slide coming out on a Yoi. He's got that level 2 in the Flame Guard.
Yeah. And is he using the boars to stack Ancients? Not yet. That's really what I feel like sets apart the top Beastmaster players from the just okay ones.
Right.
The ability to really just stack all the camps as a Beastmaster. He's actually... Which one is he stacking? The big camp And the small camp, okay. He has to be careful though. Ember could potentially just step in here and steal that.
Root and the sweep coming out from RR. Do they have the damage? They've got the enchantment to slow the Iron Shell, so Sam H will get first blood.
I love how that looked like. He just punched him right in his back with a little Darkseer fist.
Not even a normal punch.
Not even a normal punch.
Weaker than normal punch.
Yeah, like a 10% punch.
Because he doesn't have that normal punch unlocked.
I just love the way Darkseer's attack sounds. Like a little... What does it even sound like?
You want to know what it is? You unlock normal punch, but what you're doing before that is just you're rubbing your feet on the rug, and then you're giving the little static shock. Ember.
Goodbye, Ember.
Mac gets the Searing
Can you juke the access? Wow, he
No,
couldn't.
he didn't.
Because it didn't even look like a hit, but the axe has a bigger area than it looks like. Why?
The handles hit him.
Only the frogs know.
I'm not a frog. I don't know.
How do you feel like about not knowing?
I feel ill-informed.
Yes.
Spike Carapace on the Poison Touch.
That's a level 2 Poison Touch and another courier potentially biting the dust.
Where are you going?
Micro the courier? No.
Got the sweep hitting onto the Darkseer again with the enchant, slowing up RR. Looks like Sam H does want to chase, but he's not going to catch up.
Double Null Talisman Darkseer. Interesting. For the additional region.
And he's got Mango queued.
And he's also pretty damn rich. 400 ahead of the Lifestealer. But Drow's only 1,700 net worth. Axe is 2.3k. What happened down there? Well, let me tell you what happened. They put Nyx there instead of Ench.
Yeah, it's not really
Working
best
out at
of
all.
games for Tino.
Yeah. And Drow is the kind of the game winner in this game, so I guess Ember can make a lot of space if Darkseer gets big. Because you get that high level Iron Shell, potential Surge.
Right.
But you're not slowing down Beastmaster at all. He's still crushing mid lane.
Yeah, he's having a really good game, and you already have that Vanguard for the axe.
Licorice. And his Raw available now. We all know what happens when a very beardy, manly man screams at you.
He could just come down bottom and destroy this Drow's game.
He could, but he doesn't have boots yet. Which are flying with the courier now. Nyx Assassin looks pretty damn dead.
Spike Carapace call is in. They've got the kill. BDZ gets it.
He's just getting burned out by all this DOT damage.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Vanguard already on Axe.
And the dots are really...
He's just tanking the tower, not taking any damage. Alright. OS Rock also. He might just be diving the Draw Ranger here. He has no recon to play. Elder Titan. He's fine.
It's just tough to sell that dive, I guess, when nobody else is with
He's
you.
running after him. Punch. Right in the ribcage, dude.
The little static.
It
Oh,
sounds
now
so
Drow's in
stupid.
trouble. Battle Hunger on the run. And hoping to spin, and he will. Spin to win.
He just doesn't take any damage from the tower. I didn't know Vanguard is this impactful against tower damage.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Draw go now? You're definitely not ping back bottom.
Can I get that chase sound once again?
Which one?
The Darkseer one? Oh, Palace losing his Midas.
Is under attack.
Oh, he
Courier
did?
dead.
Who killed it? Darkseer with the punch, I think, right?
Yeah.
Man, he's just punching everything today. The guy's insane. And another!
We're going to get Nico. Oh, CML. They got the wall down, but the call is in. Nico just hoping that he spins, and he will get the
One
Culling
more
Blade.
spin.
Just needs one
Ching.
more, and dunks on. The double dunk.
And Drought ping top, taking over the lane there. Much needed space for him. I mean, at least they got the axe kill. It was unnecessary to lose 2 heroes, but at least they got the axe kill. He was going a little bit too ham. He's out farming even the Beastmaster.
Does that even slow him down, though?
Talk to the hand.
Hand of Midas.
Nope, that's gone.
Palace now, he's the one who rotates bottom. He'll take over there.
Yep. Drought just needs level 6, then he can farm the jungle quite comfortably. Axe the ping top, right back to the Drow Ranger. He's like, nope, you're my prey.
Remember me?
Remember me? Look at this battle hunger. Oh, he fucked him.
Can you give me the Lifestealer right click sound? Because I'm really campaigning for you to have your own sound effects on Dota.
Wait, let me listen
Like
to
a
it.
sound effects pack.
Yeah, I just gotta listen to it for a while.
Oh, now it's gone.
It's coming soon. Don't worry.
Poison Touch, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Primal Roar. Onto the Ember. They're going to chase BDZ. 3-man vacuum. Axe is trying to do what they can. They get the kill on the BDZ. They look over at Sam H, who will get back. Called again. And Tino gone. You want to attack Nico. I don't know if this is the right idea. He's got creeps with him. Ooh.
The tier 2 tower deals a
Stopped
little
it.
bit more damage than the tier 1, Nico.
Yeah, now he's getting tipped, so that's a problem. He might die. He's looking for the call. He can't get it.
The tier 1 tower deals about twice as much damage as the tier 1 tower, Nico. You gotta respect it a little more.
He played himself a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower has
All
fallen.
right. Yeah. If you just constantly be doing that, you gotta watch the ob screen and just be making all the sound effects.
All the sound effects of the entire fight?
Yeah, I've done that in stream before. It's very fun.
Me too. People loved it.
Yeah,
Was pretty exhausting though.
it is. I only do it for about like one game. It's a max.
I'll take that.
How many of the sounds do you actually catch in one team fight? Like 10%?
I don't know because I'm also trying to talk at the same time.
Oh, that sounds hard with one mouth.
Yeah, I need a second.
But I'm sure like that's not the only thing you do with one mouth.
Astral Spirit goes back to RR.
Yep.
Enchantress going for the Silver Crest, and they're going to try and take this tier 1 tower top.
He finally
Radiant's
got
bottom tower is under attack.
Zimidas.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Massive Pydas.
Not on cooldown.
Not yet.
Or not off cooldown. Spike Carapace, they're chasing the Knicks. They've got the Poison Touch. Thinking about going for the
Ember.
call, but there's the
No
stun.
grave yet.
Ember called.
Zero level
BDC.
grave.
He's going to die.
You gotta have at least one level grave. And now Axe is dead again.
Yeah. So
Nico
he's-
was feeling himself before, but now he's getting punished.
Now he's the lowest on the list of his cores. They got the Primal Roar out on a Tino. Slide comes in. They still don't get the kill onto the Drow.
One more Axe.
Oh, I
Wow. I gave him the power with the sound effect, I think.
Axes aren't broken, man.
Well, it's fine. They're gonna get him. Haste runs out in 1, 0, gone. Chase.
Remnant.
Oh,
Slide.
he missed the... He didn't even try.
He didn't even go for the chains.
Just run through the trees. How long can you chase? The answer is very long. But no mana. So Elder Titan might be on a chopping board instead. They're gonna get him.
Bottom tower
Nope.
is under attack.
Too speedy. Nobody dies. And if nobody dies, everyone lives.
That is true. Similar to the if you're dead, you're dead.
Yeah. Cause you kind of both. Still no level on grave on this Dazzle. It's very greedy. It's very greedy.
What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, now you're becoming goofy.
Wasn't that goofy all along? Rip off my face.
Mech being picked up by the Dazzle. He finally has Grave.
Drow is 2k behind the lifesteal. Not great.
No, only 3,700 net worth. Still way behind the Axe, too.
Yeah.
We'd love to get into that Blink Dagger as quickly as possible.
Axe is going straight into the Blink Dagger. Solar Crest already finished on Ench actually. No boots. Alright. Go ham.
320 movement speed. Who needs it? Who needs boots?
Yeah, when it's boots when you're a deer.
So 1k lead right now for Execration.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Pretty small considering
Primal
that.
Roar.
Dire's middle
Okay.
tower is under
On
attack.
for the
Draw 'em
Knicks.
up, all right.
And Boars. Can they do enough damage on a CML? They're trying to.
Dazzle, 1 level in grave now.
He gets relatively low. They'll look to land the sweep Grave.
Just
Decent
TP
timing.
out.
TP out.
Shackle.
But Searing Chains are there.
Easy kill. And Joey also ran back in. How did he get back in there? I did not see that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So that's going to slow down the Ags, and they're going to get tier 1 tower out of this. Execration, their lanes went amazing, and then they're just giving up way more than they need to.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
Dire's
I
middle
think it's the
tower
saying,
has
right?
fallen.
Yeah.
But it's not fully crumbled yet. It's still kind of whole, but Axe will need some downtime to farm his Blink Dagger. 800, 700 gold needed for Beastmaster to become OS Frogmaster.
Some of those axes have already felt OS Frog.
Lifestealer, haven't seen anything from him so far. 0-0-0, picked up a Midas. Uses it very efficiently at least, so that's something. Level 12 now. Is he ahead of everybody else? Yeah, a little bit.
Tino just has Dragonlance right now. Even with the axe having like 3 deaths in a row, he's still ahead.
Yeah. He's just not farming at all on this Raw Ranger, it feels like. They just made so much space in the mid, but he got like, what, 1k net worth in the last 2 minutes or so? That's not a whole lot. Not even 1k. Why is it called Dragonlance, by the way? Doesn't look like a Dragonlance at all.
Made of dragon scales.
Okay.
Don't run off.
Going for Nico.
Radiant's
For a second, they'll put the pressure on. They've got him slowed up.
They have Grave.
Look for the sleep. Nico on the run. CML moving in, and he had Vendetta to work with, but he doesn't throw down the hit or the stun on anybody.
So it's basically right now just Lifestealer and Drow farming while the rest of the players in the game are trying to brawl it out. And Lifestealer is farming much faster than the Drow Ranger is. But weirdly enough, the gold advantage actually swung into the favor of Omega for a second there.
Yeah,
Darkseer is massive.
The Darkseer is massive.
He almost has his own
supports
axe.
are
Radiant are scanning.
better, higher farm than the other supports.
Yeah, these engines are actually also pretty damn big. Going into a Cloak next.
Compared to the Dazzle,
So
yeah.
Beastmaster Axe online. When are we gonna see the first move?
Probably with the Blink Dagger, because they're about to have it on Axe.
Yeah, I mean you don't have to do anything with Axe Beastmaster, but you should. Why not just use your timing? I mean you're never gonna not scale, so farming is fine. But you know, might as well make use of what you have. It's a good philosophy.
There's the Blink Dagger, so I would expect maybe they fall back, smoke, go for a play here.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, probably. Got Earth Splitter now available as well. Dazzle, 10 gold away from the mech though. Maybe waiting for that. Just gonna pick that up momentarily. What is Lifestealer going for? Just a casual Sage. Picked up the armlet. The matchup is still not good though. Drow Ranger still beats Lifestealer in mid game once all the items come online. They have a lot of burst damage though. Whoever gets called plus Infest Bomb, they're gone. They have Raw to follow up as well. Ember picked up a Desolate, that's nice, but he's not very survivable.
Get the sentry down on CML, Blink Call, that's the reveal. Slight coming through as well as Searing Chains, but it's out of the boards.
Radiant's bottom
So they get the kill on a CML, they will go over with the boards on the Mac for a second, maybe thinking about going in. These axes are going to start to fly in thanks to the Ags. You do have Ags though available for the Darkseer. Ooh, Blink Call, they've got the Infest, the wall is down.
Maybe into deep.
Up back, and it may be too far. BDZ.
Wait, why did
Shallow Grave to work with, and Omega back away.
Why didn't Lifestealer jump out and go on the Ember? Like he's just chilling in there.
Maybe he doesn't want to risk being in that far.
He has
under
range
the
though.
wall.
Nothing to worry about. Now he just jumps out like that. All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Interesting decision.
Palace goes back to farming.
Yeah. He's like, all right. If you don't get a 5-man axe call, I'm not gonna jump out. I'm gonna go back to farm. Scrap.
So
Now axe. Man, this Iron Shell is pretty strong now. With that axe pick up. They're going to the Beastmaster.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the kill here on a Yoi. Back behind him, 2-man stun from CML. That hits onto RR as well as Yoi. They'll get the kill on a 1. Vacuum back Nico. BDZ in some trouble. Pops the mech, not going to survive.
Now where's the damage, huh? Well, Lifestealer says, hold my beer, and he does nothing. He hits him 4 times, doesn't do any damage.
Blink Call well off the mark.
And Axe might be in trouble now.
I think
Infest.
he's just dead.
Infest is not ready. You can't heal him.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to save Nico. They'll try to get a call out, but it's not going to work out in their favor. They've got the sleep. They will go over
He's
as
tickling
Ember.
them.
He's sleeping, but he doesn't really care. Nobody's coming his way anyway.
Lifestealer is hitting this Eng, who uses Solar Crest on enemies for about 90 damage. Why is he tickling them? Stop. That's illegal.
Tickling?
I'm gonna call the police on you, yeah. You're invading my private space.
Omega's playing this really well.
They
the
are.
Lifestealers had a well, and they're playing it practically 4v5. The Drought's just still farming.
Yeah. And they're just making sure that they kill the Beastmaster right away. Like, he's probably 70-80% of the damage right now. For some reason, I'm not sure why, this Lifestealer is tickling. Even though his armlet Sage should be hitting for a good 200, but he's not. Why not, Beakup?
Because he wants to tickle instead, like you said.
He's a tickler.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Actually gave Drow Ranger quite a bit of space to catch back up.
Now ahead of the Axe, which was something that Tino was struggling to do earlier on. They've got the Blink as well as the call that comes into the Enchantress.
It's just tanky though.
Quite tanky. Never get a Culling Blade off, and they've got
That's
the back
a big
end of the wall. That's a wall that ends up onto 3. They've got the 2-man stun that follows it up from the Nyx Assassin. The Rage is used by Palace trying to right-click away onto Shanks, who's healing up as much as he can, so he does tank up a lot of that damage. Remnant forward, Searing Chains through. Primal Roar used onto the Ember. They've got the Silence onto this Lifestealer. The damage coming up from the Drow is not going to be enough. They get the kill on the back. They'll take out the Ember. They'll look for more. CML on the run, Spike Carapace, but just...
And that's the power of Beastmaster, baby.
Yeah, now they find themselves Tino, and they'll dunk him as well.
Yep. 900 mana worth of axes have been thrown. You can't jump the Beastmaster, you don't win fights. That's literally how every fight's gonna go. You need to kill the Beastmaster, or you're gonna lose the fight. Now they're gonna lose Roshan. Very balanced. I just look at the Beastmaster axes raining in. Another one.
And
Another one.
no, you had to run back for a second. Hawk axes.
It was really good, like the vacuum wall impale.
I like that he blinked a little bit further down the river, and then they drew the fight that way.
Yeah, you just want to be out of focus completely.
Yeah, so he blinks up towards the top of the river, but the way Palos and the axe move up north, it draws Omega up there. He can still throw axes, and they've got the control.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how some teams actually beat this hero.
Luck?
Maybe. Can't win every game, right? Just like matchmaking.
Oh.
CML has been spotted out. Mac still smoked up. They need to kill this Beastmaster somehow. Yep, that's not the target. Another
Call.
roar.
They'll find themselves the Nyx Assassin, the Remnant over. They've got the Searing Chains. They'll look to try and kill this axe, but here comes Palos. They land the sweep onto 2. They'll look over as they'll get the kill into CML. They'll take it the Nyx Assassin. Now Mac on the run. The axe is being thrown forward. Mac trying to Remnant away. He gets only a slight amount of space and force staff into the blink. That was so well done. Axe just force staff blinked himself and caught the Ember. That was really well done.
Yeah. And this kind of seems like the beginning of the end. Like, it just doesn't really feel like Omega has any tools to fight back anymore. Like, every time they try anything, Beastmaster Hawk scouted you already, you run into a roar, a couple of sentries, and this Lifestealer is massively ahead of this Drow Ranger still. Like, we just haven't seen anything from this Drow this game. 0-4-1. No farm, really, to speak of.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
The Drow, even in a fight where... Even in a fight where Drow had open space to just right-click, it wasn't enough in that fight over mid.
The thing is, do you ever have open space to right-click when this Beastmaster axis is raining in?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's true.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom
That's the
tower
problem with
is
these
under
axes. The
attack.
first one you catch, you're like, yeah, doesn't actually hurt that much, but the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, suddenly it's 1,000 damage per axe.
The axe is also one of their hidden skills. Is they also bait you in.
Dire's
Because the first one doesn't hurt, and you're like,
structures
I could tank this.
Tank a couple.
Radiant's top
And the
tower
second one,
is under attack.
Third one.
yeah, and then you realize, the team fight actually takes 20 seconds. I got
Radiant's
20
top
stacks on
tower
me.
has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Brass.
Dire's bottom
A
tower
fan
is
brace.
under attack.
Slide fit Searing Chains.
Yeah.
But nothing doing to kill off this Lifestealer who's holding onto the Aegis for another 2 minutes 15 seconds.
Yeah, and Dire is just itemizing efficiently now. Should just be able to move around the map. Beastmaster picked up travels just to push out the side lanes. Now Beastmaster TPs away, so you gotta be a little bit careful. Nyx is on the prowl. They saw him with their sentry ward though. He actually picked up the shard right away on Drow Ranger. They're now going in on him.
I like that pickup.
Oh, he might be dead on Darks here.
If he can find the right positioning, I don't hate that pickup.
We'll see.
Call
he
Nyx
got him,
spotted.
actually.
First hit from the Vendetta, but they've got the Earth Splitter coming in. That actually lands on a Mac 2. They'll get the kill onto CML. They end up losing BDZ. Palos moving in. Primal Roar thrown over onto the Ember. They've got the vacuum back as well as the silence. The right click is coming through from Tino. Palos. Oh, just infests in time.
Just infest. And heal up 140 health per second. No problem. Some age. Oh, close. This time it didn't force staff. This time it didn't force staff. Shanks. Good damage, but not enough attack speed. Passive, Midas.
Wing call on the 2. They're going to have the Nyx Assassin back alive and trying to fight. The wall is down onto RR. It's only onto the Elder Titan, though. Is that really worth the wall? They'll look for the sweep. They're not going to get it. And now the damage coming out of the Palos. He's in trouble.
Beastmaster's out of mana.
Almost out of health. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains trying to armor toggle through it all, but he won't be able to do so successfully.
He has no range.
First life is gone. So now he's hit with the stun coming out from CML. The right click damage from the Drow Ranger starting to do work, but they've got the Force Staff as well as the Blink once again, and they will get the call on the 2, take out the Darkseer. Sam H drops, but so does BDZ again. They'll buy back on the Darkseer. They're chasing after the Nyx Assassin. They'll get the kill on the CML. They'll look over the axe and finish off Nico.
He had his hands in the air, but he was not quite in the kill threshold. Actually, pretty decent fight. At the very end, the Darkseer buyback there could have been a lot better if he didn't do that, because that is actually quite costly and is now kind of a winning condition for the Execration side.
The Hypothermia is just starting to really lay on the damage.
Like Beastmaster, smoked up, Blink Dagger, infested as well. Who are you gonna get? On Mac?
Oh, Primal Roar, and they'll get the kill on the Mac. They'll blow him up. They lose RR, though.
He got absolutely destroyed, man. The Elder Titan aura, putting him down to 4 armor only. Desolator coming in, putting him at -2.
Jeez.
It's too much.
It's too little.
Too little.
Too little armor.
And he's getting AC now. Lifesteal to amplify that even more. Always love some minus armor pickups together with that Elder Titan. Makes a lot of sense. And feels like Ench is more of a core than Drow Ranger right now.
I don't know. Drow was hitting pretty hard in one of those fights in the last one. Last big engagement.
It was decent.
Because you can feel the Hypothermia start to stack up. Like, it's a pretty big deal.
It's a decent amount. But she was also able to hit for like a full minute, pretty much.
Yeah, but then they get the kill, and like, depending on the stacks, does a lot more damage.
How much damage did it? Like 60.
60 magic
So
damage.
it's 420.
Max 7 stacks. 420 damage, magical. It's a big explosion.
Would be nice if it was like some sort of max HP included in there. Like a certain amount of damage plus max HP.
I still think it's strong regardless.
It's pretty decent. But it's still the main use is against like these life leeching heroes, which I guess Lifestealer is one of them, as the name implies.
Right.
Whipping
So
herself
6k
up.
lead for Execration.
Yeah. Holy Locket now picked up on Ench. Could potentially be a turnaround factor against that axe as well. Yep, breakdancing a little in the...
Just dancing over mid. Titan Sliver. Alright.
And just to be careful, he seemed deceivingly tanky, but once his life's with the ACs on top of her, she's gonna melt.
Shadowblade for the axe. So
Interesting. So positioning is key for him. He doesn't care much about survivability.
Blink Force Shadowblade.
Yeah.
very interesting combo of items for the Axe.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's almost a
is under
BKB on
attack.
Beastmaster. Once that's up,
Dire's top
they
tower
don't really
is
have
under
any great way of dealing with him. Or it's a Paladin sword now picked up on Palos.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He'll,
attack.
he'll get that sent over. He's very close to that AC. There it is.
Dire are scanning.
So he's got that getting delivered.
Yep. And the AC also completed.
Radiant's bottom
Now it's pretty much go time. They got everything they need. Lifestealer is a
Dire's top
massive
tower
unit.
is under attack.
His attack speed is kind of crazy
Radiant's
too.
bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, Smart Omega are going to need to be very careful, and they're already doing that. They're staying pretty passive for the moment.
Yep. Also, Beast just reached level 20, so half of the cooldown from the ult is gone.
Wing call.
And
Infest
gone.
pop the Earth Splitter. Don't even need the Earth Splitter. Shanks just gets cold.
Yep. The minus 11 armor is too strong. He has the Paladin sword and Enchantress out of all heroes. Okay. Wouldn't Drow want that?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Quicksilver, I know it's
Radiant's
not
middle
terrible.
tower is under attack.
Sure, but it's not.
Dire's
Great.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
He wants a
tower
spider
has
legs instead.
fallen.
Ooh, Dust.
Radiant's top tower.
He was
is
looking
under
for it.
Nico caught the Ember. Right
Caught
into
the
the
Ember into the
storm.
sleep. Wow.
He didn't BKB that or rammed it again. He did not expect that. Wow.
Doesn't get the kill for Staff.
Don't. Why? Ah! He cancelled it. And
He's trying, and now he's right in the hands of Palace. He just can't run away long enough. And they're smoking. They want to go for more immediately.
they have Blink Raw. And an infested lifesteal. He's sitting at 4k health with the lifesteal inside. Well, you might just be a goner, Nyx.
Blink.
Wait, what? Stunned the beast. Oh, he killed the... I think he denied his own sentry ward? Is that what happened? I don't even know.
Dust used. BDZ on the run. Into
he's
his
taking
shots.
these.
And Shallow Grave off. Trying to bait him to go even further to get into the hands of Nico. But I don't know if Nico wants to make the jump to Blink and then to get the call. Can he spin enough?
Drow has to be careful.
Drow very far forward. Palace coming behind him, and now I think he's starting to recognize that. He'll get the spider legs and go into the trees. They've got Nico caught out. Get the kill. Primal Roar, BKB, Papa Yowie going after the Drow Ranger. They've got RR low. He's dead. Four staff out of the base, or out of the game and
Look
back
at the
into the game.
axes.
The axes are more than enough to get the kill. The Tina look over at Shanks. As Palace is trying to make the decision on who he wants to go for, and you see the attack speed of the damage on the CML. Takes out the next assassin, and they've got 3 dead.
Yeah. Beast basically just solo kills the Drow Ranger. 1 roar, like 6 axes, he's gone. It's just too easy for him. It's just too damn easy. Palace doesn't even care about the right clicks coming in, just hitting the tower, Still got Rage and Fest to work with. Roar was already off cooldown again. Wow. What an ability.
Fair and balanced.
4-second stun through BKB. Roshan is up, laying in the axis. And another!
Another axe.
And another! And another! And another!
Easy road.
Yep. Beastmaster, raw on the edge.
Primal Roar onto the Enchantress. They've also got a shard available on the Dazzle, so
Oh, they caught him on the tip of it.
that Hex could be a problem.
There's the shard. Also, is very good against Darks here. Just kill all the illusions instantly. Beast going straight into the Aether Lens. Is it Aether Lens or Ether Lens?
I say Aether.
Or is it Ether?
No.
Like Heather? No? I'll trust you. My Americano friendo.
So Shanks moving forward for a second, thinking about baiting them in. Not sure if he wants to be there.
Baiting them in. Feels like a mini game. Who can survive the... Oh. Nix Assassin just gone.
Yeah, CML getting killed off by Yoey as they're taking the top tier 3.
They have no Raw available. Well, in 20 seconds they do.
They really just can't stop Palos at the moment. Blink Call comes through onto the Enchantress. Right click's coming out. The Gust is used, but the Rage is out. They've got the wall down right onto Nico. So Palos needs to be careful as the right click's coming from the Drow, trying to defend the high ground. Shank's moving in, throwing some impetus shots, but he'll infest into a creep.
He actually had 14 stacks of the axes and he didn't take any damage.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Infest. Ooh, Yoey blinks forward, pops the BKB, goes to the Primal Roar on a Mac. Now they've got the blink as well as the call. They'll get the call and get the kill on a Mac. They'll buy back immediately, vacuum, but the wall is already down and the Gust is going to miss. So they'll take out Shanks. They've got the damage there. They look over at Tino, who's surged up by this Darkseer, but they got the call and they will kill off
That
Mac
might be
for the
it.
second time.
Not a whole lot of tools left to defend with.
No, not at all.
Dire's bottom tower.
Once again, Beastmaster reigns supreme.
Radiant's middle barracks
Please give
are
us a
under
C-patch.
attack.
That's what we're hoping for. They've got the call. They're going to try and get this kill. Earth Splitter coming through. They'll take out Sam H. CML is gone. 4 heroes dead. They look over at the Drow, who's back into the base.
And there she will stay
Radiant's
to live
bottom
out the rest of her
tower is
life.
under attack.
And the Radiant Fountain.
Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Don't really want to GG out
Radiant's
though.
bottom barracks has fallen.
Whoa, the force death. Nice.
Okay.
They baited him so hard.
Yeah, there's the
He
GG.
never saw it coming. Just having a little bit of fun there at the end. But yeah, the draft looked really solid. Laning phase was completely one-sided. And Execration's favor. I guess Darkseer did quite well for himself, but if you don't have like a great carry combo with the Darkseer, the hero just seems average
Yeah, for
at
sure.
best. It was
Average
pretty lackluster what we had there. But as I said, the Axe pick was quite nice to deny some of those melee options like PA. You never want to pick that into Axe.
Yeah.
Well done, Execration, showing why they perhaps beat Fnatic 2-0.
Yeah, this was really a matchup of maybe Dark Horse is coming in to potentially take a major spot because both these teams have had upsets. So it's interesting to see how this one ends out. Execration with the 2-0 win over Omega. To break it down a little bit further for you, we've got the panel, so we're going to send it back over to them.
Yes, interesting, fascinating, truly compelling. These are the words that I use to describe Beastmaster. Just kidding. It wasn't that interesting. Why do people keep thinking that they can beat this hero, Lacoste? It frustrates me to no end.
Eventually, people will start banning it first phase, no matter what. Like, maybe we don't want to play it, or there's going to be a patch dropping out soon that's going to make it more balanced. You know, we have Execration with the axe and Beastmaster with the axes, so kind of hard to bet against that.
Bang, bang. Execration.
There's always gonna be one smart team.
What's the smart thing? Is it Omega? No, it's
No,
not.
the smart Omega. There's always gonna be one smart
They think
team
they're-
trying
they
to.
think they're so smart.
Yeah, trying to play against the Beastmaster, trying to counter it, and it will pretty much always look the way it looked here. Beastmaster contested a little bit, but had a good laning stage. Killed Ember alone, then killed the Drow Ranger. Later on in the mid game, he died a couple of times. Yeah, to the Fire Shield and to the Iron Shell. Flame Guard and Iron Shell happens, but eventually you just take over.
How'd you feel about the axe? I'm
Perfect.
definitely seeing a big advantage that it has over something like a Tidehunter. He was having very, very frequent blink call initiations.
Okay, but some of those, because they were so frequent, weren't also on point. He
Yes,
had
that's
a
true.
couple of very questionable ones.
After he got his Vanguard, he was like, hell yeah, I'm the
Oh yeah,
smartest hero on the map.
I'm gonna go and try to kill heroes underneath the tier 2 tower. Tier 2 towers are something you can fool around
Nope.
with. You know, those tier 1s. Axe didn't receive any like real buffs. Like he received the buff in terms of shard, which people don't get at all.
Yeah,
Or,
right
like,
click axe got buffed.
that it doesn't make much sense. But I've seen a couple of axes, and it seems like they're doing well. I think the biggest part is Vanguard. Yeah, just 100 gold less, more block damage makes this hero kind of viable again.
Not viable enough to dive Enchantress under the tier 2, but
Draw range wants to get out of the game. Doesn't work like that. She's not Phoenix.
Let me out.
yeah, it's literally the way I feel every single time I'm playing versus Beastmaster. Just get me out. Let me out. You don't want to play into it. It's very annoying, very strong.
Really well, I think. Like his understanding, the duration of the rage, when he needs to go in and out, because like you move at 100 move speed against the Draw Ranger, against the Enchantress, it's a tough one. I thought the Draw Ranger is gonna do better, but is that 186 or 166?
166.
Okay, so not too much impact coming up from this Draw Ranger.
If it was 186, it would have been better.
Yeah, it would make more sense considering that they were playing. But yeah, also Black had a really nice point about Darkseer. He has this Ember Spirit that he can use the Ion Shell on, but no real carry that just wants to go in with the Surge, with the Ion Shell on, provide chaos in the back lines. Didn't happen. Draw Ranger needs to keep the distance.
This is what we talked about in the draft panel, right? Like before the game. He doesn't have a carry that's melee that's going to jump in. If they had the Life Stealer, I feel like it would have been a much better draft for them.
Part of the problem that they couldn't pick a melee carry like that was because of our MVP. It's going to be Nico, who, with the axe, definitely discouraged a lot of those potential picks.
Okay. He definitely deserves an MVP for one way or another, for sure. At some
second half of the game was definitely MVP.
Yeah.
First half of the game, maybe not so much.
What about the middle half of the game?
The middle half. Yes, my favorite of the three halves.
Okay, he stomped the laning stage definitely, and then he became a little bit peculiar, interesting play style, jumping in, diving, but then in the end he definitely did bring it to the same level of the laning stage and dominated, deservingly so.
And now we will have an opportunity to speak to Execration once again after they picked up their 2-0 victory versus Fnatic. Now we can talk to BDZ with a 2-0 victory over Smart Omega. BDZ, congratulations on the series, my friend.
Thank you.
Happy to see that you guys are getting better and better with each week. Week 1, you got 2-0'd, and then week 2, you were able to beat Fnatic. Week 3, able to beat Execration. I think you only, able to beat Smart Omega. You only have 2 opponents left, Neon and T1, I think. Which one are you looking forward to playing?
I think we're looking forward against Neon. I think we're fighting them on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, so it's this week. Oh, so you don't get much time, which means you think you're going to get your hands on Beastmaster again, or is Neon going to ban it?
I don't know. If they're going to let us pick it, of course we're going to pick it.
Are you ever not going to ban it, or are you always going to ban it?
I think if the enemy has the chance to pick it, I think we need to ban it because Beastmaster is really broken in this patch right now.
Okay, so can you explain to us, because we don't understand, why are teams letting Beastmaster go through? Are they thinking they can counter it, or what's the problem?
I don't know as well why they don't wanna ban it, because I think Beastmaster has the highest win rate right now.
Yep, he does.
Yeah.
I believe so as well.
Out of heroes that have been picked more than 10 times, Beastmaster definitely has the highest win rate.
I hear a lot of noises in the background. Like what's like when you guys are playing? Is it chaotic, especially when you're winning? Like what's going on? Tell me more about it.
I think when we're winning, it's really normal for us to be chaotic since everybody's excited. Like we're winning, we're really happy.
Yeah, and you deserve it. Is there anything that you feel has changed in the atmosphere from Season 1 to Season 2? Changes that you felt you needed to make?
I think Kabeng, our new analyst for us, is really a good additional for us. Abeng, he's the one that's making the team gel. Like he's giving speech for us, and I think it's really helpful for us.
Oh, really? So it's not just a numbers analyst, but he's also kind of emotionally coaching you guys?
Yeah. He's the one doing the speech before we start the game.
You mind sharing what kind of speech it is? What does it say?
Like from our emotion that we need to reset, win or lose. We should just focus on the game. Also, no matter what happens, we should just enjoy the game.
And you said this was Abeng. That was the name.
Yeah, Abeng.
Who scouted him, or did he come to you guys and was like, I think I have something special that you guys could use?
Actually, he just told us that he wants to go here for a vacation. Little we do know, he is also gonna coach us. I mean, it's gonna be a good addition for us.
Nice.
Well, it definitely
Yeah,
seems
great.
like it's been a good addition for sure.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on yet another 2-0 victory, and hopefully you guys can continue this trend into Saturday and rest of the week.
Yeah, we hope so.
Congratulations yet again, BDZ of Execration, to another 2-0 victory. This is looking like a hot streak. Granted, this was Fnatic. Their victories, all 4 victories, looked very, very good from Execration.
They did. They really did. And it seems like they got an upgrade for Season 2. They also got a coach. So for all the people out there who are trying to figure out, how to be a Dota coach, just book a vacation in their team house. Pray that you're going to get some free food, and suddenly you become a mental coach, and you also become the analyst.
And you can see that Execration have definitely improved as a team from Season 1. They're looking much better, much stronger, more compact. The first game and the second have completely different approaches to the game. One, you pick something broken. The other, you cheesed out a little bit with anti-mage. I like it.
And now we can take a look at the standings, as we have now finished off the first day of week number 3 with Smart Omega dropping a second series and Execration picking up a second series. So now we have a whole bunch of 2-2s hanging around in the middle. And Fnatic get their win also, which is definitely encouraging for them versus Boom. OB Neon and T1 and Lil Gun and TNC Predator have not had a chance to play today, but we will see them later on. And meanwhile, lower division, Motivate Trust 3-0. That is now with Masaros back, right? I believe that was Motivate Trust.
Yeah.
And South Build Esports, SMG, topping it. And at the bottom of the whole bracket, Signal Ultra 0-3, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see that Fnatic, OB Neon, and T1, the major contenders, players from the first season, now are at the bottom 4.
They played only in
spots.
2 series, all these 3 teams, so they need to catch up, because Execration, they played 4, and we're going to see, things are spicing up here in Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, they only have 2 more opponents left. It's kind of a rush for them, but I guess they're getting their Beastmaster wins in now.
Yeah.
Which is very, very convenient, before it maybe gets nerfed, maybe it never gets nerfed. But the important thing, Lizard, is that you wanted to see what would happen if I looked like Beastmaster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've got a treat for you, Lizard, because we have to crown a prediction king, but every Beastmaster actually needs a beast as well. Which is why I have Lacoste as the axe. He's the biggest beast.
And on top of that, we get, you see that?
Oh, we're esports certified.
You're esports certified. Oh my god!
I'm telling you, I paid the $400. I got the certification.
Is there some way of maybe paying that in some half, pay 200 now, 200 in a week to get the certification?
It's all up front. You cannot mortgage your future, my friend.
We got, what did we get? 39 out of 40 questions.
Yeah, and every single
correctly.
one is who do you ban first phase? Beastmaster.
Yeah, that one we missed. That's the only one that we did guess incorrectly. But yeah, for $400, we did great, and now we can apply for better job in esports. I might apply for CEO of certain companies as well. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It was really a bargain, but I need to keep you here for a little bit longer, because we still have some DPC games that we need to cast, as we can take a schedule look at what we got on April 29th. Just one BO3. It's going to be Boom versus T1 at 12 CEST. So don't leave me before that, Lacoste. I need you to...
That's tomorrow.
That's
April
tomorrow. He
29th.
won't.
Yeah,
even though I've heard the power of this certificate is...
He's getting
because
neutral.
I'm getting all the all the offers right now. Like my phone, I can feel
Bringing
it
off the hook.
It's
ringing. Yeah, I might need to answer a couple of the calls as well.
Fine, we'll let you go then, but please at least stick around for a little bit longer. And you at home also, please continue sticking around for Southeast Asia Upper Division. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast by PGL, HyperX, and the top quality comfort of Secret Lab chairs. And come back tomorrow for even more Southeast Asia Upper Division Season 2.